The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1101 An Accidental Success. Therefore, the motive of the person who contacted Rama was definitely not pure. Rama himself was not ordinary. The Skrulls were shocked when they checked. This guy actually controlled two Mexican cartels behind the scenes. The so-called cartel was actually an economic term at the beginning. It is also called a monopoly interest group, a monopoly alliance, a corporate alliance, and a trade alliance. It is one of the forms of monopoly organizations. It is to monopolize the market and obtain high profits. Manufacturers of a certain type of goods form monopoly organizations and relationships by reaching agreements on commodity prices, output, and market share distribution. But this term has changed its taste in Mexico. It represents drug lords, warlords, and terrorist organizations. When it comes to drugs, we always can't help but think of a famous drug trafficking base, Mexico. Decades ago, Mexico had become a paradise for criminals. As the saying goes, too far from heaven, too close to the United States. The vast drug consumption market in the United States is the root cause of the rampant Mexican drug cartels. The Mexican government often needs to look at the faces of drug dealers to get by. Even though these gangsters commit crimes and often leave people dead on the streets, the Mexican government has no way to deal with them. The earliest Mexican drug dealers were actually a group of middlemen who made money by helping the South American drug lords to transport drugs into the United States. Although the Mexican drug dealers were also rampant at that time, they were just a group of second-hand dealers. They not only had to look at the faces of the Colombian drug lords, but also had to regularly supply the Mexican government. They belonged to the bottom role in this ecological chain. But there is one thing that is right, that is, too far from heaven and too close to the United States. With the signing of the North American Free Trade Agreement, Mexico has obtained a lot of low-end manufacturing jobs transferred from the United States, which undoubtedly brought benefits to the Mexican economy. But the problem is that for another group of people, the signing of this agreement means the arrival of doomsday. That is Mexican farmers. Compared with modern agriculture in the United States, the production process is highly mechanized, electrified, chemicalized and improved. Although Mexico is a major agricultural country, its agricultural level is not high. Whether it is the industrial model or agricultural technology, it is still in a relatively traditional stage, and even basic mechanization cannot be achieved. Apart from anything else, the cost advantage of American agricultural products alone is enough to beat Mexico. At that time, the cost of producing 1 ton of soybeans or corn in Mexico was often more than 3 times that of the United States. Therefore, after the establishment of the free trade zone, American agricultural products began to pour into Mexico. With the advantages of output and price, American agricultural products easily occupied the Mexican market. In this way, local agricultural products in Mexico naturally lost their living space. Since agricultural products could not be sold, Mexican farmers had no source of income. Therefore, Mexico's agricultural economy soon collapsed, and farmers lost their jobs and went bankrupt. These families, who were not rich to begin with, were made worse by this. And many people even had problems with food and clothing. The collapse of Mexico's agricultural economy provided great convenience for the expansion of Mexico's drug industry. At that time, because farming did not make money, farmers chose to lie down, so a large amount of land was abandoned. But this became a hotbed for the growth of Mexican drug lords. Mexican drug lords took the opportunity to use these lands. After all, how can second-hand dealers make money by themselves? It happened that that period was the climax of the U.S.'s anti-drug war in Colombia, and major drug lords in Colombia were arrested one after another. This caused the price of drugs to remain high in the United States. Moreover, with the signing of the Free Trade Agreement, the cost and difficulty of transporting drugs from Mexico to the United States have been greatly reduced. Although the middlemen in Mexico do not understand economics, they are not stupid and naturally cannot miss this opportunity. They offer high prices to guide farmers to grow drug crops, not only providing seeds and technology, but also promising to buy them back at a high price in the future. Even during the planting period, farmers can get wages. For unemployed Mexican farmers, this is undoubtedly a good deal, with guaranteed income regardless of drought or flood, and guaranteed profit. Compared with the previous hard work of growing corn, it is undoubtedly more money-making. As a result, large tracts of plantations appeared in the countryside of Mexico, and the drug industry in Mexico was unprecedentedly prosperous. Of course, Mexican farmers may know that these drug lords are not good people. But there is no way, for the sake of life, they can only choose this way. Even between the government and the drug lords, they will choose the latter and actively participate in the drug industry. In other words, they and the drug lords have become a community of interests, and the two sides are tightly bound together. One loss, all loss; one gain, all gain. If the Mexican government wants to eradicate drug lords, it is equivalent to touching the interests of the vast peasant class. In this way, the government needs to face not only a few drug dealers, but the vast poor class in Mexico. With such advantages, the power and strength of drug lords began to expand unprecedentedly. In the past, Mexican drug lords still needed to look at the government's face, but now, those drug cartels have become warlords. They control large tracts of land, so they have territories and bases, and with the support of many farmers, they have the source of public support and fresh forces. With such a vast market as the United States to provide them with funds, they are not even short of money. There are money, people, and territory. Why do we still need the government? Moreover, the Mexican government has accelerated this process, which is the famous Mexican anti-drug war. This war was originally a measure taken by the then president to cover up election fraud and to divert people's attention and domestic party conflicts. This so-called war did have a lot of gains at the beginning. But these gains are, in a sense, a process of survival of the fittest for Mexican drug lords. Those drug lords who can't keep up with the situation and have insufficient means are eliminated. What kind of people are left? Moreover, Mexico can't win this war itself at the beginning. After all, the cause of the drug flood is not something that can be solved by killing a few drug lords. In the vast rural areas of Mexico, growing marijuana and other drug raw materials is no different from growing fruit trees and corn for farmers, except that the income from marijuana and drug raw materials is higher. They don't think there's any problem with this. After all, if they don't grow this, they will starve to death. And the cause of all this is poverty. Without solving this fundamental problem, there is no solution to the drug problem. What's more, the Mexican government itself is full of shit. From the president to the grassroots, there is no official who is not corrupt. The police are even more accomplices and subordinates of drug lords. The salaries of police in many areas cannot support their families at all. They rely entirely on drug lords to pay their salaries. In this case, it's a miracle to be able to ban drugs. With this industry integration, Mexican drug cartels began to develop towards a highly organized and armed state. They have a strict organizational structure. In order to protect their business and territory, they even directly paid the government army to work for them. For example, the famous Los Zetas. This organization was originally formed by the rebellion of 34 Mexican special forces. These special forces were specially trained by the Mexican government for the Olympics that year. They used the best equipment at the time and specially invited experts from the United States and other countries to train them. After the Olympics, this special force was used in the war on drugs, but then they defected with the latest equipment and became mercenaries of the Gulf Cartel, the oldest cartel group in Mexico, at the time. After that, they came out to work alone and established Los Zetas. This organization is completely a paramilitary organization, and its equipment is better than that of the regular army. And Rama controls two such organizations. When Nick heard that the cartel controlled by Rama transported dozens of tons of banned drugs into the United States and around the world every year, he took a breath of cold air. What's more amazing is that there has been no accident on their route so far. This is not the way of ordinary drug dealers. Cartels of this level should have at least 10 to 20% of their goods encountering accidents every year, or being caught, or being robbed by the gangs. This information will be integrated within the DEA and the FBI so that the relevant departments can have a general understanding of the scale and route of the illegal drug transactions. But this cartel actually concealed the truth and quietly made more than billions of dollars in profits. What's more terrifying is that no matter the DEA, the FBI or the CIA, which likes to cooperate with drug dealers, there is no news, which is too weird. Especially since the person who controls the two Mexican cartels is a very powerful cyborg, it is even more rare. Because SHIELD knows nothing about this. SHIELD is an agency that handles superpower incidents, And conversely, SHIELD people are most likely to come into contact with superpowers. Using criminals to commit crimes is an extremely old-fashioned but efficient method, but this is generally a common method used by official people. The CIA is well aware of this. Have you found out who is behind this guy? Nick Fury felt that he seemed to have caught a big fish. Rama controls two cartels that can generate billions of dollars in profits every year. He can't be a lackey. Billions. This is not a small number. Nick Fury has been digging for SHIELD for a long time. Of course, he knows how much money this is. After all, whether it is the Monarch organization or the current SWORD, he dug into SHIELD's corners to establish it. In order to get the required funds, Nick Fury himself knows how much effort he has put in. He also knows how much can be done with billions of dollars every year. Of course, he also knows that the two cartels can't hand over all the profits. After all, they are drug dealers, just for money. If all the money is handed over, the people below would have rebelled long ago. They are drug dealers, not saints. But even so, the profits transferred through Rama every year are at least more than 10 billion. The key is that no one knows this money, let alone check it. Yes, given the value of the target, we are ready to lure the snake out of the hole. The Skrulls' main business is to transform and sneak into the core class of the enemy and disintegrate the enemy's resistance from the inside. They are the ancestors of the spy industry. They naturally understood the importance of this gangster named Rama. Nick Fury nodded. If there was any benefit to being forced to become a traitor, it was that he could abandon his previous code of conduct. He no longer needed to care about rules and regulations, and no longer needed to care about whether it was legal or not. Although he had never cared much about these things before, since he was in the system and was a high-ranking official in the system, he needed to actively and passively maintain the system on which the system depended for survival. It was different now. He didn't need any evidence. As long as there was a clue, he would come to the door and use various means to get the information he wanted. By the way, using that information to gain some benefits for himself would be even more taboo. In the past, although he would do this, he was in the system after all, so even if he did it, he could only do it secretly and on a small scale. For example, Rama's operation this time gave him inspiration. There are many warlord-style drug lord groups in South America and Mexico. He only needs to secretly control a few of them, and then the funds will come in continuously. Now Nick Fury's biggest problem is the problem of funds. After being identified as a traitor by SHIELD, all the means Nick Fury used to embezzle money were uprooted, which caused his funds to be stretched. He can rely on force to control this group of Skrulls, but he can't rely on force to make these Skrulls starve. It's true that the Skrulls are aliens, but they are still carbon-based creatures and need to eat. If they are not given food, they will rebel. And the Monarch organization is also a big spender of funds. Think about it this way, this is a great thing. Not only does it solve the funding problem, it is also possible to catch the tail of Hydra. Kill two birds with one stone. In fact, the Skrulls' fishing method is very simple, that is Rama himself. When they captured Rama, they found artificial equipment from his eyes, and found a monitoring program in it. Fortunately, the Skrulls were rigorous in their work and carried out electromagnetic interference when they were arresting him. It was originally used to prevent Rama's men from being alarmed and prevent Rama from asking for help. As a result, they hit the mark by accident and did not expose them. However, despite this, the other party will know that something is wrong with Rama at the moment of electromagnetic interference. Regardless of whether this problem is caused by Rama actively or passively, the person behind the scenes will not sit idly by and wait for others to investigate. In fact, it is almost the same as they guessed. In a secret laboratory in the special zone, a person who is both unexpected and reasonable appeared. Garrett, Alexander's right-hand man. "How is Rama?" Garrett asked. The researcher in front of the computer answered quickly while operating the computer. At 8:27, the signal encountered an electronic barrier and never recovered. Then we checked the surveillance around him and found that Rama left the bar alone at 8:45. Chapter 1102 Banner and the Clairvoyant. Garrett looked at another screen showing Rama leaving alone, his face gloomy. It seems that he is safe and sound. Yes. Judging from the communication between him and his men, he should not have been subjected to violence and coercion. The researcher did not care about Garrett's tone. He was only responsible for research work. Rama's case was obviously another accident and had nothing to do with research errors. Moreover, in their line of work, knowing too much may not be good, but it is definitely not bad. So his job is very simple. It is enough to tell Garrett what he has collected. He does not need to know more about other things. Garrett looked at Rama's face in the picture, and there seemed to be nothing abnormal. Rama was their carefully selected object. He did not care about any family or friendship at all. No one could threaten him with this because he did not have any at all. Rama grew up in the slums and lost his father when he was born. Well, there are many such cases in the slums. He only knows that his mother has no father. His mother is also a bastard. She has been drinking and taking drugs for a long time. She has tormented her body in her 30s, and it is worse than that of people in their 60s. In the end, she died of an overdose of drugs again. This also led to Rama having no relatives, and Rama himself, because he was abused since childhood, was very disgusted with the women, and naturally he would not have love, nor would he have men. His biggest hobby is violence. He has been in the gang since he was a child, and he became a gangster thug at a very young age. He is cold, taciturn, and does not like to communicate with people. He is a living embryo of a murderer. Under the arrangement of Hydra, the gang he lived in was destroyed, and then he joined the army and served his country on the battlefield in Iraq. He loves the battlefield. He kills men, women, the elderly, and children. He doesn't care whether they are innocent or not. The craziest time was when he and his comrades opened fire on a village on a helicopter and killed all the people in the village who had gathered together for a wedding. Then he started working for an organ trafficking organization. Haha, the US military discipline is notoriously poor. Since the existence of the US military, their military discipline has been notoriously bad. The top brass of the US military make the most money on the battlefield, and the soldiers also need to make extra money, so many dark industries are very popular in those war-torn areas, such as human trafficking and drug trafficking. Those capitalist scum have already arranged the innocent people in those war zones properly. When those people are alive, they will grow wealth for those scum. Even if they die, their blood will be drawn out and sold, their organs are even more popular, and even their bones can be sold. From life to death, one-stop service, no waste at all. The country with the largest human bone trade in the world is India, followed by these war-torn countries. Wherever there is war, underground trade will rise. Rama's participation in these things is due to Hydra's contribution, but it is more of his personal choice. Although it is also for making money, it is more for his own gradually perverted hobby. Such a good handle, Hydra will naturally not let it go. He has no children, no relatives, no friends, and no one will care if he disappears. Also because of the handle. He could only obey the orders of Hydra, but as this control deepened, Hydra found that they didn't actually need to control him. This guy enjoyed it. He is simply a born villain. Based on this view, coupled with surveillance, Garrett deduced that whether there is help from other forces or not, there is only one biggest possibility: Rama himself rebelled. After all, he is a villain. Where does the festival come from? Anyway, Garrett doesn't believe that Rama will really be loyal to Hydra. Garrett turned and left, his eyes flickered, and his mind was thinking quickly. Coming to the room next door, he turned on the computer and began to issue various instructions through the internet. There are not too many people involved in Rama's line, but there are also many, and they must be thoroughly cleaned up. Since Rama has decided to rebel, these people are no longer safe. The loss of money and people is not important. It only takes a few months to create a Rama II, and everything will be back to normal. What makes Garrett uneasy is who Rama hooked up with. Why can he betray himself so decisively? Is he not afraid of death? He didn't think that a scum like Rama, who was bad to the core, would trust others so easily. Without absolute certainty, this guy would not risk his life. Then the question is, who gave him the confidence that he would not be eliminated? There are definitely not many forces that can do this. A thought suddenly flashed through Garrett's mind. Could it be someone else in the organization? His branch is not very closely connected with others. It seems that poaching Rama and obtaining the experimental model of the Death Warrior, by the way, will be beneficial to some people. Is it Malik? Or Strucker? It may even be. Thinking of this, Garrett felt a headache. Everyone in this broken organization seemed to be suspicious. Each of them had the possibility of taking action, but none of them had enough motivation to take action. In short, the benefits of taking action were not that great, and they were relatively abiding by the division of forces. The world is so big, and there is still a lot of room for everyone to develop. There is no need to enter other people's territory to grab some scraps now. What's more, Rama is not his exclusive thing, and the experimental model of the Death Warrior has another owner. Strictly speaking, Garrett only has part of the technology and the right to use it, and the subsequent development is the business of another owner. Now that Rama is gone, he still has to give an explanation to this party. Although the prototype is the most primitive version of the Death Warrior, it doesn't seem to be of much use. But in fact, his significance is not just the old model. The survival rate of the original version of the Death Warrior is very low, and there are very few who are truly successful. Rama is the only one among those who survived without any defects. The subsequent new version of the Death Warrior is developed based on him. This is the so-called prototype. In the future, if you want to improve the new model of the Death Warrior, Rama's existence is very important. Now Rama is lost. Although he hid his identity during the cooperation, Garrett never wanted to provoke this level of opponent, it was too troublesome. Thinking of this, Garrett's mouth corners turned down. Now we can see who will go to trouble over there. You know, some secrets are not so easy to touch. Thinking of this, Garrett poured himself a cup of coffee and paid attention to the movement on the computer. At the same time, inside the Shadow Bureau, in a dark and empty laboratory, Banner sat in front of the computer, looking at the information about the Death Warrior in front of him. Lost in deep thought. How is it? What did you find? Steve walked to Banner and suddenly spoke. Banner jumped up in fright. Steve was also startled and immediately took a defensive posture. Banner turned his head to look at Steve, and shouted a little angrily, "Hey! You almost scared me to death." Steve raised his hands, made a non-threatening gesture, and smiled cautiously. "When I walked in, I deliberately stepped harder." The sound of opening the door was also very loud. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. Banner joined the Shadow Bureau a long time ago, but neither Carter nor Banner himself thought of letting Hulk fight, because they couldn't control it at all. Fortunately, Banner's own value is also very high. He has 7 doctoral degrees and the smartest mind in the world. These things are not weaker than a Hulk who can only smash and smash. Carter thinks that instead of letting the product of uncertainty like Hulk fight and make a mess, it is better to let Banner stay in the Shadow Bureau and continue to play a role with his smart brain. Banner not only did not calm down in the face of Steve's comfort, but he stretched his neck and shouted, "No. No. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. That look has nothing to do with not being angry." Steve then cautiously took a step back. Banner. Control. Control it." Banner suddenly jumped onto the chair, acted like a gorilla, and screamed with his teeth and claws bared. Steve's first reaction was to run. Ho-ha, but unexpectedly, when he turned his head, Banner was actually there holding his stomach and laughing. Steve reacted. He was fooled. Fuck. Banner. It's scary. Steve has seen Hulk's furious look. It was once Banner got up and wanted to drink water, but the little toe of his foot kicked the corner of the table. Then Hulk appeared. That battle made the Shadow Bureau understand what was going on with Hulk. After Banner transformed, if you leave him alone, Hulk will basically change back after venting for a while. But if you attack him, that's a lot of fun. Hulk will get more and more angry, and the more angry he is, the more destructive he is. And the angrier he is, the longer he will transform. So when Hulk gets angry, the best way is to find a place where no one is, let him vent and destroy. After a while, everything will be calm. However, with the Kunlun meditation method provided by Kai, Banner's out-of-control situations have become less and less. That thing was found by Kai from Kunlun martial arts. It doesn't have much effect in itself. The biggest effect is to make people calm and peaceful. It can make people transcend the world. This thing is not only useful for Ghost Rider, but also for Banner. So Banner dared to make such a joke, otherwise, Steve should be in the hospital now. Hulk is still affected by Banner to some extent. For example, when he is rampaging, if no one provokes his anger, he will find a place where no one is to vent, and will not cause any casualties. Even if some people are blind, unless they have malicious intentions, he will try not to kill people. As for not hurting people, Hulk can't do it. He can beat people half to death with just a wave of his hand. This kind of thing is difficult to control. Steve is Banner's friend, so when Hulk went berserk last time, he beat Steve up, but he still didn't kill him. After the two chatted and laughed like old friends, Steve changed the subject. And Banner also changed the subject. But in fact, both of them knew very well that Steve saw the loneliness and disappointment in Banner's eyes. Steve's subconscious reaction just now made him feel that he was still a monster, A monster without friends. Because he just saw fear and disgust in Steve's eyes. Even if he could understand that the fear and disgust were not really directed at himself, but at Hulk. But with a practice of Kunlun meditation, Banner can feel Hulk. Hulk is not evil, but can't control his temper, just like a child with mania. The more he understands Hulk, the more clearly Banner feels that he and Hulk are not actually two individuals. Hulk is not a monster created out of thin air by gamma rays. He is originally a part of Banner. Normally, Banner is a rational person. He advocates rationality and resists violence. And he thinks that is what human beings should be like. But humans are also animals, with innate aggression, which is instinctive and cannot be eliminated. In the past, Banner had always suppressed the primitive desires in his heart, just like other people in this world. Everyone makes themselves more like people rather than animals. And the gamma rays materialized the side of Banner that was usually hidden. To put it bluntly, it is a split personality. It's just that this split personality was not produced by Banner himself, but was forced to produce. But this can't change one thing: Banner is the Hulk. Two sides of the same coin. The more he accepts the Hulk, the more he can't accept the way other people look at him. What's worse is that Banner has no way to improve this situation, because he can't see a psychologist at all. After all, once the Hulk personality appears, the situation will immediately be a mess. Banner tried to find a true friend who could accept his side as Banner and the side as Hulk. But Steve, who was closest to him, couldn't do this either. Both of them tacitly didn't mention that not so funny joke again. I found traces very similar to yours in the transformation of the Death Warriors. That is to say, you have a close relationship with these Death Warriors. I suspect that this is the result of Hydra's successful research on the super soldier serum. Speaking of which, I am also your junior. After all, the creation of Hulk is also the result of my research on the super soldier serum. Banner quickly entered the working state. Banner in this state is very charming, and can even be said to be in high spirits. When Steve heard this, his face immediately became complicated. It's all because of this. He and Red Skull were also injected with super soldier serum. He went from a weak chicken to a big muscle, and Red Skull went from an elf lord to a Red Skull face. The changes are quite big. Red Skull and Elrond, the Elf Lord and the Lord of the Rings, are played by the same actor. I just didn't expect that. I had been sleeping for more than 60 years, and Red Skull was dead, and I didn't expect that their entanglement would continue in this way. It seems that there is no way to get rid of it in this life. Banner patted Steve. Don't feel guilty, it has nothing to do with you. These words are indeed comforting. If Steve hadn't been so dazzling in World War II, the US government and Hydra would not have been thinking about it all the time. Is it useful for us to track down Hydra to know this? Steve didn't say much, but asked his own questions. Of course, Banner said excitedly, when it comes to this kind of transformation, the raw materials and equipment required are all laboratory level, and there is no place to buy and sell them on the market. Laboratory level means that this thing can't be mass-produced. Whether it is biological materials used for transformation or various high-precision instruments, they all need high-level laboratories to produce. And it happens that laboratories like this that can manufacture and produce these things are all key regulatory objects. Even many things have their own unique signs, such as a stabilizer needed for transformation. At present, there are only 2 laboratories in the United States that can manufacture it. Of course, you can also say that Hydra's own scientific research capabilities are also very strong. Can't they manufacture it in the laboratory themselves? Of course you can. But no matter how strong your scientific research capabilities are, it is impossible to manufacture it bit by bit in the laboratory from scratch, right? For example, the centipede-like device behind the Death Warrior contains a very special element, which is also a laboratory product. From raw materials to finished products, it needs to be completed in the laboratory. Moreover, this element is very rare in nature and its application level is very low. It is almost only circulated in various laboratories. Only very rare places in the world can produce the corresponding ore. No matter how powerful your Hydra is, you can't open a mine for such a small thing, right? There are many similar things. To get these things, you need a huge system, and even the United States itself can't do it independently. It requires cooperation from many laboratories, raw material bases, and manufacturers around the world. This is also the reason why scientific research is so expensive. Such a large system is dedicated to producing such a small amount of things. How can the cost not be high? If ordinary people get these things, They may be confused, even if the Science and Technology Department of SHIELD gets them. After all, some things, a little difference, are a world apart. Different lines are like mountains. Don't forget that the person who has done the most in-depth research on the super soldier serum on the entire Earth today is Banner. These things can't be hidden from his eyes at all. We can find the people we want to find based on the circulation channels of those things, so the Shadow Bureau also caught the tail of Hydra at the same time. Chapter 1103. Another 2,000 words today. 2 updates tomorrow. Kai is still in the Ark today. To be honest, since the Ark came into being, Kai and Tony have both become a little crazy. He prefers to stay here compared to Earth. After all, it's cool. If you had a spaceship, what would you do? If it were me, let alone a spaceship, even if I were given a yacht, I would stay on it every day. Although this is very unpromising, but I haven't seen much of the market, so it's not surprising to have such a simple idea. Anyway, Kai is very happy. The Dark Elves don't care about this. They are cold by nature. They can't say they have a bad impression of Kai, but they definitely don't have a good impression of him. But since Kai is already their new king, the obedience rooted in their bones made them accept Kai quickly. What's more, the fertility problem that once made the Dark Elves extremely difficult has also improved because of the Holy Grail water. In just a few days, several Dark Elf women are pregnant. Speaking of it, the Dark Elves are really miserable. They can only hide in the Ark. In addition to training and learning the knowledge of the Dark Elves, the rest of the time is used to make people. But even so, the suffocating fertility rate makes them feel desperate. Otherwise, the whole family wouldn't have died at once. In fact, if it weren't for Malekith's order at the end, the remaining Dark Elves really planned to die with Kai. But unexpectedly, the problem that technology couldn't solve was improved by metaphysics. This discovery made the Dark Elves not know whether to cry or laugh. But anyway, they have accepted Kai. Otherwise, what else can they do? After drinking the holy water, they have no right to regret. Kai can take back the price that needs to be paid to the Holy Grail in the first place. At that time, all the Dark Elves will die. So Kai is happy to stay on the Ark. Then just a king, Kai was originally lying on the beach looking at the artificial sea. In the artificial natural space inside the Ark, the temperature and climate can be adjusted. For example, this beach has a suitable climate and the sun is just right. It is not too hot or cold. Kai doesn't like humidity and heat. He prefers a color climate. But just when he was enjoying it, a Dark Elf came over. Kai, wearing sunglasses, responded lazily while lying on a beach chair. "We found a spaceship outside the Earth's orbit," said the Dark Elf. Kayla took down the magic mirror and raised his voice. "Invaders, the solar system where the Earth is located is a very remote corner of the universe. There is no trace of life within millions of light years around it. It is a broken place where no one lives. There is not even a wormhole nearby, which has led to the Earth not being discovered by other civilizations in the universe. From this point of view, this is also another kind of unique advantage. For aliens from outside to come to Earth, it is roughly equivalent to the difficulty of exploring the uninhabited area of the Amazon rainforest. So when Kai heard that there was another spaceship outside the Earth's orbit, how could he remain indifferent? It doesn't look like they have been moving in the orbit of Mars, and there is no sign of moving towards the Earth. Mars, Kai nodded thoughtfully. Can we know which civilization's spaceship they are from? Anyway, it can't be from Earth. The Dark Elf was a little embarrassed. Kai also realized that he seemed to have asked a stupid question. If the Earth is a remote place, then the Dark Elves are not much better. These guys have been homebodies for thousands of years and have no idea about the distribution of various forces in the universe. It is really difficult for them to distinguish which civilization's spaceship it is. Have they discovered us? Kai asked others. No, the Dark Elf said very confidently. With our stealth technology, even if they drive the spaceship next to us, they can't find us. Although they don't know much about the various interstellar civilizations in the universe today, they can still do basic technological identification. It is a very old model spaceship. The Dark Elf is very confident about this. Kai's first reaction is to use the Dark Ark to destroy the spaceship, but he thought that this is too simple and crude. It is a very irresponsible approach to destroy them without figuring out who the other party is and what their purpose is. Then can we monitor them? No problem, the Dark Elf nodded without hesitation. Then nail them. I want to see who dares to attack the Earth. Nick Fury didn't know that Kai's whim actually made one of his biggest trump cards discovered, and he was also included in the surveillance range. He is now concentrating on Hydra? The information on Rama is very useful. According to the interrogation of the Skrulls, they quickly found out the upper line that Rama was in contact with. The first upper line is a department manager of a trading company, responsible for allocating the transportation and warehousing of various goods. He is responsible for helping the drugs from Mexico enter the country. However, the value of this person's intelligence is not high. After the interrogation, the Skrulls only got some information about the entry of drugs. The rest, he knew nothing. So the Skrulls chose to kill him. Then let another Skrull take his place. This was Nick Fury's instructions. He needed this line to raise funds for him. The second person was a policeman. But when the Skrulls came to the door, this policeman had just died in a shooting. This is not right. A deputy chief of a police station died in a case of a gangster robbing a supermarket. This guy was shot dead by gangsters 3 times in order to prevent the case from happening. Is this a joke? When did the American police become so dedicated? This made the Skrulls understand that the purge had begun. Rama's disappearance made the Hydra people start to purge anyone on Rama's line. They had to race against time. Originally, they were going to take it slowly and strive to completely master this line. After all, among the remaining upper lines, several people belonged to people with a certain social status. After all, these people are rich and powerful. Can they still play missing? The careers that they have struggled for decades are gone. Identity is both an umbrella and a shackle. Wearing it to gain security also requires bearing its weight. But now it seems that Hydra's decisiveness is also shocking. A deputy chief of a police station in a special zone said that he would sacrifice without hesitation. So the Skrulls immediately began to control the most valuable target on Rama's line. The Skrulls had no time to save the senior researcher in the medical laboratory. They just used him to fish. This man named Tom Cruise works in a cutting-edge medical laboratory in Washington, specializing in various cutting-edge medical research. He is responsible for the maintenance and adjustment of Lamar's body. On average, he meets with Lamar every month. Although there is no communication between them, Lamar still secretly got his identity. I am very sorry that I have been too busy recently, but I have to live my life. I will make up for it. Chapter 1104 Alien Agents Fighting Earth. Hydra was very efficient and didn't let the Skrulls wait for long. That night, when Tom was driving home, 2 black SUVs coming from the opposite direction suddenly turned and forced him to stop. 2 people in black hooded combat uniforms got off an SUV, got Tom into their car, and then left. It was a mess. The Skrulls naturally didn't touch these people. Instead, they followed them and followed the 2 SUVs all the way to a suburban factory. The factory looks ordinary, but in fact it has very strict defenses. Cameras are hidden everywhere. If you are not a professional, you can't find these cameras with tricky angles. It's not that easy to sneak in silently. Besides, why should they break in? The flow of personnel and funds in such a large factory can't come out of nothing. It will definitely bring more clues. Why rush in and alert the enemy? The casual Skrull agents just stayed in place to monitor the factory. At the same time, news from other places came back. Hydra's speed was really fast. In just one night, 3 people disappeared and 2 died. It is estimated that the 3 missing people are probably dead, but they died in a corner. The 2 dead were not at home. They had just gone out not long ago, and not far from home, one fell into the river and drowned, and the other was hit by a car and died. As a race famous throughout the universe for its espionage methods, the Skrulls still have a high degree of recognition of their counterparts on Earth. This is a cautious and ruthless opponent, and they did not hesitate to act. Just like that, they cleared out 5 people. Except for the manager who was unaware at the beginning, and the research institute just now, other valuable targets have disappeared. Of course, this does not mean that all traces have disappeared. If there are traces, they can be traced, and the Skrulls are very confident in this. So a reverse infiltration was launched silently. This factory is the breakthrough. Garrett looked at the message on the computer and stroked his chin. No one showed up. Did I overestimate my opponent? He said this, but his eyes were gloomy. The Skrulls used Rama to fish, and Garrett was not stupid either. He also used the people on Rama's line to fish. He wanted to see who was behind the scenes, but he didn't expect that the people behind the scenes were much more calm than he thought. So Garrett began to doubt what link might have gone wrong. Could it be that those people were not interested in the forces behind Rama? In this case, what was the significance of Rama to them? Was it simply because Rama was the prototype of the death warrior? This is how intelligence is. They are all suspicious without exception. This is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. It is easy to scare yourself. Of course, although Garrett's process was all wrong, the result he got was magically correct. The faint sense of crisis in Garrett's heart reminded him that this matter was not over. No matter who it is, the opponent this time is not an ordinary person. Finally he stood up and went back to the researcher. Take turns 24 hours a day these days and keep an eye on everyone in the clairvoyance system. If there is a problem, don't hesitate, just clean it up. The researcher was stunned and turned his head to look. Are you sure? That's not a small project. It looks like he has to work overtime. Clairvoyance is a huge system that integrates operations, intelligence, monitoring, analysis and other responsibilities. There are so many people who need to be monitored. This damn workload. Thinking of the vacation that has passed, the researcher wants to cry without tears. Damn. Who the hell is willing to work overtime? He joined Hydra just to live a better life and get a higher quality of life. As a result, he was a social animal before joining Hydra, and he is still a social animal after joining. Isn't this joining in vain? There are always a few people in this world who have great perseverance, great ideals, and great ambitions. Even within Hydra, most people are actually just messing around. Who is not working for? Hydra gives more, so naturally they work for Hydra. It's just that, there are few people in the world who like to work overtime. Those who like to work overtime are simply anti-human. Garrett nodded. I have a hunch that the opponent this time is not that simple. Don't be careless. That's it, I'm leaving first, the researcher said, turned back and looked at the screen again. There were countless tears in his eyes. Whatever the clairvoyant said, that's it. All this was paid for by this boss, and he is just a technician. The researcher thought so in his heart. He can only think so. Can he resign or something? It's easy to join Hydra, but it's hard to quit. The only way to quit is to die. Leaving here and entering an underground parking lot, Garrett removed the nano mask, then put on another face and drove away. This is how the clairvoyant works. No one can know his true identity except Alexander and himself. Only in this way can safety be guaranteed. It's just, what he didn't know was that soon someone would find him. Just when the Skrulls were infiltrating, what they didn't know was that another group of people were eyeing them. And they are Kai's old friends, Natalie the Black Widow and Raven the Mystique. Where did the Skrulls come from? Of course, they came from their spaceships docked on the back of Mars. Then the question is, how did they get to Earth? Answer, small spaceships. Isn't this treating the Dark Elves as decorations? If you hide honestly on Mars, the Dark Elves really have no good way to sneak into their spaceships. After all, not everyone can transform. The Dark Elves lack experience in this area. They prefer to rush, spy or something. They are not professional at all. Besides, they have been staying in the Ark for thousands of years. Even if they have any spy skills, they are rusty. After all, there is no one else on the Ark except them. Having spies is useless. But you ran from the Mars spaceship to Earth openly, which is a bit contemptuous. And the Skrulls didn't expect that someone would actually target them, and in space. Before they approached the Earth, they were so swaggering that they didn't even do basic invisibility. It would be strange if the Dark Elves didn't find them. So the matter was reported to Kai. Things were simple after that. Even after being discovered by Kai once, the Skrulls still couldn't change their contempt for the Earthlings, so Kai quickly caught them on the tail without intending to. Kai is not professional in dealing with spies. But don't forget that Kai has professionals around him. Natasha and Raven. Yes, by the way, Natasha and Raven are still competing. It's just that it seems that Natasha cares more, and Raven just treats this matter as a kind of life adjustment. Now that the children have gone to school, Raven suddenly has a lot of time and doesn't need to worry about being hunted. She is a little uncomfortable with this sudden free time. She is quite happy to have Natasha trouble her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1105 Model. Kai once tried to mediate the relationship between the two. After all, both of them are beautiful women. Kai can't be called a scumbag. Well, he is a scumbag. But men always have a little luck, and then the facts told Kai not to think that women are tools without self-will, and don't think that women can be made to obey the 3 virtues and 4 virtues by having sex. That is only the plot of the stallion harem novels. For example, the 3 female heroes in Chicago, they all have their own careers, and they only come to see Kai when they are free. Sometimes Kai feels that he is just a tool for sexual gratification, just like those men who make hundreds of dollars a night. Kai rarely interferes with what they do or what they want to do, unless they are willing to share with Kai or ask for Kai's opinion. But whether it is them or Kai, they are satisfied with this relationship. Everyone has their own things and their own pursuits. Forcing them to stick together all day like ordinary men and women will only make everyone uncomfortable. It is better to do this. After all, they are all immortal species. If they stick together now, they will soon get bored. It is better to do this, and there is freshness every time. In short, the two of them disdained Kai's mediation and continued to play the game between them. At least Kai thought it was a game. After all, he didn't know what it meant. When the two received Kai's notice and arrived at the mission site, they found each other. Both sides felt Kai's self-conceit. Humph. I didn't expect my partner to be you. Raven took the lead in attacking. If I had known, I would never have agreed. Same here. Natasha's eyes contained much more gloom than Raven's. In her opinion, Raven must have 1,000 connections with a red house. It's a pity that she didn't find out. I will catch your handle, and then let Kai kick you out. Raven was actually wondering why this woman was staring at her. It wasn't until she found out that Natasha came from the Soviet Red House that she understood why this woman was staring at her. Raven didn't point it out. Anyway, she was bored, so she just played. Haha, if she can do it. Raven was very confident about this. After all, when she and Kai met, Natasha didn't know where she was. Humph. Kai had not expected that 2 women who were almost 300 years old would have such a side. To be honest, the 2 had very strong professional skills. They watched the Skrulls from a distance and saw their every move clearly. In this situation, it was not difficult to monitor the Skrulls, and they also had instruments provided by Asgard that could distinguish the Skrulls. They could see every move of the Skrulls. The Skrulls were not very careful. After all, they really didn't expect that they would be targeted. With the ability to transform, they didn't think that anyone on Earth could find them. Are they going to infiltrate that factory? Natasha didn't quite understand what they were going to do. A group of aliens spent so much effort to infiltrate a factory. This factory was a high-end factory of a pharmaceutical company, but it was just a factory. They didn't understand what was in this factory that was worth the aliens spying. After all, they didn't know about Rama's group, and with incomplete information, they couldn't analyze what the Skrulls were going to do. Whatever you do, just take a look and you won't know. Raven didn't make any guesses, but started to take off her clothes. Natasha was dumbfounded when she saw Raven's actions. What's wrong? Hey. What are you doing? Now is not the time to be horny. But the next scene made Natasha shut up. The naked Raven suddenly changed into a weird person with blue skin and burgundy hair. Raven didn't care about Natasha's gaze, but patted Natasha's face with interest, and then changed into Natasha's appearance in front of her. This is why Kai can't leave me. With me, he has all the women in the world. Actually, men can too. But he doesn't like this. Then Raven turned over and walked towards the factory. You are my backup now. Please. Natasha waited for Raven to leave for a long time before she reacted. I don't know if it was because of Kai's moral corruption or because he felt that he couldn't beat this woman. The Skrulls quickly infiltrated the factory and got to the core part. They replaced several core members and came into contact with a clairvoyance system. But what they didn't know was that at the same time, an inconspicuous lackey beside them was also replaced. It's a nesting doll. Washington, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Trident Tower. This is still the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., but now it is just a cover. At this stage, most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s functions have long been transferred to the new base. Although the Trident Tower has witnessed the history of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is also in the eyes of the world. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has never concealed the fact that this is the headquarters. But there are really not many people who pay attention to it. With the emergence of the Inside Project, the secrets of this building have been basically exposed. In addition, The Security Council and the US government's review of S.H.I.E.L.D. have led to basically no secrets in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. So when Director Hill took office, the headquarters was transferred. But so far, the headquarters transfer has not been completed, and Hill is still working here. Phil and Hawkeye were secretly called to the headquarters today. "Are you okay?" Hawkeye asked with some concern when he saw Phil's miserable appearance. Phil is very popular, and basically no one will specifically target him. Even during the review stage, he is still treated much better than others. "It's okay. I can't stay in the hospital." Phil was wearing a neck brace, some fixators on his body, and one hand was wrapped in gauze, which looked a bit ridiculous. Last time in London, he was seriously injured, and what happened afterwards had nothing to do with him. As a result, when he woke up from the hospital, only 2 members of the Avengers team died. When he heard the news at that time, Phil almost created a medical miracle and jumped out of bed. The Avengers team is Phil's hard work. When Nick Fury asked to form the Avengers team, Phil was the person in charge. After all, Nick Fury couldn't go around the world to find qualified candidates to win over. He didn't have that time. So Phil was doing all the specific affairs, but as a result, 2 years of hard work were almost ruined overnight. No one could withstand such a blow. So after staying in the hospital for a few days, Phil hurriedly forced to leave the hospital. He had to set up the Avengers team again. This is the most important task Nick Fury gave him. There's no need to fight so hard, right? Seeing his friend like this, Hawkeye felt a little uncomfortable. Some things have to be done by someone. Chapter 1106 Business Trip. When Hill walked into the office, Hawkeye and Phil were chatting happily. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Seeing Hill coming, they both stood up. "It seems that you guys had a good chat." Hill's face stiffly showed a hint of smile. I don't know if it's because she hasn't smiled for too long, causing her facial muscles to forget how to smile. Anyway, Hawkeye and Phil always felt strange when they saw Hill smile. Maybe they are not used to it? To be honest, the directors of S.H.I.E.L.D. seem to have this problem. Since Carter's generation, all the directors have had this kind of expressionless face. It is said that Director Pierce used to be like this. Later, after he left office and started to work in politics, he began to become amiable. But this is also reasonable. It seems that it is also inconsistent for the leader of an agent organization to be smiling all day long. Okay, let's not talk nonsense, let's get to the point. Director Hill was really as cold as an iceberg, and he started directly with the next sentence. "You just said one sentence, why are you talking nonsense?" It seems that this director is more difficult to serve than Nick Fury. Hawkeye and Phil looked at each other and saw the same idea in each other's eyes. Yes, simply put it. Hydra. Hill really didn't say a word of nonsense, and went straight to the point. Hydra. Phil and Hawkeye immediately became very alert. Nick Fury is responsible for the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Hydra can't escape. What's more, they're all Nick Fury's die-hard fans, and they automatically and consciously beautify Nick Fury. So in their eyes, Hydra is the culprit for the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. Have you found any clues? S.H.I.E.L.D. has never relaxed its pursuit of Hydra, but how to say it? Perhaps Hydra has really been uprooted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Until now, except for some worthless minions, S.H.I.E.L.D. has really obtained very few useful clues. Many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents really think that they have eradicated this cancer. But only those who really understand know that this is just the beginning. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated. Isn't it clear how powerful Hydra is? So the only possibility is that Hydra has gone into hiding. Just like after the end of World War II. They must be hiding in the dark, waiting to show their fangs again. Well, Hill threw a document to them, you can only read it here. Don't tell anyone outside this office. Hawkeye took the document and looked at Director Hill in doubt. You suspect? That's right, Hill did not hide it. We have been investigating for so long and found nothing. There's only one possibility. The ghosts of S.H.I.E.L.D. have not been caught. Phil twitched his mouth. What happened to S.H.I.E.L.D.? From the most prestigious intelligence organization in the world, it has become a sieve? This target should be someone within our organization. There aren't many people I can trust now, so I hope you won't let me down. If the target is S.H.I.E.L.D., then Nick Fury can't let the Skrulls investigate. At least he can't let the Skrulls enter the S.H.I.E.L.D. system. That would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. If there's any problem, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be finished immediately. Even this matter can't be investigated in a big way, Because as long as this matter is revealed, SHIELD will still be finished. Who the hell would believe in an intelligence organization that has been infiltrated like a sieve? It doesn't even have the basic confidentiality ability. This kind of intelligence organization has completely lost its due role, right? This is not to say that when SHIELD was the only one in power, if this happened, Alexander would probably vomit blood and die. In order to save SHIELD, this old guy has used all his strength and all his connections in the political circle to save SHIELD desperately. If this happens again, Alexander will probably die of a heart attack. So Hill didn't tell Alexander about this matter. Well, it's a mistake. Investigate in secret, don't make it public. Even if you find out the person, you have to keep calm and find a way to make him disappear, Hill said. When did S.H.I.E.L.D. have to be so cautious in dealing with a traitor? It's inevitable that there will be traitors in intelligence agencies. Did the CIA make big news a few times? But other people can do whatever they want except that their leaders get out. But the problem is that the timing is wrong. How many things has S.H.I.E.L.D. done? And the time interval is so short, which is unacceptable. Although the CIA has big news from time to time, it doesn't happen once in 10 years, but what about S.H.I.E.L.D.? In the past few years, there have been big news basically every year, and every time it plays a disgraceful role. No one can accept this. I understand. What is Kai doing recently? He went to Africa. On a business trip. Of course, it's not the job of the New York Police Department. After all, no matter how powerful the New York police are, they can't control Africa. This is an invitation from the military. Do you remember which unit of the U.S. military Kai served in? The Special Operations Team directly under the U.S. Special Operations Command. Kai and his teammates beat Ross badly, but the headquarters only forced them to retire because of their strong support. Otherwise, beating a major general would be enough to bring their entire team to court-martial. This business trip was also related to the request of the Special Operations Command. When Kai left the army, his superior Colonel Hawk complained that Kai left the army at the wrong time. At that time, Colonel Hawk had been determined to be promoted. He will be ordered to form a special forces unit called JIJO. In the future, it will be replaced by special forces. This unit is under the jurisdiction of NATO. Well, on the surface. But who doesn't know that NATO belongs to the United States? This unit was actually formed by the military to target the excessive power of SHIELD. To put it bluntly, it is to compete with SHIELD. As a result, SHIELD started to perform poorly as soon as it was formed, which led to a sharp increase in the attention paid to this special forces unit, which was not valued by the top NATO leaders. Originally a joint force formed to deal with unconventional battlefields, it was infinitely stretched, with money, personnel, and equipment provided. In the end, the special forces even had their own scientific research department, a small S.H.I.E.L.D. As mentioned before, S.H.I.E.L.D. was pulled. That is, Kin lost its steer, and the world chased it. All parties immediately set up their positions and rushed into the areas that S.H.I.E.L.D. was originally responsible for. The Pentagon's X team is like this, the Shadow Bureau is like this, the CIA and the FBI also have such plans, and even the NSA, National Security Agency, has similar actions. The military is mainly promoting special forces. Chapter 1107 Old Friend. It has been 5 years since the establishment of the Special Forces. During this period, the Special Forces have been accumulating strength and waiting to step into the spotlight. But the more time passes, the more people are needed to verify the results of the Special Forces. And it was for this reason that Kai was asked by the Special Command to come to the Special Forces to see if he could give some suggestions. In fact, Kai can understand what these people mean. Those people in the military are very brave. The reason why they asked Kai to come is not only because they hope that Kai can give some opinions, but also because they hope to see whether the Special Forces can deal with superheroes like Kai. That's right, the imaginary enemies of the Special Forces include superheroes. Kai is not very angry about this. After all, not only them, but similar institutions basically have such ideas. What? Superheroes can override the government and the military? Impossible. Kai doesn't think there's anything wrong with this, and he's even happy to see such behavior. Superheroes. To put it bluntly, they are people with powers far beyond ordinary people. Such people can become heroes, and naturally they can also become criminals. There's nothing wrong with taking precautions before it happens. What's more, Since they can deal with superheroes or supercriminals, they can naturally fight against alien invaders that may appear at any time. This is a good thing. GIJO, the U.S. Special Training Special Death Squad. This is a special force jointly formed by NATO countries, headquartered in Brussels. This is the only information that the outside world can know at present. But in fact, the real headquarters of the Special Forces is not in Brussels, but in Egypt. When Kai's plane landed at the U.S. military base in Ras Barnes, Egypt, Major General Hawk was already waiting for him there. The two met and naturally got intimate. After all, they are comrades in arms. There is a saying that Americans are unwilling to lend money even to relatives and friends, but if it is a comrade in arms, there is absolutely no saying. Although this thing is a joke at first glance, it is not completely unreasonable. In fact, in any country in the world, comradeship is a relatively pure emotion. Americans are naturally no exception, and of course it is definitely not as mysterious as those jokes say. There are also differences between comrades in arms. For example, just serving together, the relationship may not be very good. There really shouldn't be too many people who don't contact each other after retirement. But if they are comrades who have experienced life and death together, that's another story. And it just so happens that Kai and Hawk have this kind of relationship. Kai had just accepted Adam's body and had just joined the Special Operations Team. Hawk was his direct superior at that time. During a mission, they were betrayed. When their team parachuted from the sea and just swam ashore, they were blocked on the beach by a group of anti-government armed forces. Then, the entire team, except Kai and Hawk, was shot. It was Kai who carried the injured Hawk and fought out of the desperate situation. Although the mission failed in the end, at least they waited for rescue. Hawk was also transferred out of the action team from that time and worked in administration. Being born in the United States is a very restrictive thing for your future. Don't be fooled by the so-called American dream in the United States. Go and check the current generals of the United States. No, just check the lieutenant generals, and you will find a problem. None of the generals really work their way up from the bottom. Many American generals' families are military families, such as the famous five-star Emperor MacArthur and Eisenhower. By the way, many chicken soup articles will say that Eisenhower's family was very poor. Haha, I believe you. Just one thing. In 1911, Eisenhower was admitted to the United States Naval Academy, but was not admitted because he was over the age limit. As a result, the Texas senator recommended him to apply for the West Point Military Academy. Eisenhower is from Texas, poor. Well, then he got the recommendation of the senator. Isn't it very inspiring? But think carefully about the relationship between them. Do you really think that American politicians are all angels? There are only 2 senators in Texas. As a result, one of them happened to hear that Eisenhower was over the age limit and could not go to the military academy, so he wrote a letter to ask him to take the West Point exam, and then he passed. Look at the admission requirements of the West Point Military Academy. West Point admissions must be unmarried high school graduates aged 17 to 22 or soldiers with equivalent education, 1.68 to 1.98 meters tall, and recommended by senior government officials, such as the Vice President or members of Congress or senior officials of the Army Department, and selected after examinations and physical examinations. What do you see? According to Eisenhower's personal profile, he was born in a poor family. Maybe it's true, because his father was cheated twice, and maybe there was a period of time when his family was really in trouble, but in the end his father became a manager of a gas company. I don't know when a manager of a gas company can be called poor. And he can also get a federal senator. Can this be called growing up in a poor family? What's more, when I checked the information, there are people who say how difficult Eisenhower's life was. Haha, it was not easy at all. Look at his resume and his promotion speed. It was basically 1 step a year. How could this be called difficult? The most obvious comparison is MacArthur. You can imagine that Eisenhower was only MacArthur's assistant in 1935. At that time, MacArthur was a 4-star general. As a result, a few years later, especially from 1941 to 1942, Eisenhower completed a 4-level jump from colonel to brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, and general in 2 years. And in 1942, he was appointed as the commander of the U.S. Army in Europe and the commander of the Allied forces in North Africa. In 1944, he was appointed the Supreme Commander of the Allied forces in Europe and was promoted to 5-star general in the same year. MacArthur was promoted to 5-star general at the same time as him. It took MacArthur 9 years to go from a 4-star general to 5-star general. Considering that he was promoted to 5-star general in the last month of 1944, it can even be said that it took MacArthur 10 years to climb to the position of a 5-star general. How many years did others take? It took less than 4 years from the colonel to 5-star general. He became a 5-star general at the age of 50. That's it. And you still say it's not easy for him? Those domestic chicken soup articles that are full of nonsense really dare to write. Of course, this is not to say that Eisenhower is incompetent. That is of course nonsense. The real incompetent is MacArthur. This guy has never won a war, but he still became a 5-star general, but that's because others were really born with a golden spoon. In short, being born in the United States may not determine your upper limit, but it can guarantee your lower limit. Hawk's family is also not ordinary. He was born into a wealthy family. How is he wealthy? Let's put it this way. Hawk also graduated from West Point. When he applied for West Point Military Academy, his family didn't know at all. He applied for the exam without telling his family. So the question is, where did his recommendation letter come from? This question seems to be irrelevant, but if you think about it carefully, the correlation is really too great. He was just a child who had just graduated from high school at that time. Who could he ask to write a recommendation letter for himself? He could only find an acquaintance, and this acquaintance also needed to help keep it confidential. You can imagine how good the relationship was. After Hawk took up an administrative position, he was promoted like diabetes insipidus. In just a few years, he was already a major general, and he was also in charge of an important unit like the Special Forces. Looking back, you can say what kind of family he is. Let's put it this way. If Kai was an ordinary person, his future in the army would actually be just so-so. At most, he would retire as a major general, and then rely on his own connections to help his son get a higher position. The American dream. Those who really believe in this are the ones who are possessed by the devil. Take a look at the admission requirements of the West Point Military Academy, and you will know what the American dream is. Can ordinary people go to West Point? Yes, but the probability is extremely small. The United States is, after all, a hereditary country in modern society. Equality and freedom. Just think about it, that's to fool black people. Okay, that's all for daily criticism of the United States. Let's get back to the point. When I was looking for information, I saw those articles and I was so angry. How come there are still so many traitors today? The United States is so good, you can go there. Who is stopping you? In order to flatter the ugly country, you don't even care about the facts. Hey, kid, I regretted letting you retire at the beginning, but I didn't expect that you have been doing so well in the past few years. Hawk and the other man boarded a plane similar to the Osprey vertical transport aircraft. This plane is not a propeller like the Osprey, but a jet, and it is very quiet. It is a little smaller than the Quinjet. From here, you can see that the Special Forces have a good life. At least they have their own exclusive model. Not bad. Kai did not show modesty in front of his comrades. Instead, he took out 2 aluminum-tubed cigars from his suit pocket and threw one to him. This is a good thing, a Cuban Cohiba cigar. The U.S. military actually distributes cigars. This thing is considered a hard currency. Basically, U.S. military officers will take a few puffs, and many senior U.S. military officers are very fond of cigars. Tisk tisk. It seems that he is really rich. Hawk sometimes sighed at the fickleness of fate. When Kai retired from the army, he was really sorry because he felt that Kai was born to do this job. If he continued to stay in the army, he could not guarantee how high his future ceiling would be, but it was stable that he would be promoted to lieutenant colonel or colonel within 5 years. At that time, with his help, the minimum limit would be a brigadier general. But it was an impulse that ruined his future. Hawk even planned to bring Kai in after his special forces were established. There are policies from above and countermeasures from below. At the beginning, he and General Colton had been insisting on just letting Kai retire, which was actually the idea. After all, doing so will not leave a stain on the file, and when the time comes, it will be much easier to find a reason to recruit people into the army. After all, the Special Forces are affiliated with NATO, and Hawk has the final say on what to do. Although doing so will definitely delay for a few years. One step late, every step late. But at least there is a future. Unexpectedly, Kai ran to be a policeman, and now he's even more amazing. Not only has he become a superhero, but I heard that he has also made a fortune. Now the Special Forces Command has to be polite when they want to find him. To be honest, if Hawk and Kai have no relationship, it would definitely not be his turn to receive Kai at this time. It is his superior. Hawk can only follow a group of people and not an agreement. Yes, Kai's current status is so powerful. Even if his position is only a deputy director of the New York Police Department. But the problem is that others have a high status. He does not need an appointment to enter and exit the White House, and he has a very good relationship with the military and the Pentagon. More importantly, he is the actual controller of the Wayne Consortium and the second largest individual shareholder of the Stark Group. Just like that, while they were chatting, they arrived at the base of the Special Forces. It is deep in the Egyptian desert, and it is actually quite close to the coastline, less than 100 kilometers away. You won't bury the base in the sand, right? Through the window, Kai did not see any building that could be called a base. Then Kai noticed the smugness on Hawk's face. So he immediately thought of it. Haha. That's right, Hawk was still very satisfied with Kai's surprise. It is difficult for spacecraft to carry out infrastructure construction in the desert, let alone building a base under the yellow sand. This kind of engineering difficulty is difficult even for the Chinese engineering team. Soon, they came to a sand dune. As the plane gradually descended, the top of the sand dune suddenly opened, a gust of wind blew away the sand, and a circular apron opened. The plane landed on the apron and then slowly descended. When the plane completely disappeared above the sand dune, a strong wind blew at the entrance again, and a large amount of sand was sprayed out, and the top of the sand dune was buried again by the strong wind. The wind died down, and the sand dunes returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. The apron slowly descended, and Kai could see a glimpse of the base through the window. The base, like all underground bases, was divided into many layers. The first layer was the entrance, and there were sentry towers everywhere, equipped with various heavy weapons. The second layer was the living area. And Kai saw many people walking around inside. Further down were various training grounds. These training grounds simulated various scenes, including plains, rainforests, canyons, and even sea and seabed environments. NATO is so rich. Apart from anything else, just maintaining these things in the desert is an astronomical figure. Click. We're there. The second to last layer. This is the administrative center of the base. The managers of various departments of the base were already waiting there. Kai and Hawk got off the plane and were immediately welcomed. After all, to some extent, Kai was an examiner. If Kai didn't give a high evaluation, some of them would have to leave. No one wanted to be transferred at this time. After working so hard to build a special forces unit, it was about to bear fruit, but suddenly, it was transferred away. That was not a good feeling. Of course, this kind of assessment could not be the only one for Kai, and the military did not trust Kai that much. But even so, it needs to be taken seriously. Kai just stepped off the plane and his eyes were immediately attracted by a person. Luke, Kai saw a bald strong man standing out from the crowd, and immediately laughed and walked towards him. This guy was very good looking, and his muscles were about to burst his army t-shirt. I heard from Saji that you served in Afghanistan before, but I didn't expect you to hide here. Saji, the deputy captain of the team when Kai served, is now in the New York Special Forces. And Luke is Saji's brother. Saji has two brothers and a sister. His sister Angel is currently studying for a master's degree. And Saji's two brothers are serving in the military. Luke is Saji's eldest brother, and he has been serving in the Navy SEALs. Another brother is Davis, who used to serve in the Delta Special Forces, but retired the year before last, and then completed his college studies. He is currently feeding gorillas in the zoo. Chapter 1108 Inspection and Investigation. You know, this is discipline. Luke is stronger than Sage. Sage is 195 centimeters tall, while Luke is 2 meters tall. Standing there gives people a very strong sense of oppression. Kai is not short and is also very strong, but hugging him makes him feel almost wrapped up by him. Sage said before that I should think of a way to transfer you back from Afghanistan. Now it seems that it is not necessary, Kai said with a smile. Sage did say so. After all, with the advancement of new energy, the importance of fossil energy is declining rapidly, which has also led to the adjustment of the U.S. policy towards the Middle East, which has also had an impact on the U.S. military in Afghanistan. The discipline of the U.S. military, even the Americans themselves can't stand it. The reputation of the U.S. military, stationed in Afghanistan, was originally not good in the United States. Now with the adjustment of U.S. policies, and the reduction of the importance of the Middle East, the reputation of the U.S. military stationed in Afghanistan is now plummeting, and it is likely to compete with the U.S. military in the Vietnam War. At least before the Vietnam War, the U.S. military had a very high reputation in the country. This can be seen from Hollywood movies. Before the Vietnam War, whenever the U.S. military appeared in a movie, it was most likely a positive image, but after the Vietnam War, it became very common for the U.S. military to become villains. After World War II, thanks to American propaganda, Americans really regarded themselves as the biggest contributors to the victory of World War II, and regarded themselves as saviors. Everyone knows what the reality is, it's just that the United States won in the end. At that time, Americans were very enthusiastic about joining the Army. Of course, this is also related to the really good welfare benefits of the U.S. military. But as the Vietnam War progressed, Americans' enthusiasm for joining the Army began to fade year by year. At that time, the U.S. military in the Vietnam War was regarded as a symbol of shame. And the U.S. military in Afghanistan was not much better than those predecessors in Vietnam. The reason why their reputation has been washed is that Afghanistan is indeed very important. Interest groups need to ensure the source of troops, and naturally do not allow others to smear the image of the U.S. military too much. The most typical whitewashing, a female star said to a piece of ruins with tears in her eyes, although they have nothing, they have freedom, but with the adjustment of these policies, these whitewashing no longer exist. After all, this thing costs money. And it's not cheap. Since there is no interest, naturally no one will pay. Instead, another group of people, also for the sake of interest, began to expose the atrocities of the U.S. military. So the reputation of the U.S. troops stationed in Afghanistan suddenly became stinking. After all, there are too many dirty things done by the U.S. troops in Afghanistan. If the military had not suppressed the scandals strongly, the scandals exposed would be even 100 times more serious than now. For the U.S. military, any war is a huge distribution of benefits. Apart from anything else, the United States has thrown more than $1 trillion into Afghanistan so far. More than $1 trillion. How many billionaires can be created if this leaks out at random? According to Kai's sources, the U.S. troops stationed in Afghanistan have at least taken away tens of billions of dollars in funds under various funny names. As for where they went, let's put it this way, there are no poor generals in the United States. After all, a coffee cup costs thousands of dollars, a few sheep cost millions, and an oil and gas station costs tens of millions. What will happen in the middle? You can think about it yourself. In short, the reputation of the U.S. troops in Afghanistan is finished at this stage. Seeing this, Saji felt that his eldest brother had no future in Afghanistan, and if he was not careful, he might get into trouble. So he asked Kai to use his connections to transfer his eldest brother back to China. Kai did tell his friends in the military. But before he could reply, Kai came to Egypt. Ha ha ha, my unlucky brother likes to do unnecessary things. Luke touched his bald head and laughed. That's right. Hawk also spoke up. What do those media know? We are serving the country. What about them? They just sit in the office and type on the keyboard all day long. We are fighting for our lives. These bastards not only don't support us, but also talk nonsense. The Pentagon should charge them with treason. The soldiers around him had almost the same expression, full of indignation. If you say they don't know what evil their colleagues have done in the garrison countries and occupied areas, then you underestimate the speed of information flow among soldiers. In fact, all crows are black. We are all American soldiers stationed abroad. The eldest brother, let alone the second brother, will soon spread to other bases if the brothers in any region develop new ways of playing. The military discipline of the U.S. military is roughly divided into 5 levels. The best is naturally the local U.S. military, including the National Guard. Although these bastards are not good people, they will be brought to military court if they cause trouble in their home country. So it is not bad. The next level is the U.S. troops stationed in Europe. Europe and America are inseparable most of the time. If they go too far, they will be punished. By the way, Europe and America here refer specifically to Western Europe and Northern Europe, not to mention Eastern Europe. At most, they drink and drive fast, and harass local women from time to time. The next level is the military bases in Asia. The U.S. military treats those places as colonies, and the local government has no law enforcement power over the US military at all. No matter how angry the US military is in the local area, it must be the US military court that has the final say. And most of the US troops who make mistakes will be useless. In those countries, the US military has always regarded itself as the boss. The next level is the troops stationed in backward countries such as the Middle East and Africa. If the troops stationed in Asian countries at least cover up their faces, but in those backward countries, haha, the US military simply does whatever it wants. Anyway, the international media and domestic media will not be too idle to pay attention to these countries. There are no human rights in the third world. The worst is the troops stationed in war zones, where there is a war. You are here to manage military discipline? Aren't you afraid of being shot at? That's why these places are the most wild. They dare to do all kinds of messy things. But what does it matter if you know? Some things cannot be judged as right or wrong, but by the position. Don't these people here know what the US military, no, all Western armies are like when they are stationed abroad? No. They know too much? After all, they are also one of them. But the more so, the more they have to maintain their position. After all, no matter how powerful the generals and officers are, you still need soldiers. With the enthusiasm of young people in Western countries to join the army now, if you tighten the military discipline, then really no one will join the army. What's more, everyone knows that those who run out to join the army are definitely not rich kids. Those big-headed soldiers in China are all people from the bottom of society. Now they are all abroad. Why don't you let them enjoy the feeling of being superior? What? Do you really think those guys dare not shoot at people? You want to get promoted and make money, but if the soldiers below are against you, it will be difficult for you to deal with it. Besides, you are an American who worries about people from other countries. What's wrong with you? If it's the white left, it's okay, but you are obviously overthinking it if you are a saint in the US military. Fortunately, Kai is not a US military anymore, so he doesn't need to follow suit. Otherwise, he would feel that he has lost his conscience. After that, things were simple. Kai began to visit various parts of the base under the leadership of Hawk and evaluate some special forces members. In short, with the relationship between Kai and Hawk, it is basically unlikely that he would give any bad evaluation. This is why Kai was asked to come here for inspection. Is it really just because of Kai's high status? Don't be funny. To put it bluntly, they are just using Kai to make things up. When facing congressional inquiries, they will say, look, even the superhero Kai said it was good, what else are you dissatisfied with? To put it bluntly, they are using Kai's name to cheat funds. Without funds, what can they get? Of course, Kai is definitely not the first person to come for the evaluation, and he will definitely not be the last. With such a huge investment, it is impossible for Kai to make the final decision by just talking nonsense. So Kai showed partiality, and he was so open and above board that he almost said it in front of everyone. Hawk is my buddy, I believe whatever he says. But everyone could feel this attitude. So everyone entertained him more warmly. Even a young lady was sent to explain to Kai. The code name of this young lady is very special, called Cover Girl. Her real name is Courtney Craig, a Polish American. Before joining the Special Forces, Cover Girl was a model. It is said that she had signed contracts with several big brands and had a bright future. But suddenly one day, she woke up from the feasting and drinking, and she was tired of the feasting and drinking, so she resolutely gave up her affluent life and joined the army. Not only that, she especially likes to pursue those majors that women are not willing to touch, such as diesel engine dynamics and gas turbines, and combat assassination. Although she is surrounded by sticky grease and sweat all day long, CoverGirl feels that this is the happiest time in her life. A girl with a very unique personality, with a supermodel figure and appearance, but she just wants to make a living by talent and force. Then that night Kai had dinner with a girl, and went back to her room together, and had a deep discussion about fighting and motorcycle repair. It is said that after hearing about this, Hawk sighed again and again that the colorful world outside the army really corrupts people. In the past, Kai was a good boy. Even if he went out to have fun, he would cover up, feeling like he was doing something bad, but now? He is too lazy to pretend at all. He has become bad, he has become bad. Although he sighed like this, Hawk is still quite honest. He has begun to look for which female soldiers under his command can make Kai happy. After all, Kai's inspection will last for more than a week. You can't always catch one to play with, it's easy to get tired of it. Just after Kai had a few days of fun, several people in the United States found the clairvoyant at the same time. John Garrett, have you heard of this name? Raven was in the lounge of SYNOPSIS, standing by the window, holding a cup of coffee, and calling Natasha. It's him. Natasha was a little surprised to hear the name. Why did those Skrulls target him? Why? Do you really know him? Raven was not really surprised that Natasha knew this person. After all, Natasha used to be a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. She was just curious about Natasha's tone. Well, this guy is Hydra, Natasha said calmly. Huh? The old boss. Raven also sighed that life is full of encounters. This kind of place met the old boss again. Did they say that the Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. was eliminated? Raven was busy with the schooling of her 3 children during that time. If you don't do it, you won't know. Raven was shocked by how difficult it is for American children to go to school. In order to find a good school, it is so annoying and laborious. First of all, the school's history must be good. After all, alumni are a lot of wealth for children to enter the society in the future. So the school must have a long history and there must be many celebrities in the alumni directory. Secondly, you also need to consider the geographical location. You can't be in the Upper East Side of New York and go to school in New Jersey, right? Thirdly, many famous schools are not accessible to people with money, especially those private schools. They have very high requirements for students' quality. The worst thing is that many schools write their own textbooks, so you need to take a written test to enter such a famous school, and you also need to buy textbooks and take cram school. Then there is an interview. In addition to the students, the interview also targets the students' parents. For example, the social status, income, criminal record, medical history, etc. of the students' parents are stricter than the household registration. I remember saying before that there is no aristocracy in the United States in name, but there is aristocracy in fact. What divides the aristocracy and the civilian class is education. Rich families implement elite education, one is better than the other. Do you think those American students don't go to cram schools? Bullshit. The cram schools that the children of those rich families go to are no less than those of the students in Japan and South Korea. The best way for capitalist countries to divide classes is education. If you don't have money, then your children can't go to good schools and can't afford the high tuition fees. The cram schools here are not just for schoolwork, but also for things like dance, music, and art. Then when your children grow up, they will naturally be separated from the children of the rich. Do you think a child who has learned nothing under the so-called happy education is more competitive in society than a child who has grown up under elite education? Is it possible? Yes. The probability is extremely low. So during that time, Raven was busy with this matter every day. In the past, there was no condition, so there was no need to consider these issues. But now, money is not a problem. Raven naturally did not want to treat the 3 children badly in this regard. Even if Kai has money ability, Raven does not want the 3 children to rely on money ability. So she missed the big drama of Hydra versus Hydra. I don't know that the people of Hydra have already been seen clearly in front of Kai and others. We left them there on purpose. After all, it would be a trouble if we really let them disappear from our sight. What is the scary thing about Hydra? It's not the weird vitality. If you don't see them for a while, they may develop everywhere. Instead of doing this, it's better to put them in the open. Why do the Skrulls target Hydra? Raven asked curiously. Logically speaking, they're all bad guys. Dog bites dog. On the other side, Phil and the others also learned Garrett's name. Phil waved his hand. Who? John Garrett. Secondly, there is a younger man named Grant Ward with him, who should also be a problem. Don't underestimate the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye brought his team and easily caught Garrett's tail after some investigation. Of course, the help of the Skrulls was indispensable. However, the Skrulls, according to Nick Fury's order, immediately withdrew after finding out the inside story of S.H.I.E.L.D., and let Hawkeye and his team take over the investigation. The cooperation was seamless. At least Hawkeye and Phil didn't know that the Skrulls helped them. Phil took a deep breath and didn't say anything for a while. John Garrett, Phil not only knew him, but also knew him very well. A level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he has more experience than Phil and has made more contributions than him. When he just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Garrett was already an elite agent. The two have a very good personal relationship. Not only that, Garrett is also a senior instructor at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, and many SHIELD agents have been trained by him. It is absolutely no exaggeration to say that he is highly respected within SHIELD. Phil could never have imagined at this benchmark of SHIELD field agents actually. This means that the number of people involved with Garrett is a terrifying number. Chapter 1109 Making a Mistake. John Garrett, a level 7 agent of SHIELD, has more experience than Phil and has made more contributions than Phil. Although his level is not too high, his connections are real. At the same time, this also means that the number of people involved with Garrett is a terrifying number. Take Phil as an example. He is an 8-level agent and has also been the director of New York. There are more than 200 SHIELD agents who have worked under him, and there are even more other staff members who have cooperated with him, at least more than 800, and his old superior is Nick Fury. Garrett has worked in SHIELD for decades, with outstanding achievements and wide connections. This number will only be more than Phil's. What's more terrible is that if Phil is suspected, then these people, including Nick Fury, will be included in the scope of investigation. And Garrett's old superior is Alexander Pierce. Thinking of this, Phil's hands are numb. Who is Pierce? Nick Fury's sponsor and boss is also the previous director of SHIELD. Not only that, after SHIELD encountered such a crisis, it was the former director who turned the tide and used all his strength to prevent SHIELD from collapsing. It can be said that Pierce's current status is equivalent to SHIELD's Deng Haitian's. Once he has a problem, SHIELD will be finished. Even Nick Fury was personally listed as a traitor by Alexander Pierce. Nick Fury never doubted his old superior. Even Nick Fury once felt very guilty about Pierce. After all, if it weren't for him, Pierce would not have lost his position as a representative of the Security Council, and even his position as a minister. Now he only has the title of SHIELD consultant. It can be said that Alexander Pierce's political achievements in the second half of his life were all ruined in Nick Fury's hands. There is no way. Who said that Nick Fury was promoted by Pierce, and Nick Fury was also supported by Pierce as the director? Although there is rarely such a thing as implicated in American politics, the impact of Nick Fury's defection is too bad. SHIELD has become a place where aliens and Hydra can settle down. Someone must stand up and take responsibility. If Pierce doesn't take the blame, who will? That's it. Pierce still needs to work hard to maintain SHIELD and clean up the Hydra inside SHIELD. He is simply a model of selfless dedication. So although Pierce is only a consultant, his prestige within SHIELD is even higher. After all, without him, SHIELD cannot escape the fate of being broken up and split. So don't say that Phil doesn't believe that Pierce is related to Hydra. Even Nick Fury, a paranoid patient, doesn't believe it. But some things can't be put aside just because you don't believe it. Garrett is Pierce's old subordinate. Once this matter is exposed, Pierce will definitely not escape the fate of being investigated, and once Pierce is investigated, there is no need to really have any crime. SHIELD will be finished immediately. There is no need for external oppression. The morale of SHIELD itself will collapse. Even someone like Pierce will be investigated and suspected of having ties with Hydra. Then who else in SHIELD is clean? Who can escape the fate of being suspected? There is no point in keeping such an insecure organization. From this point of view, even if Phil is Hydra, it is much less harmful than Garrett being Hydra. If Phil had not always been steady and had experienced so many things, he would probably be scratching his head frantically now. Everything has to be verified by them. This is not a third-rate detective TV series. Phil and Hawkeye are stupid enough to arrest Garrett immediately just because someone says he is a spy. But if Garrett is Hydra, then the problem is too big. As for Grant Ward, it is a small problem. He has a close relationship with Garrett, which many people in SHIELD know. Ward is Garrett's adopted son. Grant Ward is also a member of Phil's Special Forces team. Phil is actually very optimistic about Ward. Although he has some problems, such as liking to act alone and personal heroism, his ability is unquestionable. This young man has outstanding ability and is calm and bold in doing things. He is the new generation agent that Phil is most optimistic about in SHIELD. As long as Ward is given 10 years, there will be no problem in reaching the level of his father Garrett. If his personality can be changed, he can even be upgraded to an 8th-level agent like Phil and enter the management level. Now, there is no hope. Ward was brought into the industry by Garrett, and he and Garrett even go on a long vacation together. If Garrett is Hydra, can Ward still stay clean? The terrible thing is that there are not a few SHIELD agents like Ward who were brought into the industry by Garrett. In short, these are minor problems. The real problem lies with Alexander Pierce. Those minions, just clean them up in secret. But Pierce? Huh? What should we do now? Report it, of course. This matter is too serious, we don't have the authority to do so. Let's focus on the clairvoyant system, Hawkeye said without thinking. Okay, in this situation, there's not much they can do. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it. They just need to do their own thing. After a few minutes, after the two of them sorted out their moods, Phil continued, Rama is controlled by Garrett. He implanted a clairvoyant system in Lamar's eyes to monitor these people at all times, and can issue orders at any time, or burn their brains. He calls himself a clairvoyant to these controlled subordinates. You need to pay attention to this. Phil's injury has not healed yet, so Hawkeye's responsible for the field work. Hawkeye nodded and wrote down these things. By the way, the mechanical eyeball that Rama used doesn't seem to be something that ordinary people can make, right? You can start from this aspect. You can check the source of this thing. Well, I know, I have checked it again. It should be related to the Roxxon group. As long as we catch this point and investigate, as long as we find that Garrett has dealings with a Roxxon company, then it's basically the same. On Mars, Nick Fury also received the results of the investigation. After all, Hill is a traitor. Tisk. Nick Fury looked at the report and felt a toothache. How could things develop to this point? Maybe Nick Fury is a bastard, but his feelings for S.H.I.E.L.D. are real. He doesn't want S.H.I.E.L.D. to withdraw from the stage of history in this way. What's more, this guy is still thinking about making a comeback one day. Although he doesn't mind hiding in the dark, he doesn't want to be called a traitor to mankind. And S.H.I.E.L.D. is the best stage for his comeback. If the stage is gone, how can he come back? Of course, this is all later. Now their troubles are not small. Garrett's clairvoyance system. According to intelligence, Garrett has a large number of familiar subordinates and friends in S.H.I.E.L.D. What clairvoyance system can he use to control the Death Squad? Outside, he not only has the Mexican cartel making billions of dollars a year in black money, but also cooperates with super capital groups like Roxxon. This is fucking. Thinking about himself, and then thinking about others, Nick Fury feels that he is useless. He secretly embezzles funds from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funds every year, making himself like a corrupt official, but Nick Fury guarantees that all the money he embezzles is used to maintain world peace. But what about others? Billions of profits easily. Why would they use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funds? In short, this clairvoyance system must be destroyed. Moreover, there is another question. Does Alexander know that Garrett is Hydra? If Alexander knows what Garrett did, then does Alexander himself have problems? If Alexander doesn't know, then everyone is happy. But what if Alexander knows? If he just goes along with the flow, then there is no big problem. Greed for money? Nick Fury can understand. After all, he is not a good guy. If it is not just collusion, then the problem is really big. Nick Fury thought of this and immediately opened all the information about Garrett. He hoped to find out the relationship between Garrett and Alexander. In fact, there is no need to check this. Nick Fury is very familiar with Garrett and Alexander. They used to have a good relationship. Garrett is different from Nick Fury. Nick Fury followed Pierce when he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce is not only his direct superior, but also his guide. Garrett joined S.H.I.E.L.D. later than Nick Fury. And he entered S.H.I.E.L.D. through the Secret Service Academy. He has a clean background and a clear background. Garrett was not on Pierce's line at the beginning, but after Pierce's promotion, Garrett's department was under Pierce's command. It was also from that time that Garrett became Pierce's subordinate. Afterwards, Garrett also gradually gained Pierce's trust, but if it is really said, Pierce's trust in Garrett is more like a boss's recognition of the ability of a subordinate who has worked under him for many years. Compared with the dedicated training of Nick Fury, Garrett did not receive much care from Pierce. Otherwise, Garrett would not be only a level 7 agent at this age. The 10-level system of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents has only 3 levels. The first level is the newcomers and peripheral personnel of levels 1, 2 and 3. The second level is the backbone personnel of levels 4, 5 and 6, including scientific research and logistics field work. The third level, level 7, is the commander among the agents, who has the power to form their own team and be responsible for certain affairs alone. The power is not small, but it is also within the control range. You can also become the leader of some unimportant national branches. Hawkeye and Natasha are both level 7, the remaining levels 8 and 9 are rare. and the entire shield can be counted on one hand. This level is basically equivalent to the prince in Shield, who is responsible for a certain matter, such as managing a branch, and other powers. For example, Hill was once level 9 and could command a flying carrier alone, while Phil was level 8 and could serve as a branch leader. Phil served as the director of the New York branch. There is only one level 10, the director himself. That is, Pierce, Nick Fury, and Maria Hill. In terms of authority, agents from level 1 to level 6 can only query information within their own scope of work. Level 7 and above can query most of the intelligence of non-individual confidential projects. This part of the intelligence looks important, but it does not involve the real core secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. If Pierce really colluded with Garrett, there is no reason not to let Garrett become a real senior executive, such as upgrading to an 8-level agent. Pierce can do this. You know, Nick Fury was promoted all the way to the position of director by Pierce. And Nick Fury is black. In the early years, it was difficult for black people to get along in an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. Even now, there are not many black senior agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. And they were all promoted after Nick Fury came to power. With this calculation, it is more likely that Nick Fury and Pierce are colluding. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's suspicious heart gradually let go. If Pierce is really Hydra, there is no reason to not promote Hydra and promote a black man like him. Hydra is all racist. What Nick Fury doesn't know is that his rare emotionality is exactly what Pierce is good at. Not only Garrett, but even the entire Hydra of S.H.I.E.L.D., including those Hydras that have been cleared, the promotion has nothing to do with Pierce. On the contrary, many agents who have nothing to do with Hydra have been promoted by Pierce. So even if there is a traitor like Nick Fury under his command, no one will doubt Pierce. After all, except for his mistake on Nick Fury, this guy is very clean. But the actual situation is that Hydra listens to him, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also have a lot of confidence. There is no delay on both sides. Win. Besides, if you want to promote certain people, do you really need him as a director to operate? That's too low. Is it difficult to quietly create opportunities for Hydra agents to make meritorious deeds? He doesn't need to do anything at all, he can promote certain people according to normal procedures. No one can find fault. As for Garrett, it's even simpler. Is he level 7 or 8? Is it really important? Pierce is level 10. Why do they have to promote Garrett when there is no intelligence? On the contrary, Garrett has always been at the level of level 7 agents, which is more beneficial to them. Compared with level 8 agents, level 7 agents have higher autonomy. They can lead to establish an agent team. Whatever they do, they only need to be responsible to their direct leaders. They are more flexible and concealed. On the contrary, level 8 agents need to be responsible for certain affairs and departments. They are not only eye-catching, but also highly concerned. Nick Fury should not be unable to see this. It can only be said that this guy subconsciously does not want to believe that there is really a director of S.H.I.E.L.D. who betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. Because if this speculation comes true, S.H.I.E.L.D. will become a complete joke. Nick Fury's feelings for S.H.I.E.L.D. and his desire to return as the king made him subconsciously ignore these things. After all, the king of agents is also a human being, and it is impossible for humans not to make mistakes. Besides, how many mistakes did Nick Fury make? Chapter 1110 Egypt and Cults. Kai stayed in Egypt for 5 days. His first mission was to see old friends. He and Hawk had not seen each other for several years. In order to form the Special Forces unit, Hawk had been out of contact with the outside world for a long time. Even his family didn't know where he was. Fortunately, this guy is not married, otherwise the cliffs would turn into green grasslands. Foreign women are not so loyal. The second mission is to have a good vacation. After arriving in Egypt, except for the first day when he strolled around the base, the rest of the time he hugged the girl and played around Egypt. It is obvious that they are fleecing the US military, but from the special forces to the US military, not only are they not angry about this behavior, but they secretly encourage and indulge it. For the US military, fleecing the federal will is a compulsory course for every general officer. For example, a major general of the National Guard, his wife went to Los Angeles to spend money and spent more than $100,000 a day. As a result, these bills were reimbursed by the major general as training ammunition loss. This is of course a very low-end way of playing, but this situation is very common in the upper echelons of the US military. There are high-end players who do a beautiful accounting, And if there is no problem at all, they will take a large amount of benefits into their arms, and others can't even check. The good thing about the US military is that everything is not transparent. Obviously, anyone can see that there is a problem with the accounts, but if others say it is a military secret, everyone can only stare blankly. In short, there are many ways to play, but you can't escape the fact that you can't get away with it. Kai Ken is in the same boat, which is great for them. After all, he is a superhero, and the excessive sense of justice has always been the most taboo thing for politicians and military officers. They can't be sure whether these guys with an excessive sense of justice will target them. After all, they themselves know that their behavior has absolutely nothing to do with justice. Why is Kai welcomed by all parties? Because he only focuses on his own business, and he is not interested in other messy things. For those masters, this is the best. Now Kai is blatantly getting away with it, which shows that everyone is on his side. At least in this way, they don't need to worry about Kai doing something weird to them, and everything can be negotiated. Anyway, the federal government has money, so why not spend it? Kai didn't think too much about it. After all, there are too many twists and turns behind this. He just came out to take a look. Egypt. This is where Kai fought in the past. But it is completely different from that time. The magnificent cities and pyramids built by the Egyptian gods have disappeared in the long river of history, leaving nothing behind. The pyramids built by the Egyptians later look magnificent, but compared with those 10,000 years ago, they are dwarfed by the giants. Now these pyramids in Egypt exist as mausoleums, while those pyramids back then were functional buildings with practical uses. You may not believe it, but those pyramids are considered power stations of the Egyptian gods, and they are solar powered. However, the magical thing is that they have a very high utilization rate of solar energy. The energy generated by a pyramid far exceeds that of today's nuclear power plants. Kai didn't know what the principle was. Kai was curious at the time, but the Egyptian gods obviously did not intend to share their technology. They just told him that it was because of the power of the sun god Ra. Kai just believed it. To be honest, modern Egypt is nothing to see. This place has little to do with ancient Egypt, or even ancient Egypt. Both the people and the culture here are very different. Modern Egyptians are very different from ancient Egyptians in terms of blood. Ancient Egyptians are closer to the Near Eastern race, not African blacks or Arabs. The main ethnic group in modern Egypt is Arabs, who are not descendants of ancient Egyptians. Since the Roman Empire, ancient Egypt has been invaded by foreign races many times. Under the rule of foreign races, the religion, language and customs of the ancient Egyptians have gradually changed beyond recognition. At the same time, Egypt's economy and culture are in a mess, making the city here crowded and dilapidated. Cairo is yellow, with Lois-colored buildings arranged in complex geometric shapes. Cairo Airport is very different from imagination. This gap between imagination and reality will appear at any time in the future. I thought it would be similar to the construction level of Islamic city airports of comparable size, like Istanbul. In fact, it is equivalent to the level of China's third-tier cities, and there are few flights, and the entire airport is empty. Another impression is that it is crowded. The oases on both sides of the Nile are full of houses, and there is almost no other space. The Cairo metropolitan area has a population of 21.3 million, which is about the same as the population of the New York metropolitan area, but its area is far less than that of the New York metropolitan area. All the space in this city has been filled with a rapidly growing population. There are densely packed and disorderly buildings everywhere. More than 95% of the population lives in dilapidated communities without modern public facilities. Among the world's metropolises, Cairo has the largest number of poor people and the worst environment. Because of poverty and rapid population growth, Egypt simply cannot provide so many job opportunities. Walking on the street, you will find big children, the future unemployed army, idle young people, and middle-aged people doing hard work such as picking up garbage, repairing, and moving. There are not many decent jobs in the whole city. But even so, you still can't feel the vitality of this city, as if it is a city that is gradually being swallowed by the Sahara, without vitality. Kai can't find a trace of the afterglow of the Egyptian civilization in this city, as if the brilliant civilization of the Egyptian gods has never been here. Kai and the cover girl sat on a rickshaw, wandering aimlessly around Cairo. This rickshaw is actually a tricycle, but it has a lot of Egyptian decorations on it, which is a special means of transportation. However, when passing the Egyptian museum, the cover girl suddenly whispered in Kai's ear, Someone is following us. Kai was stunned. He didn't even notice. Do you know who it is? Kai's mind had been lingering in the past memories, and he didn't notice that he was being followed at all. I don't know, the cover girl shook her head. Egypt is not a peaceful place, especially in recent years. Egypt was also glorious in the past. Back then, Egypt was the big brother of the Arab world. It even thought about forming an Arab republic, first merged with Syria, and then wanted to get other countries to join, but it broke up in less than 2 years. When Nasser was in power, Egypt was once very powerful and a true big brother in the Middle East. But since the failure of the war with Israel and Nasser's death from illness, the dream of a great power has been completely shattered. Egypt has been on a downward slope since then. The strong contrast has caused the domestic religious forces to rise. Egypt has also been in chaos in recent years. It is also because of the chaos that Cairo has once again become a wrestling field for various forces. There are all kinds of people. It is a mess. But generally speaking, these people are unlikely to provoke Americans, except for those religious extremists. Probably those religious extremists. In the dark, 3 calm-looking men silently looked at the injured Kai and the cover girl in the rickshaw. There was a faint light flashing in their eyes. But soon, these people turned their heads and disappeared on the street. When they appeared again, they were in an underground ruins in Egypt. This ruins looks like a temple. But there are no statues around. It looks very strange that a temple has no statues. In the center of the temple, next to a circular altar, a man with long hair and bare feet was inserting a cane on the altar. The 2 crocodile-head statues on the handle of the cane continued to emit purple light, which did not look like a good thing. After the 3 men saw him, they immediately planned to report. But just as they were about to move forward, 2 men with guns came out from behind the huge stone pillars of the temple and stopped them. The 2 men shook their heads at them. The 3 men realized that many people had come around without knowing when. They were as quiet as ghosts, just staring at the man beside the altar with devout and fanatical eyes. The man ignored all this and took out a kettle and a glass. He placed the glass on the altar and then filled it with water. The man rubbed the rim of the glass with his fingers and muttered something in his mouth. After his fingers stopped, he picked up the glass and drank the water in it. Then he took out a piece of linen and carefully wrapped the glass. Snap! The 2-headed crocodile's palm fell hard, smashing the wrapped glass. Then a woman came to the man respectfully with a pair of leather sandals. The man carefully picked up the cloth wrapped with glass fragments and poured all the glass fragments into the sandals. Then he put on the sandals as if nothing had happened. The people around were not surprised by the scene, as if it was natural. Soon, the ceremony began. Well, it was the same opening words as most cults, such as the filth of the world, eternal life and salvation if you believe in me. In short, it was the same set of words, not surprising. There are many cults in the United States. There are also many in the world. There are all kinds of strange doctrines. Especially in recent years, cults have shown explosive growth. There is no way. Who said that there have been many strange things in recent years, and there are gods running out? As a result, cults have become a business that has caught up with the trend, and all kinds of messy cults have come out. The purpose is basically the same, to cheat money and sex. Of course, there are exceptions, and these things are really troublesome. Most of the cults around the world are disguised as Christianity, but this one is obviously not. They believe in a god named Amit and believe that he can eliminate all the evils in the world. Amit will eventually clean up the entire filthy world and make the world peaceful and harmonious. If Kai were here, he would know what Amit is. Amit is not a god, nor is it worshipped. It is more like a weapon of destruction made by the Egyptian gods. It is used to destroy those who dare to break the rules of the gods. According to the tradition of the ancient Egyptians, the Egyptian gods put the characteristics of the most dangerous beasts on it, with a crocodile head, a lion, or leopard, upper body, and a hippopotamus lower body. Although it is a demon, it destroys evil. Kai knows more. Amit died many years ago. During the Set rebellion, Amit was released by the gods to deal with Set, but was killed by Set. The body was decomposed and discarded in the wilderness. Kai is not very clear about what happened later. It seems that after the Set rebellion ended, Amit's body was collected. As for whether it was repaired or buried directly, I really don't know. I didn't expect that there are still people who believe in this thing in modern times. This thing has no self-awareness. In its eyes, there are only 2 kinds of people. The guilty will be devoured, and the innocent will be ignored. As for what the standard is, I don't know. After the ceremony went on for a while, the man came to the front of the altar with his cane, facing all the believers. Who's coming up? The believers looked at the man in the center of the temple with both desire and fear. Me. A man mustered up his courage and raised his hand. The people around him immediately looked at him and made a way for the man to walk to the altar. When he passed the crowd, everyone touched their foreheads, bowed slightly and pointed their fingers at the man to show respect. The man walked to the side of the altar. The cult investor also rolled up his sleeves at this time, revealing the scale tattoo on his right arm. The man lowered his head and handed his hands to the cult leader. The cult leader seemed very gentle and gave the male believer an encouraging smile. You are very brave. Before our goddess awakens, you are willing to accept the judgment of your soul and dedicate yourself to our gods. Then he placed his two-headed crocodile palm in the middle of the male believer's hand, swung his cane gently, and held the male believer's hands again. At the same time, the tattoo on the cult leader's arm also swung. Then the man shouted something in a language no one understood. As the man shouted, his cane and tattoo stopped swinging at the same time. The scale tattoo on his arm maintained balance and then turned green. The cult leader happily shouted to the believer, "Congratulations, you are a good person." The male believer got the answer, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief and shed tears. The cult leader hugged the believer and said some encouraging words to him. Other believers also gave the man a kind and envious smile. Then there was an old woman, who obviously had some kind of obsession with this ritual, and she was eager to get the answer. She said that she had never done a bad thing in her life. She wanted to know if she was kind. However, the answer was cruel. One side of the tattooed scale on the man's arm was heavier, and the tattoo turned red. The cult leader looked very sad. He kept saying sorry to the old woman. The old woman said sadly that she was a good person. I believe you completely. But the scales of judgment see through everything. Maybe those bad things will happen in the future. How I hope you can survive and see the world we create, a brand new world without sin. The old woman was also sad, and then the old woman's body suddenly decayed, and her originally rosy complexion suddenly turned gray and black, as if her vitality was taken away in an instant. The cult leader wanted to grab the old woman's palm sadly, but the old woman still fell down and was carried out by the people beside her. Then several more people came forward to be judged. Some were identified as good people, and some had the same fate as the old woman. But the remaining believers seemed very calm about this. Those who were identified as good people were encouraged and envied. Those who were identified as bad people would show sadness and regret, but that was all. When the ceremony was almost over, the three people who were stopped successfully came to the side of the cult leader. Master, we have found the best sacrifice for the goddess revival. Chapter 1111 Sacrifice. In recent years, the world has changed so much that the doomsday theory and the judgment theory are very popular. Many people think that the earth is doomed. But many people don't want to die with it, so what should we do? Naturally, we can turn to the gods for help. What's more, when the Los Angeles War took place, it seemed that the world proved one thing, that the gods exist. This naturally made a group of charlatans overjoyed. The Ament sect came into being under such circumstances. The founder of this sect was named Arthur Harrow. Speaking of it, Arthur Harrow had some relationship with Kai, although not much. Do you remember the assassin brotherhood that attacked Kai? That's right, it was the assassin organization that Kai had forgotten. There was a time when this organization was against Kai. But later this organization was eliminated. Well, this has nothing to do with Kai. Kai once wanted to make trouble for this group of assassins. But, when Kai's incarnation Hannibal found the assassin's lair, all the people inside were dead. Kai also did an investigation. Judging from the traces at the scene, all these people were killed by one person. Later, Kai found out that this man named Cross Wesley was ordinary in his first 20 years of life. He grew up in a single-parent family without knowing his father. He had severe anxiety disorder, mediocre grades and looks in school. When he grew up, his life and work were mediocre. There was nothing surprising at all, but around him, the Assassin's League seemed to be fighting with an enemy. In the end, Cross Wesley was taken away by the Assassin's League. After that, Wesley was no longer among all the bodies, but his blood was left at the scene, which means that he was present during the battle, and it is very likely that he killed everyone in the weaving factory. After that, Kai could no longer find his record in the police files. There was no credit card record, no bank card withdrawal record, and no consumption record. His driver's license was never used again, and those who knew him never saw him again. In short, this person disappeared without a trace. There are two possibilities. One is that he is dead. The other is that he is hiding. Anyway, no matter which of the two possibilities, Kai can't find him. And Kai doesn't seem to have any reason to find him. He killed assassins. If he died, it would be all over. He still made a contribution to society. Why would Kai look for such a person? But some people don't think so. Here we have to talk about the information Kai doesn't know. The assassin brothers that Kai knows about are the Assassin Brotherhood from the High Table. This organization is also one of the subordinate organizations within the business scope of the High Table. Well, it's a bit inaccurate to say that it is a subordinate organization. It should be a franchise organization. They will accept tasks from the High Table, and they will also accept tasks on their own. It's very flexible. It's just that they like the after-sales service of the High Table very much, so there is no actual conflict with the High Table. In the assassin world, the Assassins League is a very special organization. The special thing is that they are very dedicated. Even their dedication makes many assassin organizations feel uneasy. Once they accept an order, they will definitely complete it, no matter how much the loss is. And besides success, their assassins have only one end, which is death in battle. As assassins, in the final analysis, they are just for money. How can they be so desperate? If their asking price was not usually 2 or even 3 times that of their peers, many assassin organizations would probably consider joining forces to kill the Assassins League. They are trustworthy and will definitely complete the order once they receive it. They are good at their work and have a high success rate. This is the Assassins Brotherhood that Kai knows. But in fact, the Assassins Brotherhood is a killer organization on the surface, but in fact they are more like a religious organization. They believe in God and believe that the targets they assassinate are all revelations from God. Each of those targets will bring endless pain and persecution to the world. Regardless of whether the target himself is good or bad, they will do terrible things at some point in the future. For example, making a decision that causes riots in a country thousands of miles away, or a lie that causes countless people to be involved in turmoil, or simply become a murderer. In short, their purpose is to eliminate a person before he brings greater pain and sin to the world. And what helped God give them the list was a loom. When Kai found the Assassins League, everyone there had died, so he naturally wouldn't waste his energy and continue to investigate, so he knew nothing about it. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. A loom instigated murder. Kai had seen it before, but he would never believe such nonsense. But what Kai didn't know was that not all the Assassins League were dead. At least Arthur Harrow was still alive. Yes, Arthur Harrow was the remnant of the Assassins League. But he was different from those killers. He had just joined the industry. He had just come into contact with the teachings of the Assassin Brotherhood and hadn't even started killer training. The organization was destroyed. I don't know if it was good luck or bad luck. But he was very painful about it. Arthur Harrow was also a poor man. He originally had a happy family. He was a doctor with a lovely daughter and a beautiful wife. And this lasted until a man broke into his house at night. He was knocked unconscious and tied up by the gangster, and watched his wife and daughter die painfully under the gangster's ravages. The gangster was quickly caught, but unfortunately in court, the other party's lawyer issued a mental evaluation proving that the defendant had a serious mental illness. So the criminal escaped the death penalty and was only sentenced to a mental hospital for treatment. He could be discharged when he got better. Unfortunately, not every mental hospital is called St. Elizabeth. This was a big blow to Arthur Harrow. But soon a man who claimed to be from the Assassin Brotherhood found Arthur Harrow and told him a fact. The criminals list had appeared, and the Brotherhood had sent a killer to kill him before he committed a crime, but something went wrong. The killer was killed by a traitor, so the criminal survived fortunately. At that time, Arthur Harrow hated the traitor very much. If it weren't for him, the Brotherhood could have killed the criminal in advance, and his wife and children would not have died. Then with the help of the Assassin Brotherhood, he took revenge himself, and joined the Assassin Brotherhood, and firmly believed in the Assassin Brotherhood's philosophy that eliminating the crime before it happened was the best choice for the world. As a result, within a few months, the Assassin Brotherhood was gone. He was sad, desperate, and decadent. He was in a daze for several years until he came to Egypt and accidentally came into contact with Amit. In short, when he was in Egypt, he was accidentally involved in a tomb robbery. In the end, He was the only one who survived the whole incident, and everyone else was judged by Amit. From then on, he incorporated the philosophy he learned from the Brotherhood into the Amit doctrine, and began to resurrect Amit wholeheartedly. He hopes to revive Amit and let it judge the whole world and judge all the guilty people. In this way, the world will be clean, and those terrible things that happened to him will never happen again. From this point of view, Arthur Harrow is not a simple bad guy. On the contrary, he is a good person. He is not happy about taking other people's lives, just like the old woman. His sad expression is not false, he is really sad. Because as the old woman said, she has never done a bad thing in her life. But since Amit has made a judgment, it means that she will do bad things in the future. Maybe it is an inadvertent lie, or maybe it is just a simple action, which may have serious consequences. He never doubted Amit's judgment, just like he still believed that the Brotherhood had that loom. So even if it made him uncomfortable to take someone else's life, he would endure it. The self-harming actions he made before were not for show. He was really punishing himself. Sacrifice. Arthur Harrow looked at his believers. These people were Arthur Harrow's first and most devout believers, and they were all judged by Amit. Only believers who had been judged would be sent out to do things. After all, only in this way would there not be any serious consequences. The harm to the world would be the least. After all, they were all people who would not commit crimes, and even the people they killed had reasons to die. It was perfect. I got off topic. Speaking of sacrifices, do you know why Arthur wanted to preach? Of course, it was to resurrect Amit. Amit was dead, but not completely dead, and she needed to replenish her strength. What kind of power was the best? Human souls and vitality were the best supplements, but she didn't eat everyone's souls. At least he didn't eat the souls and vitality of those kind people who had survived the trial. That's why Arthur Harrow developed believers and collected more souls and lives of sinners for Amit. At the same time, Arthur Harrow also understood very well that not everyone could accept his vision, at least those superheroes would never accept his approach. So he has always been very low-key. The three men who had been monitoring Kai before took out a magazine with Kai's photo on it. This person can definitely meet the needs of Lord Amit. Arthur Harrow's eyes widened. It was the first time he knew that his men were so fierce. Where did you get your confidence from? Believe it or not, Kai alone can kill their entire church. However, there is one thing that these three idiots are not wrong about, that is, Kai definitely meets Amit's needs. In the past few years, Arthur Harrow has also summed up some rules. The stronger a person is, the more useful his life and soul are for the revival of Lord Amit. Arthur himself is an American and knows Kai's record too well. Such a powerful superhero will definitely have an extraordinary effect on the revival of Amit. Ahem. Have you forgotten? What is our purpose? Arthur naturally couldn't say that their Lord Amit was not Kai's opponent, even if it was true. After all, Lord Amit was now lying dead. Sometimes religious fanaticism is really unreasonable. It was obviously Arthur who founded this sect, but those believers who had seen the power of Amit were more fanatical than Arthur, the founder. Arthur actually didn't believe in Amit, he was more like cooperating with Amit to create an ideal world. But the people under his command were different. Their fanaticism sometimes made Arthur himself a little scared. Don't hurt good people, Arthur said seriously, remember why you were chosen. Because you are good people, but religious fanaticism is always like this. They will do whatever it takes for their beliefs, and they will shape the world according to their ideas through persuasion and fierce means. In the eyes of fanatics, tolerance is a symbol of weakness, frivolity and ignorance, and even a manifestation of lack of piety. Sometimes Arthur is very proud of the performance of believers, and sometimes he is very troubled by these guys. No buts. Amit does not accept the souls of kind people. They should have a better place to go. If you really do that, then what is the difference between us and those sinners outside? Arthur knew that it was useless to reason with this group of fanatics. He had to bring out the doctrine. But if this goes on, when will our gods wake up and when will the ideal world come? Fanatics are like this, they lack rationality and even more patience. You don't believe in Amit? Arthur said coldly. No. No, the three of them bowed down quickly, they could not accept such accusations. Arthur's face looked much better, and at the same time he was secretly anxious in his heart. This was definitely not the idea of the three people themselves, but the idea of a group of people. Over the years, those fanatics have been dissatisfied with the speed of the resurrection of the gods, and their fanatical beliefs have made them eager to save their gods. This is the contradiction between Arthur and these people. Arthur's doctrine is more about pursuing the beautiful world after Amit's resurrection. And this group of people hopes that Amit will be revived as soon as possible. These two goals do not seem to conflict, but in fact they are very different. In the eyes of the fanatics, only those who have withstood the trial are favored by Amit, and other pagans are not considered human beings at all. In this case, why not sacrifice those pagans on a large scale to complete the resurrection of Amit as soon as possible? Arthur is not a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. He will only take the souls of those sinners. The two have a very different definition of sinners. It's just that the contradiction is not sharp at present, and no one even notices it. But Arthur noticed it. So he must appease these people. Don't worry, don't worry. Everything has been arranged. Soon, the opportunity will come soon, Arthur said. As for where this opportunity came from, Arthur didn't say it, and the three people didn't dare to ask. After speaking, Arthur left directly. Walked into the depths of the temple. There was a secret room there. A person was imprisoned in it. A member of the organization called Cobra. From him, Arthur got a message. Cobra and his men planned to snatch a weapon that was powerful enough to destroy the whole world. Of course, Arthur didn't think about what to do with this weapon. As I said before, he has never been a murderer. He wants to use this weapon to threaten the world to hold a huge trial for Amit. Anyway, there are many people who deserve to die in this world. For example, in the United States, there are millions of criminals in prison. These people live in the world and have no purpose other than adding suffering to the world. Even the US government thinks that these people are redundant. In this case, as long as he gives a reason that cannot be refused, I believe the US government will definitely give in and agree to his request. The United States is not enough. What about other countries? Every country has criminals. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1112 Nano-Missiles. So why did I come here? Kai looked at Hawk speechlessly. Kai was now in the command room of the Special Forces headquarters base. Although we like your inspection, we can't just not bring anything out. If you do that, it will be hard to explain when you return to China. Hawk smiled complacently. It doesn't matter what kind of thing it is. You just need to ask someone to write a report and I'll sign it. Is there really someone who will hold on to this? This was Kai's real thought. He was familiar with Hawk. Although Hawk could not be said to be as pure as a white lotus, he would not be stained by mud. He would also go along with the crowd. But compared to those rubbish who only know how to make money, Hawk is very ambitious and is not very keen on making money. There are many kinds of people, and Hawk's family is really rich. There is no need to be greedy for those little things. This kind of career-oriented men are all paranoid. They cannot tolerate their careers being tarnished, so Kai still believes in the quality of the special forces formed by Hawk. That's not bad, but we still need to show some results. Hawk didn't comment on this. He didn't have a moral obsession. Facing Kai's kindness, he had no reason to refuse, but he wasn't so promising as to really rely on nepotism to cheat money. So he planned to perform well in front of Kai once, so that he could be more confident when he helped Kai write the report. Okay, let's start. The resources of the Special Forces are very good. With the entire NATO as the backing, they can mobilize a lot of resources. Among them are spy satellites from NATO countries. So this time, Kai can watch the live broadcast throughout the mission. Although it's all a bird's-eye view, this perspective looks a bit strange, but with the explanation of the Special Forces members doing the mission, it's not unacceptable. The key is the sense of presence. Just pull it up. This mission is very simple. Not long ago, the Special Forces received a mission from the NATO headquarters. A few years ago, NATO commissioned the European arms giant Mars to design a new type of destructive weapon. The requirement is powerful, especially for the logistics and war potential of the enemy country, but it also needs to be humane and not too lethal to people. Logically speaking, this demand is simply embarrassing. What's the difference between this and asking for colorful black? It must destroy the enemy's war potential and be humane. How can it be so good? In fact, the United States had no interest in this thing at the beginning. Although the white left is rampant in the United States, the military's top brass is not like that. At least the influence of politicians on the military is not that great. The US military has its own rules of the game. After all, US military officers don't need votes. And the United States is really not the home of the white left. The real base of the white left is in Europe. These old capitalist powers have been rich for too long and have good welfare policies. Well, this is very important. It is precisely because the welfare policies are too good that there are so many people in society who do nothing and mess around all day. The United States is not a welfare state, and this time, it was not until the rise of populism that the white left came to an end, and the anti-white left demons were born. In short, the white left is still popular in European politics this time. Any politician who comes to power without shouting a few politically correct slogans is embarrassed to come out and meet people. So there was such a weird request. At that time, many European arms companies shook their heads and refused to hear this request. It was too difficult. But Mars was very stubborn and took the order directly. Then he asked NATO for money directly. Of course, the NATO people were not fools. You just want money without any words? So Mars proposed a weapon design. Nanorbits. The concept of nanorbits has existed for a long time, but it has rarely been used in the field of weapons. No, it should be none. But Mars not only had such an idea, but also had conducted feasibility experiments. So when they took out the report with a snap, the NATO people knelt down and gave money. It was also at this time that the Americans noticed this weapon. They thought it had a broad prospect, so they joined in desperately. NATO is like this. The United States is the absolute boss. If it is not interested, other countries can naturally play their own games. But once the United States is interested, the rules of the game must be followed by the Americans. NATO invested more than $60 billion, and Mars finally produced the first batch of nano-arm missiles for weapons before the patience of NATO countries ran out. The nano-missile of this venom is filled with countless nano-worms. These nano-worms are developed based on a medical nano-robot invented by Mars. This nano-worm is different from the general concept of nano-robots. They have the ability to replicate themselves. In short, they can create another self through external materials. In order to increase the adaptability of this weapon, Mars even deliberately used the most commonly used materials in modern society to make these nano-worms. For example, steel, silicide, etc. In other words, once this weapon is activated in a human city, those nano-worms can swallow up all the steel and silicide in the entire city in a very short time. These nano-worms will consume the basic materials such as steel, silicide, etc. that can be found everywhere in the city, and replicate themselves unlimitedly. As the replication increases, the faster they devour. According to Mars's own calculations, a city the size of Paris can be completely destroyed by nano-worms in just 1 hour and 20 minutes. Only the naked, nano-worms will devour clothes and decompose them into basic materials, and shivering Parisians are left. If this weapon falls on an industrial city, the speed will be even faster. Today is the day for the delivery of the Venom nano-arm missiles. They will be transported from the Mars headquarters in Paris, France to the NATO headquarters in Brussels, Belgium. Originally, the transportation was handled by the U.S. garrison in Germany. There are no U.S. military bases in France, and it is also the only country in NATO that does not have U.S. troops stationed there, but the NATO intelligence department received a piece of intelligence. Someone has set their sights on those nano-arm missiles. So the NATO headquarters immediately ordered the special forces to provide secret protection to ensure that the nano-arm missiles can be delivered on time. And for some reasons, the United States specifically instructed that if there is an accident, those nano-missiles do not need to be sent to Brussels, but will be escorted by the special forces to their headquarters for custody. And then sent to the United States, the most safe country in the world, for storage. The subsequent distribution, that is not something that these big soldiers should consider. In theory, this is absolutely confidential. But after Hawk reported it, Washington felt that there was no problem in opening this kind of intelligence to Kai, so they agreed to let Kai become an observer and evaluate the entire mission. It can also be regarded as letting Kai perform the duty of inspection. This really does not treat Kai as an outsider. But after listening to the whole story, Kai felt that the NATO people were simply sick. What on earth are they based on to develop this weapon? Do they want to send the whole world into the Stone Age? Kai didn't think this weapon had any advantages at all. As for destroying humanity, nuclear bombs are enough. Enough to destroy humanity several times. And this kind of nano-weapon. Let's put it this way, Nuclear bombs are a relatively humane weapon against humans. Compared with nuclear bombs out of control, most people in the world actually don't feel any pain at all. At the moment of the explosion, humans don't feel any pain at all, and they just die. This is considered killing with a sharp knife. Although it looks bloody, it doesn't hurt much for the victims. It's over in a swish. But those nano-weapons are really like pulling meat with a blunt knife. According to the nature of this weapon, once it gets out of control, the world's modern technology will become a pile of useless nanoworms. People in modern society are not as strong as imagined. For example, without machinery, the Great Famine will starve countless people to death. Without machinery, many crops cannot be harvested, transported, stored, and sold immediately on a large scale. As for other places that need modern technology, it is secondary. In short, once this thing gets out of control, people all over the world will freeze to death, starve to death, and die of disease. But they will never die quickly. Is this called humanity? Sometimes Westerners' views on some things are always puzzling. Why do Westerners ban biological weapons? Is it because they are inhumane? No. It's because biological weapons are too humane. This thing is not the same as the virus and the biochemical crisis. Biological weapons in the world can't kill many people on the battlefield. It is precisely because it is too humane that it is banned. Politicians are always generous on such insignificant things. And nanoworm missiles. Can this thing be called humane? I don't understand what they think. To destroy humanity, nuclear bombs are enough. That thing can destroy us more than a dozen times. We don't need one more of this thing at all. Hawk was stunned. He was a soldier and had never thought about this problem. After all, soldiers are very concerned about whether their weapons are strong or not. As for other things, what does it have to do with them? I think it's good. This thing can make war easier. Once it's launched, the enemy's economy will collapse immediately. The war can't be fought. Hawk really thinks so. Besides, the Earth is not safe, right? Humans need more powerful weapons to protect themselves. If one day, we face foreign invasion, will we just surrender? You don't want that, right? Kai said, shaking his head and looking at the screen. Don't change the concept, Hawk. Human beings have the power to destroy the Earth dozens of times. Why do we need one more? I have no objection to you developing weapons, but can you not develop things that can destroy civilization? Moreover, this thing seems to be useless except for destroying ourselves. Do you have the ability to deploy it on other people's territory? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to be developed for aliens, right? Why do those politicians always use humans themselves as the imaginary enemy when developing weapons? Don't they need to use their brains? Besides, are you sure this thing really works on aliens? You have seen the Asgardians, right? But do you know what about others? I'll tell you a secret news that not many people in the world know about. Have you heard of the legend of the Rainbow Bridge? Yeah, of course Hawk had heard of it. That thing is Asgard's teleporter, which can be used to teleport throughout the universe. But at the same time, it is also a weapon. It can attack regardless of the distance in space. With just one full-strength attack, it can blow a planet as big as the Earth into slag. I don't know about other alien civilizations, but there is no reason why Asgard is the only one in the universe that can do this. Apart from anything else, as long as the attack distance of others is a little farther, there is no need to be as exaggerated as Asgard. With a distance from Mars to the Earth, you can't hit others. Are you serious? Hawk heard it for the first time. Do I have to lie? Kai shrugged. You don't think that aliens are like the Chitauri, who can only use lasers to shoot, right? Yes, the Chitauri left a very deep impression on the people on Earth, so that many people would unconsciously equate the Chitauri with other aliens, thinking that aliens are just like that. But please, which star-level civilization does not have destructive weapons? There are actually not many aliens who are as low as the Chitauri and will send single soldiers to fight. The conventional mode of interstellar war is to complete the main battle in space. Once the opponent's interstellar fleet is destroyed, the rest of the things are simple. Just drive the warships to the vicinity of the planet's orbit and start orbital bombing. Some unsophisticated alien civilizations will even directly carry out devastating strikes in space at a super distance. As for why the Chitauri did that, it was not because their technology was underdeveloped. On the contrary, the technology of the Chitauri is also considered to be above average in the universe. How could a civilization that survives by destruction and conquest be weak? The reason why they look so low is entirely because their master is a psychopath. The Dark Titan's principles are well known throughout the universe. He will not destroy a civilization, let alone kill everyone. He will only kill half of the people in that civilization randomly. This requires landing operations. Therefore, the Chitauri can only adapt to the behavior of their masters. After destroying the opponent's interstellar defense, they will send a large number of troops to fight on the ground, kill half of the population of the entire civilization, and then retreat. It's not that others can't do it. These people developed such funny weapons based on their own imagination. What do they think? If Kai were an alien, he would not bother to start a war, and would directly crack the remote control of the nanoarm missile, causing the nanoarm to lose control directly. The Earth would fall apart without being attacked. Is this a risky thing? After thinking about it, Kai felt that it was necessary to send Hannibal out. This thing is too dangerous, and humans can't control it. It's better to keep it in your own hands. Hawk was also stunned by what he said. With his level, he knew something that others didn't know. He knew that several powerful weapons were indeed being studied in top-secret laboratories in some NATO countries. But except for a few individual energy weapons, other powerful bombs, as Kai said, if you don't have the ability to use them in other people's territory, then that thing is not very meaningful. Wouldn't it be better to use nuclear bombs to perish together? Then he thought again that the original intention of developing this weapon was actually to gain a strategic advantage for NATO. Its role was to obtain a new deterrent force that could be deployed and used under the current nuclear balance state. Hawk was a soldier, and he quickly put these things behind him. He had his own responsibilities. He just needed to execute them. Sir? Something's happening. The convoy has been attacked. Kai and Hawk's attention was quickly drawn to the screen. Sure enough, the convoy was attacked. Huh? Kai suddenly made a strange sound of surprise. Hawk turned his head and looked at Kai. What's wrong? These people. I really think I've met them before. Chapter 1113 Attack and Support. Do you know the details of these terrorists? Hawk was very surprised. So far, they only knew that there was a group of people who were planning to use nanoarm missiles. As for who they were and what they were targeting, it was unknown. And the damn thing was, any country participating in this project could be possible, including the Americans themselves. This is very pitiful. Some people said that it was not right. Everyone knows that the Americans are the boss of NATO. Who dares to smear the United States after eating a leopard? It is wrong to say that. On many issues, NATO countries will indeed act according to the Americans' faces. But this does not mean that they do not have their own interests. At least France and Germany have the intention and ability to ignore the United States. The role of the nanoarm missile is to obtain a new deterrent force that can be deployed and used under the current nuclear balance state. With it, it is equivalent to a country having a trump card that can be played at any time. This is enough to improve a country's international status. For example, if the French get the nanoarm missile, then the United States will have to consider many of his demands. A total of 4 nanoarm missiles are enough to destroy 4 American cities: Washington, New York, Los Angeles and Chicago. If the top 4 cities in the United States were all destroyed within one day, what would happen to the United States? Apart from anything else, at least the economy is doomed. Without the economy, what can the United States do? This kind of thing is obvious. Moreover, don't ignore the international situation in this world. Since the Atlantis incident, the U.S. overseas fleet has been hit hard. Among them, the Pacific Fleet in Asia and the Atlantic Fleet in Europe have suffered devastating damage, which has led to the United States' international voice being less tough than before. Later, the battle between Godzilla and Moto caused the United States to suffer again. The reconstruction of New York and Los Angeles has not been completed yet, and now several cities in Arizona and San Francisco have to be added, and Hawaii is also included. Even if the United States really prints money with nuclear power, it is not enough. This also led to a significant delay in the reconstruction of the U.S. foreign naval fleet. There is no way, now even the military dare not jump out to ask the federal government to cut reconstruction funds and then invest all that money in military expenditures. There is no way. Americans are very sensitive to this thing. No senator in Congress dares to agree to such a proposal, so this has invisibly reduced the deterrence of the United States again. Although Benjamin has a good political level and has stabilized the precarious position of the United States through a series of means. But this thing is shaken. NATO countries have also started to play Legrand. The United States has a demand for nanoarm missiles, and it is huge. So much so that Hawk and his intelligence department themselves don't know whether this group of people are terrorists, or black love sent by which country, or even their own in the United States. After all, compared with the significance of nano-arm missiles, letting the special forces take the blame is simply not worth mentioning. And you can also sing a bitter meat plan to confuse the audience. Why not do it? It's just that Hawk can't tolerate this kind of thing. The United States can use him and the special forces as a cover, which is nothing to sacrifice for the national interest. But since the top leaders didn't give Hawk a breath, Hawk has no reason to let it go. What if it's not? Wouldn't it be a big loss? So what should be done? Even if it's one of our own, just do it. As long as there is no order from above, he will handle the matter impartially. So he really wants to know who the other party is. I don't know, Kai shook his head and said. Impossible? If he is encountered, can he escape your pursuit? Hawk didn't believe it. Who is Kai? An officially certified superhero in the United States, he is considered the face of the federal government. Although his strength ranking on the internet has always been low, always behind the Night King and Batman, but the truly smart people know that Kai's strength is definitely not weaker than Batman. As for the Night King, that is a bug and is not counted. So Hawk doesn't believe that this group of people can escape from Kai's hands. No. Do you remember how I was transferred to the Special Forces Command? Kai did not answer directly, but asked Hawk. Remember, you and your team were attacked during a mission, and the entire team, only you were left. At this time Hawk remembered that Kai was just a rookie at the beginning. He took off after he got the destroyer armor from Asgard. Before that, he was just an excellent soldier. At least in the eyes of others. I saw this group of people during that mission. In fact, many of Adam's memories were missing. After all, whether Kai devoured Adam's soul or not, he just inherited some of the deep memories in Adam's mind. The last and most profound memory of Adam was that a group of mysterious armed personnel killed him and his teammates. I still remember the signs on them clearly. But later I checked for a long time and still couldn't find out who they were. Hawk suddenly realized. Duke, paratrooper Flynn used a military vehicle as a cover and shot at those mysterious armed elements, while desperately shouting the names of his teammates. He just saw that the armored vehicle that Duke used as a cover was blown up by the enemy. Flynn, the deputy captain of the Special Operations Team, had a dream of becoming a pilot since he was a child, but unfortunately, he was afraid of heights. So he was teased as a paratrooper. But other than that, Flynn had no shortcomings. He was humble and rigorous, and was deeply loved by his teammates. And Duke was his best friend. Duke was also the captain of the Special Operations Team. I'm still here. Duke staggered to his feet, then leaned against a tree to respond to his teammates' calls. Even though he was in a very bad state, Duke still held a silver box tightly. Inside was the nano-arm missile. Group 1. Be responsible for cover. Group 2 will follow me to face the enemy head-on. Flynn, take Cake and the rest of the people and retreat immediately. Air support will come soon. Cake is a code name, referring to the box containing the nano-arm missile. The first thing Duke thought of was his mission. Understood. Flynn took the remaining 2 people from Group 3 and ran quickly towards Duke. But before they could get close, a blue light bullet suddenly shot from the sky. Boom. Flynn and the other 2 fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Flynn. Seeing his comrade fall to the ground, Duke wanted to rush out immediately, but the next second, a figure fell from the sky and kicked him away. The box also fell not far away. Duke wanted to pick up the box immediately, but suddenly felt a hair on his back stand up. This is the survival instinct on the battlefield. Duke rolled to the side. Boom. A light bullet exploded at his original position. Duke was also blown away by the aftermath. When Duke struggled to get up, he didn't know where his gun was thrown. He pulled out the tactical dagger in his boots with his strong willpower. When he stood up, the figure had already got the box. Put that thing down. It was also at this time that he finally saw the person who knocked him down. It was a woman with long black hair, black-rimmed special glasses, a black tight-fitting tights, and high-heeled boots on her feet. She was like a dark, cold, and sexy banshee, exuding a temperament of sexiness and ruthlessness, beauty and evil. Duke looked at the woman as if he had seen a ghost. That was the woman he wanted to see the most in his life, and the woman he didn't want to see the most. Although the temperament of this woman was completely different from before, Duke was sure that he would never make a mistake. Anna, the woman walked towards Duke gracefully, then tapped her special warfare glasses, which immediately turned colorless and transparent. It was Anna that Duke had been thinking about day and night. "Hello, Duke," it was Anna. Duke could hardly control his emotions at this moment, but the next second, Anna kicked Duke away with one foot. Duke fell to the ground, looking at the woman in disbelief, and then he heard the wailing of his comrades. A dozen armed men wearing black helmets and protective armor were slaughtering his comrades wantonly with an energy weapon that Duke had never seen before. Duke struggled helplessly in the mud, watching his comrades fall one by one. He grabbed the mud on the ground in pain and wailed loudly, "Anna! What is this for? Why? Anna!" Then she raised the pistol in her hand. It should be a pistol, that thing looked more like a toy. "You asked for this, Duke." Buzz! There was a slight buzzing sound, and the muzzle of the pistol actually glowed with blue light. But at this moment, there was a roar of engines in the sky. A Special Forces howling transport plane appeared above their heads, and then a black shadow jumped down from the sky. Swish! Before Anna and the minions around him could see clearly what it was, two white lights flashed, and the four minions on Anna's side were directly chopped into 8 pieces. Anna bent down immediately, picked up the box on the ground and ran towards their own aircraft. Because she was sure that it was an existence that she could never beat. Her minions were all wearing Cobra III nanotechnology protective suits. With this thing, they killed the escort team without any injuries. The bullets of the escort team hit them, and they had no effect at all. But in the end, they were cut into 2 pieces by a guy who didn't know where he came from, which was an exaggeration. So hurry up and run. It was also at this time that people jumped off the transport plane one after another. They are Luke the Roadhog, Courtney Craig the cover girl, Sadako the Jinx, and Jay the intelligence officer. Among them, Luke the Roadhog is a heavy firepower player, holding the M134 minigun, 6-barrel Gatling, and firing. No matter what high-tech bulletproof equipment, under the 7.62mm caliber, everyone is equal. No protection is useful. Even if it can't penetrate, the impact alone can shock people to death. It has to be said that Luke's body is indeed domineering. Holding a Gatling gun, not everyone is a Terminator. As for the cover girl's fighting method, it is very strange. After she landed, she put on the hood directly, and then the whole person disappeared in the air. Then we saw one enemy after another, suddenly falling to the ground without any warning. Everyone's throat had a cut that exuded a burnt smell, and the protective armor was useless. The cover girl was holding a laser-cutting dagger for special warfare. The place where the dagger should have been was replaced by a high-energy laser, which was very sharp. Jinx, this is a female ninja. Her fighting style is similar to the imagined ninja. She dropped a smoke bomb when she appeared, and then disappeared in the smoke, and then when the smoke dissipated, the enemy was lying on the ground, and no one knew how she fought. Finally, Jane, as the last female member, this lady's fighting style is much simpler and rougher. She wore headphones, squatted on the ground, raised the Barrett M82A1 and shot. It was outrageous. What the hell did she think of the recoil of the Barrett? As for the person who jumped off the plane at the beginning, he is Snake Eyes. Kai had seen him at the base. He was wearing a weird tights. It looked very hard, but very close-fitting, as if a layer of black film was pasted all over his body. He always wore a Roman warrior-style helmet and a pair of high-tech tactical goggles on his eyes, which looked very cool. Kai wanted to see what Snake Eyes looked like under the mask, but Snake Eyes ignored him. Snake Eyes never speaks. If it weren't for Jinx who could interpret Snake Eyes' meaning, it is estimated that this person would not be able to cooperate with anyone. As for how Jinx knew what Snake Eyes meant, according to Jinx, she doesn't observe the world with her eyes, but with her heart. Therefore, she often blindfolds herself in combat, and uses the sharpest vision from the depths of her heart to fight the enemy, thus reaching a higher and stronger martial arts realm. Kai felt that it was impressive. Heart's eye? In short, it was something very metaphysical, but she could interpret Snake Eyes' thoughts. Sometimes he suspected that Jinx and Snake Eyes were actually acting. Snake Eyes didn't think about anything. Anyway, whatever Jinx said was what it was. As long as he didn't refute it, no one could prove that Jinx was lying. This is some new type of fraud. When Kai told Hawk his conjecture, Hawk's expression, it's hard to describe. Because he didn't know either. Snake Eyes communicates with people by looking at that person, and then Jinx explains. It's amazing. So much so that Hawk has never considered this aspect of the problem. But afterwards, Hawk felt that he was mentally ill. Fraud. It's none of his business. As long as Snake Eyes and Jinx can do their job and do it well. He didn't bother to care whether the two were acting in a double act. As the big guys of the special forces appeared, the minions were eliminated within a minute. Anna. Duke kept chasing Anna. Finally, when Anna was about to run near the aircraft, Duke pounced on Anna and knocked her down. Anna fell and the box fell to the side. Duke wanted to subdue Anna. But Anna was not a weak woman like before. On the contrary, she was much stronger than Duke. A backhand kick almost kicked out Duke's overnight meal. Then Anna ran to the box, but at this time Roadhog discovered Anna and the box, raised his hand and hit them with a bullet chain. Anna had to turn around and run to the other side, no longer caring about the box. Chapter 1114 Special Forces. That's right, it's them, Kai said, pointing at the video on the screen. Their weapons are very special. I won't remember them wrong. If the logo could be wrong, then Adam's memory of the weapons of those people at that time would definitely not be wrong. Hawk looked at the BIU energy weapons on the screen and felt a headache. With the invasion of the Chitauri, energy weapons have actually appeared on the black market. Although not many. But there are also quite a few. Many people died in the Battle of New York against the Chitauri. Their weapons and equipment were scattered everywhere. No one knows how many were hidden. At present, criminals with alien weapons have appeared in New York. During this period, the Special Forces and New York superheroes have begun to focus on cracking down on such crimes. It is even heard that Daredevil Mark seems to have found a network selling alien weapons, and is now investigating with the Defenders. If nothing unexpected happens, Kai will also participate in such cases when he returns to New York. After all, the harm caused by those weapons after they are circulated is too great. When the weapons of the gangsters have a generational advantage over the equipment of the police, the consequences are too serious. As for other places outside New York, don't we still have S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Shadow Bureau? Kai doesn't need to worry about it. Those bastards in the country always cause trouble for us. Can't they keep a closer eye on such dangerous things? Hawk's inertial thinking makes him think that a terrorist organization is not capable of developing such weapons by itself. He thinks that those weapons are the troubles left by the New York War, and as a result, due to lack supervision, they fell into the hands of terrorist organizations. Kai was too lazy to explain. He was more curious about what this terrorist organization was doing, and he couldn't find any clues after so many years. You need to check if there is a traitor in your NATO headquarters, Kai reminded. Kai had a reason to remind him so. Kai had never given up tracking these people over the years, but he found nothing. But after the appearance of the Nanowar missile, this organization that had been hiding in the dark immediately jumped out. If there was no traitor, Kai would never believe it. Hawk nodded. Of course he had to check. After all, the escort route was top secret, and in order to ensure safety, all escort routes were far away from the city and tried to take small roads with few people. And in order to ensure safety, there are a total of 10 teams carrying out a mission, and the other 9 teams are all deceptions. But it just so happened that the 9 fake escort teams were fine, while the real escort team was attacked. And the only people who knew all this were Hawk and some important people at NATO headquarters. This is not a betrayal by an insider, that's a ghost. Just as the two were talking, the female gangster had already escaped on a flying vehicle. Duke looked at everything in front of him and had only one feeling. Are they on an alien planet? Anyway, with his shallow knowledge, it is really hard to imagine that there is such a huge underground base under this vast desert. What did he just see? He saw a sea. Under the ground, a sea was actually created by humans. On the sea, there were small surface ships that he had never seen before, and they were conducting live fire exercises. What's more exaggerated is that under the water, there are actually many small submarines fighting underwater. What the hell is this routine? Along the way, Duke saw a lot of weapons and equipment that he had never seen before. How is it? Roadhog asked in a very teasing manner when he saw Duke and Flynn's stunned expressions. Flynn didn't die before, he just survived the explosion, but one leg was injured. But it was not serious. This was also a blessing in disguise. In the entire escort team, only the 2 of them survived. What? Duke had not recovered yet. From being attacked, to seeing Anna, to being rescued, he was confused the whole time, and even wondered if he was having a nightmare. But even so, Duke still didn't intend to give up his mission. When Roadhog wanted to take the box away, Duke immediately refused. Even though Roadhog had explained that they were a special forces unit affiliated with NATO headquarters, Duke still didn't believe it. Who the hell knows if this is true or not? He just saw his ex-girlfriend, from a beautiful female college student who was powerless, to a glamorous and cold super female agent who could fight better than him. In this day and age, even girlfriends can't be trusted. Why should he trust Roadhog, a muscular man? Just because his breasts are bigger than his girlfriend's? Roadhog was not angry, but admired Duke. This is how a soldier should be. So Roadhog called General Hawk. General Hawk was a senior commander of NATO. As a U.S. soldier stationed in Germany, Duke knew General Hawk. So General Hawk asked Duke to bring the box to the Special Forces headquarters, and Duke would complete the mission. Then there was this scene. How about our Special Forces? Roadhog said to Duke while greeting people coming and going. Here are the best soldiers from all NATO countries. You should belong here, Duke. Roadhog was very optimistic about Duke. In fact, Duke's resume was indeed very impressive. He graduated from the Fort Benning Army School with excellent grades. He joined the U.S. Marine Corps and participated in the war in Afghanistan. He also fought in Southeast Asia and South America. Every one of his superiors spoke highly of him, describing him as having all the qualities of an excellent commander: insight into the situation, ability to solve sudden emergencies. Even high-level bureaucrats would respect him, and his soldiers would follow him without objection to shed their blood on the battlefield. Unfortunately, because of a failed mission, he experienced a long period of lows and even wanted to retire. Later, he did not enter the war zone, but came directly to Europe to become a U.S. military stationed in Germany. What Roadhog did not know was that even if Roadhog did not recruit him, he would find a way to stay here. For nothing else, he wanted to find Anna. He wanted to know what happened. Duke and Flynn looked at each other. This was to seek the opinion of his old friend. I have no objection. Wherever you go, I will go. Flynn had known Duke for a long time. They were good friends when they were in military school. Naturally, he knew Anna's situation. He understood Duke's feelings for Anna too well. It was just fate that caused them to separate. A few years ago, Duke and Anna were about to get married. It was also at that time that Anna's brother Rex died. Rex was Anna's only relative. But Rex admired Duke very much, and even followed Duke's footsteps, entered the military academy, and then joined Duke's unit and became Duke's subordinate. Anna didn't like this. She felt that Duke alone was enough for her to worry about, and she was worried that her brother would also become a soldier on the edge of a knife. Duke thought it was natural for a man to become a soldier, right? He supported Rex. At the same time, he swore to Anna that he would protect Rex. As a result, Rex died in a mission. Rex was the only one who died in the entire team. Anna collapsed when she heard the news. Duke also felt that he had no face to see Anna again. It was also from that time that Duke entered a low period and applied for transfer abroad. We agree, you won't regret this decision. Roadhog was very relieved. Well done, girls. You made me shine in front of the big shots. When they saw General Hawk, Hawk greeted them warmly. After all, they did a very good job in this operation. They wiped out the invading enemy in 3 minutes and brought a nano missile back to the base. How is it? My guy is good, right? Hawk looked at Kai proudly. At this time, Duke and Flynn noticed that there was a man in a suit standing behind General Hawk. Fuck, am I seeing things? The moment Flynn saw Kai, he immediately whispered to Duke. Yes, I saw it too. Duke also swallowed his saliva. He subconsciously stood up straight to make himself look more imposing. Kai Wayne. He's here. Flynn was like a star chaser, excited as hell. Kai naturally couldn't let his old friend down when he was bragging. They did a good job. Well, although it's still a little worse than when I was in charge. Come on, Hawk pointed it out without hesitation. Although Saji and the others are really good, it's a new era now, and you old guys have been eliminated long ago. Look at what you are using. What are we using now? If you have the guts, say this to Meatball and Portman. Among the former team members, Kai's favorite was Goat. He was a natural soldier, taciturn, brave in battle, fearless of life and death, without any bad habits, and even couldn't smoke, but he was the only team member who died. Hearing the names of Meatball and Portman, Hawk curled his lips in disgust. Meatball and Portman are the two most bizarre team members under Kai. Meatball is stupid enough, he doesn't care about the weight of his blows, and he's extremely strong. And Portman is mean enough. If this guy hadn't joined the army, he would definitely have been thrown into prison and never come out. Fighting in the army is actually very normal, especially in the US military. The military discipline is very poor. Every time Kai's team had a conflict with other troops, it was definitely Portman who was being servile and then instigated Meatball to beat them up. But, you did a good job. Kai turned around and applauded Roadhog and the others. They did a great job indeed. Thank you, sir. Roadhog and the other members immediately stood at attention. Then Kai said to Duke and Flynn, you did a good job, soldiers. What else? How did their teammates die? According to general standards, Duke's team was absolutely qualified, and even excellent. It's just, the enemy had cheated, and the friendly forces also cheated, but they had nothing. Flynn was very excited, and then suddenly took out his officer certificate from his chest and handed it to Kai. Sir, can you sign for me? Huh? Kai didn't expect it to unfold like this. Kai had been out of the army for a long time. So much so that he had no idea of the admiration that the American soldiers now had for him. It has to be said that Kai's experience is as exciting as a novel by Long Ocean for many American soldiers. Originally, he was just an ordinary soldier in the army. Because he stood up for his comrades and beat up a high-ranking official, that's right, as a result, he was kicked out of the army. But Kai did not become depressed. Instead, he fought back all the way, from a small-town sheriff to the New York police commissioner, deputy. That's not all. What's even more amazing is that he suddenly inherited a large inheritance and became a billionaire. Then, because of a strange encounter, he got the power of Asgard and became a superhero. Putting aside the facts, isn't this a complete script of a loser's counterattack and reaching the peak of life? There are also plots such as pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face, and 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. The sense of substitution is simply too strong. As we all know, most of the US military's big soldiers do not come from wealthy families. In fact, there are very few rich children who become big soldiers. They can go to military academies and have a rank of lieutenant when they graduate. In addition, the class stratification in the United States is very serious. There is really not much resistance to this kind of plot. That's right, who told them they hadn't experienced the era of the Dragon Ocean and online novels? A bunch of country bumpkins. After reading Kai's story, they were all very involved. In addition, Kai himself was indeed a soldier, so it was easier for the soldiers to accept him. If you show the soldiers the history of the rise of a certain technology giant, they would have no sense of involvement. So Kai has a lot of fans in the army. At least much more than on the internet. It was the first time Kai met a fan, and this feeling was very subtle. A little embarrassed, but also a little happy. Unable to refuse the kindness, Kai signed. Duke was a little impulsive at this time, and also stepped forward to ask for an autograph. But this guy was more stubborn. He asked Kai to write on his arm with a special pen. He planned to tattoo it directly on his body. Americans like tattoos, and they also like to tattoo people's names. Generally speaking, tattoos generally represent commemoration, such as fallen comrades, dead relatives, or lovers and their own children. Otherwise, they tattoo demons or Jesus, as well as various mythological characters. Then there are military badges and mascots. But when Kai, what's the point? It feels weird anyway. But Kai still satisfied him. After a while of noise, everyone finally set their sights on the box. At this time, the Special Forces and Duke were about to leave. Everything in here is confidential. Kai was also preparing to leave in a fake manner. But how could Hawk be so unkind? Kai knew enough anyway. He didn't care about knowing this. At the moment the box was activated, a man who looked extremely annoying suddenly appeared in the command room. Well, it was a virtual projection. The man spoke English with a strong French accent. It sounded very interesting. Thank you very much, General Hawk. You saved important assets of my company. Although it was a word of thanks, this guy had a strong arrogant tone. Who is this guy? Kai asked Hawk. Hawk was not as unscrupulous as Kai. He whispered. The president of Mars Group, the world's largest manufacturer of extreme high-tech weapons. James McAllen Destro. The Nanoarm missile was developed by their company. Chapter 1115 Housewife. Mars Group is an arms group with a long history, and the history of the Destro family, which founded this company, is even longer. The Destro family was originally a Scottish noble family. The family has supplied weapons to the warring dignitaries for generations, eating both ends. However, Due to the family's superb political means, the Destro family has always been dancing on a tightrope and has never overturned. But if you walk too much on the night road, you will always encounter ghosts. In the 17th century, a major event happened in Britain. From August 22, 1642 to September 3, 1651, a series of armed conflicts and political struggles occurred between the British Parliament and the Royalists, and the Civil War broke out. For the Destro family, this is simply great. The more wars there are, the more time for them to grab benefits. So they began to supply arms to both sides of the war. Not only that, they also jumped between the Royalists and the Parliamentarians, and whoever was weaker, they would help. Strive to keep the war going. But this balance did not last long, and a great man rose among the Parliamentarians. Oliver Cromwell. With his superb command art and the reorganization of the parliamentary army, Cromwell reversed the situation, defeated the Royalist army, and executed the then King Charles I. In this way, the Destro family could no longer play the game. According to the rules of the game, the Destro family would at most make less money. But he happened to meet a strong man like Cromwell. He hated the Destro family's various acts of inciting and betraying the Civil War. He ordered the main members of the Destro family to be thrown into the Tower of London. Cromwell originally planned to execute all the members of the Destro family. But because the Destro family has been working hard in Britain and has woven an extremely large network of relationships, so in the end Cromwell was unable to execute those people. But as a political strong man, Cromwell did not let the Destro family go easily. He punished the Destro family for generations and required them to wear iron masks that symbolized shame. This behavior is undoubtedly a naked humiliation for the nobles. At the same time, it also destroyed the political reputation of the Destro family. For the development of the family, the Destro family was forced to go into exile in France, and the family has continued to this day. They are still doing their old business, making progress step by step, and becoming bigger and stronger. Just bear with it, Hawk pleaded in a low voice. Kai really doesn't have to piss on Ducros. Anyway, no matter how good your Mars is, Kai will never buy your arms. And strictly speaking, Ducros's wealth is not even comparable to Tony, let alone Kai. The scale of Mars is indeed very large. But after World War II, the world's largest arms market is the United States. Not only that, the military expenditure of the United States alone accounts for 40% of the military expenditure of all countries in the world. Mars is indeed very powerful, but the problem is that because of the existence of the U.S. military-industrial complex, it can't enter the U.S. market at all. U.S. arms companies only need to use the gimmick of national security to lobby Congress to ban foreign arms companies from entering their market. Therefore, Mars can only operate in European countries. If it wants to expand a market, it has to look at the face of the Americans. If it is not careful, it will be included in the sanctions list of the United States. Although Mars is the world's largest manufacturer of extreme high-tech weapons, its market value is less than one-third of Stark Group. And take a closer look at its title, the world's largest manufacturer of extreme high-tech weapons. Isn't it confusing? This is purely a self-flattering, otherwise there is no need to add extreme and high-tech weapons after the word largest. Isn't it simpler and clearer to be the world's largest weapons manufacturer? But Hawk can't jump out of the three realms like Kai. Especially after the development of the nanohour missile, the importance of Mars in the eyes of various countries is a step-by-step step. Even the United States will not offend him at this time. Kai curled his lips. Destro actually heard what Kai said, but he just pulled his lips and didn't show anything. There is no way, he can pretend in front of Hawk, but he can't pretend in front of Kai. Not to mention how much Kai's worth, just saying that he is a superhero is enough to ignore him. If he dares to jump casually, he may be slapped in the face at any time. After all, what he did was not justice. Hawk laughed and took over the topic. Destro was also very cooperative, as if Kai did not exist. The nanohour missiles are still in the box. Destro tapped the surface of the box a few times through virtual projection, and a virtual pop-up window appeared, with 4 nanohour missiles lying quietly inside, safe and sound. But I need to open the box and check if the missiles are malfunctioning. Hawk, I don't have the password. I do, Destro said lightly, with a tone full of superiority, and I don't know what he is proud of. Kai raised his eyebrows on the other side. There is actually such a surprise. So while everyone else was focusing on the box, he secretly tapped his watch twice. A very, Very small spy robot jumped out of the watch case. This spy robot looks like a spider with long legs. Although it looks smaller than a flea, it is not slow. It sneaked to the dark place under the box in a few steps. Soon the box was opened. Seeing the light green liquid, Hawk and the others couldn't help but step back. They had seen the scene after the explosion of the nanowar missile. An M1A September 2nd main battle tank was devoured in less than a second. If this thing exploded in the base, they would be crushed to death by millions of tons of sand and rocks. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Destro seemed very happy. He turned around and said in a very confident tone, "Don't be afraid. These nanowar missiles are not charged yet. They can't do anything now." But he didn't know that the spy spider had already crawled into the box and hid in the moment he turned around. After pretending to be cool, he then clicked it virtual, and a virtual screen popped up in the box instantly. There were some colorful data on it. Kai couldn't understand it anyway. Compared with these technology giants, Kai always felt that he was illiterate. But it didn't matter. Kai had done everything he should do. He just had to wait for this thing to leave the Special Forces base, and then find an opportunity to take it directly. This time is not easy to grasp. After all, it involves Hawk, and Hawk must be taken out. After the inspection, Destro went offline. Kai's inspection was over. It was also at this time that Natasha and her team discovered new situations. Their mission was to monitor the Skrulls. The discovery of the clairvoyance was a pleasant surprise. But the main mission still had to be carried out. They soon discovered that the Skrulls had not really infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., but had retreated very decisively. This made them completely confused. But what surprised them was that this group of Skrulls did not leave the Earth immediately, but instead contacted someone. Then the group of Skrulls left the Earth. It seemed that these Skrulls came simply to investigate Hydra. Anyway, Natasha didn't believe it. She felt that there must be something wrong here. So the two immediately investigated the people who had contact with the Skrulls. "I found it," Natasha found Raven. "By the way, what are you doing?" Natasha was very unhappy with Raven's 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the net. She is a secret agent, but she works from 9 to 5 like a housewife. She never works overtime unless there are special circumstances. "Are you kidding me, big sister? We are maintaining world peace. Be serious. Educate the children. This is very important." Raven had just settled the 3 noisy girls. These 3 little ones are not easy to deal with. For example, today, Teresa, the eldest of the Cassidy sisters, actually had a fight at school. How unacceptable. Although fighting is just a small matter, these 3 little girls once wanted to rob a prisoner. From this, we can see how rough Raven's education of them was before. There was no way. In that case, if Raven raised the 3 of them into ladies, they would probably not live to adulthood. But now it's different. With Kai's help and protection, they don't need to be like before. Of course, with Raven's temperament, it is impossible for her to really educate her children like ordinary parents. For example, 3,000 little tricks for agents, 100 details that spies should pay attention to, how to use the environment to counterattack, and other small knowledge, Raven will never relax. But the problem is, in school, and in a well-known school like Midtown High School, Teresa actually fought in broad daylight. Even if they fight, they have to find a place where there is no one. She sent them to school to let them learn to disguise. Pretend to be an ordinary person. This is very important. So they must be severely criticized. As a result, Teresa was not convinced. She felt that she was standing up for her friend, and she couldn't watch her friend being bullied. The other 2 little ones also started to riot and supported their big sister. In fact, they just expressed their dissatisfaction. Raven has started to go out early and come back late these days. Even the housekeeper Afu picked them up and dropped them off at school. Because of this, Raven missed the performance of the sweetheart Bernadette in kindergarten. Children nowadays are too difficult to deal with. I tell you, if I knew that raising a child would be so tiring, I would never have a child. Raven's typical housewife complaint made Natasha feel a toothache. This style of painting is wrong. So, I suspect Teresa is dating behind my back, huh? Natasha looked at Raven as if she were an antique. Come on, Teresa is already in high school. Does she need to report her relationship to you? No. You don't understand. Raven looked at Natasha as if she were a loser. People who have never been parents won't understand. These words really hide her heart. Because of her body modification, Natasha will never have the chance to have children. I don't know if it's necessary or if it's intentional by the Red House. If Black Widow has a child, can she still be Black Widow? So the topic of children has always been forbidden to Natasha. Seeing Natasha's dark face, Raven apologized insincerely. Sorry, I think I said the wrong thing, huh? Natasha took a deep breath, and then said, it's time to get down to business. Okay, Raven said with a bit of lingering feeling. To be honest, she actually likes Natasha very much, but the way she likes her is a little special. I found a person, Tyler Hayward. Who is that? Raven picked up little Bernadette's toy from the table and put it aside, then asked casually. A minor character, he is employed by an information consulting and processing company. Interestingly, this company actually has business dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, it seems that as long as it is related to S.H.I.E.L.D., everything will go in a bad direction. I think you will definitely find more than these things. Natasha nodded reservedly. Yes. When I was investigating that company, I found the name of Maria Rambo among the founders of the company. Ms. Natasha, if possible, please don't talk like this anymore. You will be beaten. Do you really like to make me ask you again and again, who is this person? Raven said dissatisfiedly. If you ask me if I like it or not, I can tell you. I like it very much, Natasha sneered and counterattacked, but she did not continue to provoke. Maria Rambo knows Nick Fury. According to the information Tony stole from SHIELD, this woman has always been in contact with Nick Fury. But what the specific connection is, all the information has been deleted, and it is now unknown. In order to find out what the connection is between this Maria Rambo and Nick Fury, I specifically found Ms. Carter. It turned out that Ms. Carter knew this woman. It was Maria who is still a pilot and solved the Kree invasion with Nick Fury. Ms. Carter was deeply impressed by this incident because it was because of this incident that she resigned. At that time, Nick Fury also asked Ms. Carter to remove Maria's name from the file, on the grounds that Maria did not want to be harassed because of this incident. Natasha did do her homework and even contacted Peggy Carter for this. Interesting. Nick Fury has been protecting this woman and hiding her. Go on, I think you have checked this woman. Nothing was found. Natasha shrugged. Don't keep us in suspense, Raven said unhappily. It's true, that woman is dead. Cancer, huh? Raven frowned. Now there's only one clue left, that company. Not bad. This is so annoying. Can I apply for a vacation? When Raven heard this, she knew that she had to go back to work. She didn't hate work, but she was just too busy recently. So, what are you so upset about? I told you, Teresa might be in love, old antique. What's wrong with children falling in love when they grow up? You know shit. Chapter 1116, Youth. Teresa felt ashamed. It wasn't because she was scolded for fighting. For these little girls who dared to snatch prisoners from the Los Angeles police for a $100 million bounty, fighting, that thing was not even a warm-up exercise. The reason why she felt ashamed was, she was actually misunderstood by her mother as being in a relationship. Westerners are actually quite open-minded about dating. It is normal to have a relationship in high school. Many children have their first love in junior high school. Those who haven't had a relationship in high school, except for those who are ugly, have some social barriers, which is what children call weirdos. Teresa is undoubtedly that kind of weirdo. A little girl actually likes punk style, which is somewhat related to her experience in the same year. This also created that Teresa has no experience in love. This person, the more he lacks something, the more afraid others will mention it. For example, those who don't have a girlfriend are afraid to mention the topic of girlfriends. For example, the author originally planned to say a few words of blessing on May 20th, but after writing 2 words, it was so heartbreaking. It was May 20th, and all the handsome book friends went to have fun with their girlfriends, while the unlucky author could only type alone, and he also gave blessings to those current ones. How strong is this psychological quality? Anyway, the author can't do it. Teresa was probably in a similar mood. Facing the discussions between classmates, she would only say childishly and look disdainful. But now that her mother suspects her like this. After all, Teresa is still a teenage girl. It's normal to be shy. Hi. Teresa. Peter saw Teresa from a distance, so he habitually waved and said hello loudly. Seeing the silly Peter, Teresa was a little panicked. This was a feeling she had never had before, but since her mother suspected that she and Peter were in love, she felt a little unable to face Peter. It was a very complicated feeling, but it was not hateful after all. This was an area that Teresa had never touched before, so she didn't know how to face it. "Teresa, are you okay? Did Mr. Wayne scold you for this yesterday?" Peter ran to Teresa and asked with concern. Teresa fought yesterday because she stood up for Peter. As we all know, Peter is a homeboy who gets punched. Because of his short stature, good temper, and deep homeboy, plus he has some social phobia, even if his grades are very good, he is still not very noticeable in a small society like school. If it were just that, no one would specifically target Peter, because there is no need. But there is a problem. Peter has two good friends, Harry and Gwen. Harry Osborn, a famous male god in the school, is handsome, good at studying and sports, and his father is the boss of the Osborn group. It would be strange if he didn't become a male god with such conditions. Not to mention Gwen, a super academic bully, beautiful. They are definitely the school's peerless duo, and there are too many students who admire them. But it happened that these two people seemed to be kind to everyone, but their best friend was Peter Parker. This made Peter hate them a lot. After all, whether they admired Harry and Gwen or were jealous of them, they all liked to bully Peter to satisfy their childish vanity. Students who admired them bullied Peter in the hope that they would see clearly that they were better than Peter and should be closer to them. People who were jealous of them bullied Peter simply to seek spiritual victory. The two of them were too perfect. The remaining misfits in the school knew that they could never be better than the two, so they thought of bullying Peter to swear that they had defeated the two. Although both of these methods were childish, please, this is a high school, and there are a group of children here. How mature can you expect them to be? But Peter was unlucky. He was somewhat inferior, and he kept silent when he was bullied. This further encouraged such things. Of course, high school students are not devils. It is impossible that Peter could not even have a normal life because of this. There are not many people who really bully Peter with malicious intent. And it must be said that the Parker family's tutoring is really good. Peter is a good boy with a good mentality. He did not give up because of being bullied. It must be said that he is indeed more mature than his classmates in mind. After Peter became Spider-Man, he wanted to retaliate like many boys and make a loser counterattack. But his more mature mind than ordinary children prevented him from taking action. He is still the same Peter, but he has a part-time job as a superhero. And no matter what, the change has already happened, and it is impossible that there will be no impact. At least he has become more confident. People with confidence and those without confidence are completely different. This makes him more calm when facing bullying from others. He just looks at those who bully him with the eyes of a child. This makes those bear children who like to bully others lose a lot of fun. As a result, fewer and fewer people bully him. But there are always one or two particularly annoying ones. For example, Eugene Lightning Thompson, a rich Indian boy. This guy is the kind of student who admires Harry and Gwen. This guy is Harry's teammate in the basketball team. Although he is just a substitute, he is also a celebrity in the basketball team because he is willing to spend money to build relationships. He knows that Harry is the son of the Osborn group, so the Indian instinct is to build relationships with Harry. Unfortunately, Harry does not have a good impression of him. After all, no one likes a rich second generation who is self-satisfied all day long, especially when Harry's family is much richer than his. It would be strange for Harry to like him if he showed off things that Harry was too lazy to even look at all day long. As for Gwen, that's even simpler. What is the first reaction of a self-righteous rich kid seeing a beautiful woman? This guy naively thought that he and Gwen were a perfect match. But Gwen could like him? So Harry and Gwen both hated him. But this guy didn't think it was his own problem. He didn't dare to blame Harry, and he was even more reluctant to blame Gwen. So Peter inexplicably became a scapegoat, and Flash Thompson thought it was Peter who instigated it. Then Peter was always targeted by him. After Teresa entered Midtown High School, she actually faced the same situation as Peter. Even worse. Her punk look was really quite impactful. People who are different are most likely to be excluded and attacked. But the question is, who is Teresa? How could she be bullied by a few naughty kids? The degree of this guy's badness is completely unimaginable to those white people who have never been in the cruel society. As a result, Teresa was not bullied, but those students who bullied Teresa were in trouble. Teresa dared to do anything, secretly taking pictures, killing with a borrowed knife, spreading rumors, framing, and even putting sacks in the alley after school. She dared to use any despicable means. What can a child do when encountering such a despicable social person? Of course, she would sue the parents. The school naturally favors the students who are victimized, so the position is a bit crooked. But the question is Raven a reasonable person? Is she the kind of person who can compromise? In a word, it is said that this is my child who did it, but where is the evidence? No evidence. Okay, wait. With one phone call, lawyers from the best law firms in New York came to the school to sue the parents who filed the complaint. By the way, call any human rights organizations as well. Ask them to talk to the school about the bullying and discrimination issues in the school. Is it because my child has a personality that the school should discriminate against her? Let her bear an unjust accusation? As soon as these two moves were made, both the school and the parents immediately stopped talking. Especially the school, for fear that the matter would get out of hand. Private schools like them are afraid of scandals. After all, this is directly related to Xioqianqian. In the end, several students transferred to other schools. Teresa also became famous overnight and became a weirdo who should not be provoked in the school. Well, she was even less popular. But Peter was as friendly to Teresa as ever. Because Peter knew very well that Teresa was the child of the Wayne family, and Mr. Wayne had helped their family a lot. And Peter thought Teresa was simply so cool. Whether it was what she did or how she dressed. Well, this child seems to have a biased aesthetic. Teresa could also feel Peter's sincerity, so they were also friends. Teresa didn't have many friends, so she naturally valued Peter more. No. Kai is on a business trip in Egypt now. But he will be back tomorrow. When Teresa heard Peter mention Kai, her mood immediately became even worse. Kai and Raven had a big disagreement on the education of their children. He felt that the three children should live a normal life instead of learning agent skills. Damn, the youngest of them was only 5 years old. What kind of agent skills should they learn? Raven's attitude was, right. Then I will do my own thing. Kai had no choice. He knew that Raven had seen too much and was worried about the future of the three children. But the problem was that they were Kai's adopted daughters. What was there to worry about? Kai's connections guaranteed that their future days would be smooth. But thinking about Raven's experience, he was too lazy to persuade her. Others' decades of experience, Kai denied it with just a few words. Kai asked himself if he was not so good at speaking. So he focused on the three children. Normally, he would teach them. But the problem is that most children don't like this kind of nagging way of talking. This makes Kai and Raven's roles reversed. Raven is like a father, telling them to be strong and overcome difficulties when they encounter them. Kai becomes a mother, nagging a lot of big truths, although they are correct. But the children don't agree. Kai is obviously a tough man who is decisive and ruthless, but for the sake of three children, he has become a nagging mother-in-law. So when Teresa thought that her adoptive father was coming back, she began to get irritated. She was going to be scolded again. Especially Raven would definitely tell Kai that she was in love. When that time comes. Hey, just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. Thompson's matter is not your fault at all. I will make it clear to Mr. Wayne. You are just trying to help me, Peter said very loyally. The cause of the matter is simple. Thompson was a bit cheap again and started to quarrel with Peter in the school cafeteria. But the problem is that this guy went a little too far this time. He didn't know from where that Peter's parents disappeared after handing Peter over to his uncle and aunt. Later, it was determined that it was a traffic accident. So they rubbed salt into Peter's wounds, saying that Peter was abandoned by his parents. It was very unpleasant. Peter and Teresa were having dinner at the time, and everything was heard. Then Teresa exploded. Part of it was because of Peter. Part of it was because Thompson, this loser, accidentally pricked Teresa's sensitive point. She was abandoned by her parents. So Teresa took the dinner plate and slapped Thompson's face hard on the spot, and slapped everything she could get on his face, including the hot oil for frying French fries. If Peter hadn't been quick to hug Teresa, Lightning Thompson would have become Fried Thompson. This is also the reason why this matter is so serious. Thompson doesn't dare to come to school now. And Thompson's family is not giving up. But the problem is that facing the two major consortiums of Wayne Group and Stark Group, plus the luxurious legal team and Kai's connections, the Thompson family has been under great pressure. Their family has some money, and their father is an executive of an investment institution on Wall Street, but in front of real capital, he is nothing. And the school still doesn't dare to deal with Teresa. The reason is very simple, and it involves discrimination. Teresa and Peter are both adopted. Sometimes political correctness is disgusting, But it has to be said that this thing is really useful sometimes. Now even the other students of Midtown High School think that Teresa is a bit too much. Beating someone like that, but there was no punishment. It's just outrageous. However, this is nothing. When they enter society, there will be more outrageous things everywhere. This is to adapt to the cruel society in advance. No. No. Don't do it. By the way, I have classes, I'm leaving first. Teresa waved her hand hurriedly when she heard that Peter wanted to meet Kai. Just kidding, if she went, it would be like a stone hammer. Looking at Teresa who was running away, Peter opened his mouth and wanted to say, "Aren't we in the same class? Why don't I know what class it is? Hey. Others have left. Don't look." Gwen's slightly resentful voice called Peter back from his daze. What? Peter, a straight man, couldn't hear the meaning of Gwen's words at all. Harry stood aside with a strange look on his face. He never thought that Peter would have such a bad day in love. What the hell? Gwen liked Peter, others didn't know, but Harry saw it clearly. If Harry said that he didn't like Gwen, then that was meaningless. In the eyes of many students, they were a perfect match. But the problem was that Gwen really didn't have any feelings for him, but she had a very good impression of her best friend Peter. That was fine. Harry was still quite generous. After all, the thing about good impressions. He had had good impressions of at least 30 girls. It was nothing. But then, it was even more excessive. Harry fell in love with a girl named Mary Jane. This girl was not the most beautiful in the school, but she was the most positive. She was born optimistic and cheerful, independent and strong, and could take anything and let it go. It seemed that no hardship could stump her. She always looked like everything was fine and carefree. This made Harry, who lived in a repressive family environment, very fascinated by the characteristics of Mary Jane. He really wanted to be like Jane. But the problem is, Jane seems to be more interested in Peter. This is really annoying. Harry even confronted Peter directly for love. "That girl is mine. Don't move." Fortunately, Peter and Jane just met in this time and space, and it was just an acquaintance, without any other thoughts. Faced with the coercion and inducement of his best friend, Peter shamelessly agreed. After all, the new computer and the new game console are so attractive. In addition, Teresa who has been hanging out with Peter. Harry knows Teresa's background. Her father is the famous Kai Wayne. What the hell is this if not a bad peach blossom? Chapter 1117 Warm Daily Life. Interesting, on the plane back home, Kai suddenly received a report from the Artificial Intelligence Friday. Just now, the spy robot cracked a computer system on the box containing the nanoarm missiles. Then Friday found something interesting, that is, the box has been sending signals outward very secretly. In other words, the box is locating someone. No wonder that Destro looks so annoying. It turns out that this guy is a ghost, Kai said, a little bit judging people by appearance. Destro, Tony, who was talking to Kai, was stunned when he heard the name, and then said, "That third-rate French scientist." Kai smiled. "Yes, do you know him? I met him at several cocktail parties. Like Hammer, he is the kind of guy who doesn't know what he is." Tony obviously didn't have a good impression of Destro. Well, it's not Destro's fault. Tony doesn't like any guy who likes to show off in front of him. But Destro's bird look is more annoying than Hammer, the fool. It's strange that Tony can have a good impression of him. This guy always looks at people with a superior eye, as if he compares himself with others anytime and anywhere. "Oh, this guy is smarter than me. Well, he's not as rich as me, so I'm better than him. Oh, this guy is richer than me. Well, his family background is not as good as mine, so I'm better than him. Oh, this guy's family background is better than mine. Well, but he's not as smart as me." And so on. In short, he's a very annoying person who always likes to find a sense of superiority from the shortcomings of others. Who said Tony doesn't understand human nature? Isn't this very clear? Oh, Tony himself has also had such a period. After all, people of the same kind understand people of the same kind better. That's fine. By the way, what did he do? Tony only remembered to ask why Kai mentioned this guy at this time. "Remember the nanoarm missile I told you about?" "Oh, that kind of thing," Tony said disdainfully. "Inferior weapons. Well, he made it," Kai said. "No wonder, just like Hammer. A half-baked one." Tony didn't lie. He really looked down on the nanoarm missile. That thing can only fool people the first time it is used. It is too easy to crack. As a weapon, this thing is too humane. To many people, The nanoarm missile seems almost unsolvable, but in Tony's eyes, this thing has a lot of flaws. First of all, no matter what, these nanoarms also belong to the category of robots. Moreover, they can be turned off by remote control. In this way, they have too many shortcomings. For example, electromagnetic. Although Mars Company also considered such problems when designing, and specially encrypted the nanoarm signal receiving system, only specific remote controls can control specific nanoarm missiles. That is, 4 nanoarm missiles have to correspond to 4 remote controls. But the problem is that this thing can also be cracked. Especially for Tony. Jarvis can calculate billions of times in an instant. It is not difficult to crack the encryption system of nanoarms. And as I just said, nanoarms are still machines no matter what. As long as they are machines, they can be affected by electromagnetic force. For Tony, it is nothing more than inventing a corresponding electromagnetic pulse weapon for those nanoarms. That's why Tony said that this thing can only be used once. Once used, it can be cracked and it won't work next time. Kai didn't expect that this matter would be so simple for Tony. So, do we still need to discuss this matter? Tony has received the data of the nanoarms cracked by the spy robot. He is very interested in this thing. He thinks his metric can absorb some of the creativity in it. Tony has been working on nanomechas, but he can't achieve the effect he wants. These nanoarms have given him new inspiration. He is now more willing to go to the laboratory to complete his ideas, rather than talking to Kai about a third-rate scientist. Although his nanoarms are a bit interesting, it still can't change Tony's evaluation of him. Of course, because something new happened. In fact, I didn't plan to talk to you about Destro from the beginning. What's the matter? Tony has already begun to be absent-minded. Just now, the spy robot told me that the box containing the nanoarm missiles has been sending signals out. Huh? Tony heard the meaning. Just after Destro checked the box and the missiles, Kai further explained. In other words, this guy is a ghost. Tony reacted quickly. That's right, Kai nodded. But why? Tony couldn't figure out what this guy was after. That's his own company's product. Why would he steal the thing? Sell it on the black market, stealing products produced by his own company. This kind of operation is a bit interesting. But Tony believed that this guy would never really sell this thing on the black market. How can doing business with a black market make money than doing business with a government? Have you seen a few black market merchants become rich? On the contrary, doing business with a government can easily produce billionaires. And there is no risk in doing business with a government, doing business in the black market. Haha, is your brain broken? I suspect that the previous robbery was also directed and acted by him. Kai thought of the previous robbery. It was too coincidental that this guy suddenly appeared just after the robbery, and then asked the box to send the location. So, why did he do that? How would I know? But, now I'm a little interested. If Kai hadn't discovered this, he might have given up targeting this thing after hearing Tony's evaluation of the nanoarm missile. After all, Kai thought at first that this thing could send humans back to primitive society, so he naturally cared about it, but now that he knew that this thing was a threat, it was just that, so he didn't care anymore. It would be enough for Tony to back up the technology for this thing and then give it to those in need. But now that he found out that Destro was a traitor and had colluded with the organization with the Cobra logo, Kai became interested. After all, they were the ones who killed Adam, and Kai had the responsibility and obligation to help him avenge. It was okay if he couldn't find them before. Now that he has caught them, Kai naturally wants to complete his unfinished business. Why can't this world be quiet? Yesterday it was Hydra, and today there is another strange organization. Isn't it good for everyone to live a good life? Tony was a little confused about what these people were thinking. There are already enough crises in this world. Why do we have to make things difficult for this poor world? Who knows? Kai shrugged. He was not as sentimental as Tony. Enemies, kill them. It's over. What's the point of thinking so much? Humans are such hopeless creatures. And what's even more sad is, Kai is also a human. So, it doesn't matter. Thinking too much will make you old faster. Since you know there is a problem, why did you come back so soon? Tony thought of Kai's character. He didn't stay in Egypt to investigate, but returned to the United States instead. Ah, the child has grown up and rebellious. Kai sighed with a heavy heart. Tony nodded absent-mindedly at first, but was stunned the next second. What the hell? My adopted daughter, Teresa, her rebellious period has arrived. She even talked back to Raven yesterday. So I have to rush back, Kai explained. He has never been a parent, and he doesn't know how to be one. Anyway, his father has never worried about him. From childhood to adulthood, Kai should be considered a good child. Not too outstanding, but absolutely obedient. So facing 3 problem girls, Kai has been using his clumsy way to cultivate them. As for the results, they have all started to rebel. What do you think of the results? In addition, Teresa is actually in love. Kai doesn't care much about foreign countries. But for Chinese people, dating in high school? Absolutely not. This is a great rebellion. This is why Kai decided to come back quickly. Anyway, knowing that the other party has set their sights on the nanoarm missiles and there are spy robots watching, he is not too anxious. Moreover, this kind of thing is not suitable for Kai to deal with personally, so he still sends his clone. Oh, Tony felt strange. Kai is obviously a scumbag, but now he actually starts to take care of his family. It's not scientific. In addition, Tony is also quite curious about the image of an old father who is worried about his daughter's rebellion. He never thought that Kai actually has such a side. Teresa, a girl with personality. Tony knew that Kai had 3 adopted daughters, whose origins were a mystery, but Tony didn't care. Kai's sister Raven was very beautiful, pure appreciation. Tony made up his mind. So, how bored are you? Kai looked at Tony and Pepper with a black face. Tony didn't hide his intention to watch the fun at all, and his whole face was full of curiosity. No, I'm just learning in advance. I will have children in the future, Tony said with a gloating look. But he didn't see that Pepper's eyes were red, and she covered her mouth and looked at Tony. What's wrong? Honey, Tony was a little puzzled when he saw Pepper's expression. No, nothing. I do, Pepper said. Huh? Tony had a question mark on his face. What do you mean you do? She thought you were confessing to her, Kai said secretly. Huh? Tony said quickly, that's not what I meant. Although Tony liked Pepper very much, he was not willing to get married, at least he hadn't thought about this issue. In the past, Tony always thought that he would never get married in his life. As for not getting married, what would happen to the child? Haha, since the day Tony became an adult, he has been waiting. What is he waiting for? Waiting for a woman to walk up to him with a child and tell him, this is your child, pay the child support. But I don't know what happened, this person never showed up. For a time, he doubted whether there was something wrong with him. But after the examination, he was normal, an energetic and healthy adult male. It was very confusing. Who are you going to have a baby with? It was Kai who was still talking in a secretive way. Pepper had long since put away her feelings of being touched. A man said he wanted to have a baby with her, but he didn't want to get married. Even in the open West, this is considered hooliganism. Although it is normal to have a baby out of wedlock, the premise is that you can't say it out loud. After hearing Kai's words, Pepper's eyes changed. Asshole. That's not what I meant, Tony quickly explained. Honey, what I meant is, we are still young, and it's not good to have a baby too early. Well, you are 40 years old, right? Kai said suddenly. Tony is older than Kai, and much older. Pepper is the same age as Kai. I'm only 35, Tony shouted very unhappily. You are aging before your time. In a few years, will your dick still be useful? Kai turned to Pepper and said, forget it, Pepper, give up Tony. When you are in your prime, he will be a slug. Not to mention children, he probably won't be able to satisfy you by then. You should break up with him. What do you think of me, asshole? I have practiced hard. And I have dragon bone extract. I won't turn into a slug. Tony lost his composure again. And, isn't it just a child? Give birth. Let's start now. Try to have one a year. Pepper looked at the childish Tony and felt funny. Did she really not understand Tony? This guy is actually afraid of getting married. It's not that he doesn't want to take responsibility, but that he is too responsible. This guy's childhood experience is not very good. Although it is a bit hypocritical, his childhood life is better than that of a prince in the royal family, but he doesn't get the love of his parents. Howard has been obsessed with work for a long time and rarely accompanies Tony. Tony once swore that he would never become a man like his father. Sadly, he, like Howard, was cursed by knowledge, and he was exactly like his father. So he became more and more afraid. He was afraid that if he had a wife and children, he would be like his dead father. If that happened, his children would definitely hate him, right? So, he had been avoiding it. As a result, this thing was broken by Kai's 2 words. Amid the noise, Teresa came back. It was just a little lively today. Teresa not only came back by herself, but also brought back a group of people. Kai was a little surprised, but very happy. This was a good thing, which meant that Teresa had friends. Mr. Wayne, Peter was very happy to see Kai. He hadn't seen Kai for a long time. Then he saw Tony Stark again. Mr. Stark, Peter admired Tony very much. Teresa curled her lips when she saw Kai enthusiastically greeting his classmates. She didn't want to bring them home. But Peter, this idiot, was too enthusiastic, and kept asking for help, and said he would come no matter what. Then, inexplicably, Gwen and Harry also came, and then Jane followed them. She was confused as to how the matter happened. But seeing that Kai did not scold her, Teresa suddenly felt that this situation was not bad. Uncle Wayne, Gwen greeted Kai very appropriately. Gwen is getting more and more beautiful. Kai was also very happy to see the child of his old subordinate. How is your father recently? I haven't seen him for a while. Busy. New York has been in turmoil recently, and Dad hasn't been home for many days, Gwen complained a little aggrievedly. Since Kai was promoted to deputy director of the general administration, he has been going to the 15th precinct less and less. There is no way, he is too busy. Since then, the 15th precinct has not been as comfortable as before. Is the situation now so serious? Kai frowned. Tony interrupted at this time. Indeed, it seems that there are many more criminals with Chitauri equipment. The Stark Group has helped the New York Police Department deal with several related cases. The collection and cleanup of alien residues left by the New York War was contracted to the Stark Group by the government. Those things are not something that ordinary people can handle. Apart from anything else, the corpses of those alien creatures are a big trouble. If there's any alien virus, it will be a lot of fun. Chapter 1118, The Last Day of May. Please vote for me. If you don't vote, I will disappear. White Ghost. A super soldier of the Cobra organization, he was trained by the Cobra organization since he was a child. Cobra began to study super soldiers decades ago due to the appearance of Captain America. But without the ability to obtain super serum, the Cobra organization took a different approach and developed a new technology. The world is an artificial environment designed to create super soldiers using biotechnology. In simple terms, it hopes to use the most instinctive power of the human body to create a super individual. Humans are adaptable, and in fact all living things have this ability. Living things will evolve adaptively according to their living environment. Usually, the time for this evolution needs to be calculated in tens of thousands of years. The Cobra organization suddenly had an idea to use the power of technology to accelerate the receptors so that they can evolve in a very short time. Of course, don't think it sounds mysterious, but it is actually not as powerful as imagined. The world system is a special artificial environment. In this environment, natural data such as gravity and air density are different from the outside world. After the trainee is thrown in, the world system will begin to adjust slightly. After the human body adapts, it will adjust again. Until the limit. The goal set by Cobra for those trainees is to hope that those trainees can live and fight normally under triple gravity. In addition, the world will simulate various toxic environments, such as poison gas, viruses and other harmful substances, so that trainees can adapt. During this period, trainees will be injected with some special drugs to enhance the trainees' physical adaptability. But there is a problem. The trainees need to be selected from children. Children aged 6 or 7 are the best. If they are too young, they will be difficult to discipline. If they are too old, their physical development will not meet the requirements of transformation. So at that time, Cobra abducted, many children from all over the world and put them into the world. Then at the age of 16, Cobra will once again transform the trainees in all aspects, such as injecting special transformation drugs into the bones to make the bones stronger than humans, and muscles. The muscles of these trainees will be transformed, and the internal organs will also be transformed to have more powerful functions. White Ghost is the product of this plan. He broke through the limits of human beings. He can dive to 300 meters underwater without any equipment. He can climb cliffs and peaks in the Himalayas with his bare hands, and he is also extremely resistant to various venoms, paralytic drugs, and toxic substances. His reaction speed is also amazing. It is normal for him to chop bullets with a knife. He can use a samurai sword to confront a machine gun head-on. The same is true for strength. He can easily lift objects 10 times his own weight. He is the best. He broke the original designer's goal of a super soldier. He can live and fight without obstacles in 5 times gravity. The only drawback is, there were a total of 1,000 trainees in his period, and only he survived. His companions died in many ways, such as being in a high-gravity environment for a long time, and their bodies could not bear it, leading to various complications. Or long-term contact with toxic substances, resulting in various diseases, or simply being poisoned to death. And there are also strong rejection reactions after transformation. In short, there are many ways to die. You have to know that it takes a lot of resources to train a child from an early age to become a highly efficient and versatile warrior. Only 1 out of 1,000 succeeded. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it is undoubtedly a failure. But Cobra thinks that since there is successful experience, it can summarize the experience, make improvements, and increase the success rate. The result is that the next 3 phases all failed. All the huge investments went down the drain. Starting from the 4th phase, Cobra had to lower the standard. It hoped to create second-rate super soldiers to serve as elite soldiers. The survival rate was also very touching. The success rate of the 4th phase soldiers was not completely wiped out, but only 10 succeeded. In the 5th phase, the standard was lowered again. Still failed to break through, and only 10 succeeded. The 6th phase, there is no 6th phase. The world system is also used as a simple training system. Such high investment training is no longer carried out. People and their physiques cannot be generalized. Therefore, White Ghost has a very high status in Cobra and is Cobra's trump card. He is proficient in various infiltration, assassination and intelligence stealing skills. At the same time, he is also a super soldier. A knife can kill a whole team of fully armed elite special forces in a few minutes. Of course, his greatest ability is still assassination. After all, it is too wasteful for such talents to go to the front. Going to assassinate is a greater threat. Therefore, many activities that need to be carried out in secret, Cobra especially likes to entrust him to do. Because it is economical and efficient. But now, White Ghost has failed. He was captured alive. In Egypt. The cause of the incident was an intelligence gathering by the Cobra organization. Special Forces. As early as the establishment of this unit, the Cobra organization knew about their existence, but Cobra did not pay much attention to this organization at the beginning. After all, SHIELD was still suppressing it. Special Forces? What is that? But soon the situation changed suddenly. The Special Forces received more and more resources. The entire NATO countries do not need strong support, just a few resources, but there are so many NATO countries, each contributing a little, and added up, it is an extremely terrifying scale. So the importance of the Special Forces is getting higher and higher. Cobra naturally does not want to know nothing about such a force. Based on the huge amount of intelligence information, they speculated that the Special Forces lair is in Egypt. So Cobra's agents began to operate in Egypt, hoping to find the Special Forces lair and then start infiltrating. But the results were minimal. But recently, suddenly there was a different news from Egypt. Their agents are being hunted. They are disappearing one by one. Is this discovered? This is a serious situation. Cobra has always been careful in doing things. In many cases, they are invisible and do not participate in many things at all. Although they are an evil organization, they actually do very few crimes. After all, the less you do, the fewer mistakes you make. So they have always been very secretive. Until the weakening of SHIELD. Without the big rock of SHIELD, and the changing world situation, Cobra finally thought that the time they needed had come. But it does not mean that they want to be exposed in advance. Especially at this juncture. So they sent out White Ghost. If they are discovered, they will kill them. If it is just an accident, then eliminate the accident. They found the nest of the Special Forces and are now preparing for the raid. Before that, everything needs to make way for it. The preliminary investigation went smoothly. The agents were not discovered by the Special Forces or any other intelligence organization, but hunted by a cult. When White Ghost saw this conclusion, he himself could not believe that this thing was the result of his investigation. What's the fuss? Is the cult related to evil organizations like them? Even if they don't go along with it, at least they should keep out of the water. Is the cult crazy? But think about it, those cults don't seem normal. It's normal to be crazy. White Ghost didn't think too much. Since he found out who was causing trouble, he would get rid of them. So White Ghost sneaked into the unveils sect and planned to kill the core leaders. It was smooth at the beginning. After all, there were no masters in the sect, but soon after the leader of the unveils sect, Arthur, appeared, the situation turned around. The guy used his cane to knock on the ground. Then White Ghost was beaten up by the invisible enemy. It's just invisible. White Ghost is not afraid. There are too many ways to detect the traces, but the invisible monster is obviously not human. And there seem to be a lot of them. In this way, White Ghost was captured. Now he is being tortured. White Ghost was tied to a huge stone. The stone seemed to be a fragment of a statue, but it was very large, and some traces of carving could be vaguely seen. Tell me, where are those weapons? A cultist threw the red-hot iron in his hand into the fire, picked up the whip dipped in salt water and whipped White Ghost's bare chest fiercely. White Ghost's body was covered with scars, wounds and branding everywhere. His 10 fingers were all plucked out of their nails, and rusty iron nails were inserted into his fingertips. It seemed that these Egyptians were not polite at all. But White Ghost just looked up at the cultist coldly, then lowered his head and closed his eyes. The cultist was almost mad. They tortured this guy for several hours, but from beginning to end, this guy rarely begged for mercy, let alone screamed. From beginning to end, he looked indifferent, as if it was not him who was tied up and tortured, but the cultists on the opposite side. This made the cultists who tortured him explode. Singer, tell me where the weapon is. I am willing to pray to the great Amen for you, so that you can live in the new world. This is the highest reward for the cultists. Unfortunately, White Ghost didn't even bother to look at him. Funny, a bunch of psychopaths, but they have some skills. White Ghost can actually escape. He has the confidence. He just stayed because this cult had something to offer, and besides, why were they hunting down Cobra's agents? Of course, this question has now been answered. They wanted the nanowar missile. That was the weapon they had been asking about. But there was a new question: how did they know about such a confidential matter? Those agents? Impossible. Very few people knew about this matter, and not many people knew about it except for the core members. Not to mention the agents in Egypt. If a mysterious organization wants to do something, and the entire organization knows about it, then it's no different from the whole world knowing about it. And from what these people said, he could tell that they didn't know about the nanowar missile at all. Why was that? It was a very strange phenomenon. As for the torture, little kiss. The transformations he had received were much more painful than these so-called tortures. Arthur walked into the temporary torture room with his cane. Master, seeing Arthur coming, all the believers saluted respectfully. Arthur looked at the leading believer. This guy is very stubborn and didn't say a word, the believer said with gritted teeth. He felt very embarrassed. They can't even do this. Those agents confessed very readily before. These guys are all good guys after being judged by Amit. Because they are considered good guys, their actions cannot be called sins. So although these guys always claim to be good guys, they actually do things without any scruples, because in their opinion, everything they do is recognized, for the sake of this world, and it is correct. In this case, why should we limit ourselves? Lady Amit can see through the future and the past. Since she didn't judge herself, it means that she recognizes herself. Right. Everything is for a better world. Under the guidance of this emotion, the methods of these people can be said to be heartbreaking. No matter how tough those agents are, they can't stand it. But they are useless in front of this Asian. Arthur waved his hand. Go out, I'll talk to him. The believers retreated obediently. Arthur looked at White Ghost. White Ghost knew he was looking at him, but White Ghost was too lazy to pay attention to him. You are very strong, Arthur said softly. This is a rare quality. I have always respected people like you, because I also hope to be like you. This world is terrible. If you want to change it, you must become stronger than everyone else. White Ghost opened his eyes and looked at the madman in front of him. His eyes were full of indifference. Do you think I'm crazy? White Ghost's eyes did not change, but Arthur understood again. What do you think? That's right. What I did can indeed be called crazy. Arthur laughed at himself. But if I'm not crazy, how can I change this crazy world? This world is full of all kinds of madness all the time. People commit crimes without knowing it, and even take pride in it. Living in such a world, are we crazy or normal? Those who turn a blind eye to those crimes and take them for granted are the real madmen, right? When a person is different from everyone else, even if he is normal, he will be considered a madman, while a madman is normal. It's ironic. White Ghost looked at him distressedly. What is this talking about? A mess. I want to change the world, Arthur said to White Ghost seriously. Can you help me? Why should I help you? Just because you are crazy. White Ghost spoke for the first time. A barely perceptible smile appeared in Arthur's eyes. It's okay to speak, but I'm afraid of stubbornly resisting without saying a word. No way to communicate means no way to compromise. No, for this world, Arthur looked at White Ghost wisely. I can see the madness in your heart. You also hate this terrible world, right? Arthur didn't lie to him, he did see it. The surging madness in White Ghost's heart is more than that of anyone Arthur has seen. He can be called a comrade. In your heart, you always want to smash this world. So do I. We are the same kind of people. White Ghost fell silent. Got it right. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1119 First Update. This is Harry Osborn. Peter introduced Kai to some friends brought back by Teresa at Kai's home. Because Teresa was still in a cold war with Raven, neither of them wanted to speak first. Peter, this little cutie, immediately stepped out to ease the situation when he saw this situation. So he quickly introduced other people. Hello, Mr. Wayne. Harry walked up to Kai and shook hands with him a little excitedly. Hello, hello. Kai smiled and shook hands with Harry. It must be said that Harry is indeed a likable child. He is very handsome, and he is not the kind of handsome that is worrying. He is a kind of warm man. As for the fact that he is the son of the Osborn group, Kai has no idea at all. In fact, he doesn't even know Osborn himself. This is MJ, Mary Jane, Harry's girlfriend. Kai's hand froze. Kids nowadays don't avoid people. But immediately considering that the other party is a girl, Kai still shook hands with Mary Jane as if nothing had happened. Mary Jane was relatively normal, and she was not so excited because Kai was a superhero. Hello, seeing this generous girl, Kai envied her. It would be great if Teresa was like this. The next thing was naturally the traditional daily routine. Everyone had a barbecue in the garden. During this time, Peter kept trying to explain to Kai why Teresa fought. Don't worry, Peter. I'm not angry because Teresa defended justice for her friend, Kai said with a smile. Kai's attitude towards children fighting has always been relatively tolerant. As long as the child is not bullying, then fighting is not a big problem, just be sensible. Otherwise, a child who likes to stir up trouble may not be promising, but a child who is submissive all his life will definitely be a failure. It's just, Peter, Kai wanted to remind Peter tactfully not to get too close to Teresa. But when it came to the end, he couldn't say it. Teresa finally had a friend. How could she get along with Peter in the future after hearing this? And it would make Peter feel that he looked down on him. But in all conscience, Kai likes Peter very much. But the problem is that Peter is a good candidate for friends, but definitely not a good candidate for love. Bah. What kind of love is Teresa talking about? The most important thing for her now is to study. The last time Kai saw her report card, he almost had a heart attack. Although he had never been very good at studying, he had always been in the middle level. But his daughter was the last in the class. How could he feel? As for dating, well, there would be plenty of opportunities to date after college. It was very Chinese parents. Others might not know Peter's background, but Kai knew it very well. This guy was the little spider who was always swinging around in the high-rise buildings. This thing could be hidden from others, but how could it be hidden from Kai? Just because his name was Peter Parker was enough for Kai to associate many things, not to mention that his physical fitness had changed so much that it was hard for Kai not to notice. A superhero boyfriend. To be honest, this thing was too much of a test for girls. Kai would rather see Teresa become an ordinary girl. What? Peter stopped halfway when Kai heard what he said and asked curiously. Oh, by the way, does Peter have someone he likes at school? Kai asked curiously. Since we can't ask from Teresa's perspective, can't we ask from Peter's perspective? If Peter is not interested in Teresa. Bah. Why should he? Our child is the best in everything? Okay, I am a little worried about her fashion sense. But the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Peter felt embarrassed when asked. He just secretly glanced at Gwen, who was grilling with Mary Jane. No, Peter has always liked Gwen and knew that Gwen was interested in him, but he didn't dare to confess to Gwen. First, because in Peter's eyes, Gwen is too perfect, with almost no flaws, and he instinctively feels inferior. This is completely Peter's own idea, just like a dog who sees a goddess and feels inferior. In fact, according to the public's eyes, Peter is really not bad. Although he is a little short, he is handsome, kind-hearted, and has good academic performance and is smart. The only problem of family background has been greatly improved as Ben became the general manager of a construction company. What's more, he has the bonus of being a superhero. He is really not bad. To be honest, he and Gwen are not really marrying up. But a creature like a dog. Another reason is that Gwen's father George doesn't like Spider-Man very much. This stems from Spider-Man's several actions. This guy seems to be against George, and he can always ruin the good things of the police. For example, once, George wanted to knock down an underground stolen goods den, but he had no evidence. So they targeted a group of robbers who specialized in robbing gold shops and then ran to the stolen goods den to sell them. George personally deployed and stared at the gang, waiting for them to successfully sell the stolen goods. The police rushed in and caught the robbers. As a result, Peter appeared at this time and arrested the robbers. The police were in trouble now, and Spider-Man arrested people in public. Did the police pretend not to see it? Another time, an undercover police officer finally gained the trust of a drug dealer gang and participated in the on-site transaction. As long as the transaction was completed, the undercover officer could return to the police force with evidence and catch the gang in one fell swoop. But Spider-Man suddenly ran to the transaction site, punched and kicked, and knocked everyone down. That's fine, at most the police caught the people and the drugs, so it's not completely useless. But the problem is that Spider-Man obviously doesn't know what it means to protect evidence. When the police arrived, everyone was there, but the drugs were all washed into the sewer. The police didn't charge the gang with any other crime except the crime of illegal possession of guns, and in the United States, the crime of illegal possession of guns is optional. More importantly, the undercover was exposed and disappeared. I'm not sure if it has something to do with the failure of the transaction, but it would be strange if the police would have a good impression of Spider-Man if the original good thing turned into a bad thing. This kind of thing has happened many times. The police also admitted that Spider-Man has a positive effect on New York's public security. But no matter how many thieves you catch, it's not as important as taking down a gang. The damage to public security by both is not at the same order of magnitude. Other superheroes are adults, and they will be more rational in fighting criminals. For example, Mark's investigative spirit is fully developed. In his hands, there will be no problems at all. He will not be in the limelight. After the cleanup, the police will naturally come in and take the credit. It will not attract attention and everyone will be happy. Other superheroes are similar. Only Spider-Man will go to the scene when he sees something, and his method is very high profile. This is a bit like the Flash in Los Angeles. None of the police likes the Flash. Peter once went to Gwen's house. At the dinner table, several children happened to talk about Spider-Man. As a result, George criticized Spider-Man and almost described him as a criminal. Now Peter is more hesitant about whether to confess to Gwen. But anyway, Kai is relieved. Well, Peter and Gwen are still a pair, that's great. There is no need to worry about this matter. After all, Peter's character can be guaranteed, and he will not do things like playing with multiple women at the same time. Even if Teresa is interested, Peter should be able to withstand the test. Without worries, Kai is naturally more kind and even cares about Peter's part-time job. Peter, students should focus more on studying instead of dangerous things. Don't you think so? Some things are better left to adults. Kai actually disagreed with Peter's going out to do justice. No matter what, Peter is still just a high school student. The world is not so bad that it needs a child to protect it. If it really happens, the world will be doomed. The most important thing for Peter now is to study hard and live his life happily. No, Peter was a little nervous. If Kai knew, would George know? Then he and Gwen wouldn't be finished? Do you think you can hide it from me? Kai said unhappily. Even Tony, that idiot, can find out about it. Do you think I won't know it? Fuck, Tony just happened to hear Kai's description of him. Shut up. There are children here. Kai glared at Tony unhappily. Tony curled his lips. He really thought Kai was doing too much? The children nowadays are not the same as before. In the past, children had few sources of information, so naturally they learned whatever their parents taught them. But nowadays, children, do they still need to be taught? The popularity of mobile phones and computers has made it easier to receive information. What do these children know? Dirty words? How dirty can they be? They usually communicate even dirtier. You really should check their browser records or study materials or something. See if they are still pure, children, Tony muttered. Peter's hair stood up. Damn it. I'll reinstall the system on my computer and format all the contents when I get home. What Spider-Man is watching porn movies? Haha, who stipulated that Spider-Man can't be watched? Peter was extremely panicked. That's right. Peter suddenly thought that Tony is a super genius. Can formatted data be restored? At least Peter knows it can be restored. Not to mention Tony. Moreover, with Tony's ability, he can probably restore the data inside even if the computer is smashed. So, Peter decided that from now on, no one can touch his computer unless he dies. No. Even if he died, he would take the computer into the grave, burn it to ashes, and swallow it into his stomach. Actually, Peter's level is still relatively low. At most he is a wife, teacher, big sister, two-dimensional and the like. Ned is really playing to a new level. He even has a complete set of My Little Pony. Thinking of this, Peter decided to remind Ned that if the contents of his computer were exposed, he would definitely be socially dead, and it would be better to leave the United States immediately. Shut up, Kai glared at Tony fiercely. Once these things are said, everyone will be embarrassed. Tony didn't continue the topic, but looked at Peter. Hey, pajama boy, did you make that funny tights yourself? Peter was in a panic at this time, not because his identity was discovered. For him, compared to his identity being discovered, it is more terrible for others to know the contents of the computer. Well, I don't have money, so I can only find materials to do it. Tony patted his shoulder. It's okay. PJ boy, I admire you very much. I can sponsor you. Really? Peter looked at Tony with wide eyes. Of course, Tony's father never lies to children. Tony, Kai shouted unhappily, he shouldn't get involved in those things. He's too young. So what? Tony's opinion was completely different from Kai's. He turned his head and asked Peter, boy, tell me, why do you do those things? No one forced you. Peter looked at Kai, then plucked up the courage to say, my uncle taught me, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since I have the ability, I can't sit back and watch, I can't do nothing. Look, Tony looked at Kai proudly, this kid is mentally prepared. Appeared. Spider-Man's standard line. But Kai always felt that it was too much to let a child practice such a truth. Listen, Peter. Being a superhero is cool. Peter opened his mouth to refute that he didn't become a superhero for coolness. No rebuttal, but Kai had guessed it long ago. Check your conscience. You can say whether it is true or not. Generally speaking, if an adult speaks like this, most children will be speechless. Because adults also grew up from children, and adults can actually resonate with children on many things, but most of the time, adults are impatient. Who doesn't understand who? Children also understand. So lying doesn't exist. There is a little bit, but enough. Peter, you are still too young, Kai persuaded. Many things are not as simple as you think. It's not that difficult. Tony was arguing with Kai. If you don't let him try, how do you know he can't understand? What's the difference between you and those annoying adults now? Many things are not as simple as he thinks. Then tell him. Zia oxia oxio, is this a reason? Do you dare to be perfunctory? Seeing Tony suddenly excited, Kai himself was confused. What the hell is going on? This guy took the wrong medicine. Peter, don't listen to him. Adults like him won't say anything useful except saying that you will understand when you grow up. They just don't want to see you out of their control. They just want you to be obedient like a good boy. Well, Kai probably knew why. It was still an illness he had when he was a child. Tony actually didn't have a good relationship with his father, and it could even be said to be very bad. He admired Howard. But Howard always thought that he was a child and didn't understand anything. So he ignored him a lot of the time. The shadow of childhood can affect a person's life. Chapter 1122nd Update. Tony's voice unconsciously became louder, which also attracted the attention of other people in the garden. Pepper came over. Honey, what's wrong with you? Tony then noticed that he was emotional. Nothing, it's just that this guy made me angry again. Kai often made Tony angry, so Pepper was not surprised. Keep your voice down, the neighbors next door will complain. Pepper, who is already immune to the two men's frequent childish behavior, shook her head helplessly. What are you complaining about? Can't I just buy all the surroundings? The solution of the rich is always so simple and crude. Peter looked at Tony with bright eyes. So envious. Although Peter didn't need money that much, but he always thought that Uncle Tony was so handsome. Kai pouted and planned to communicate with Peter privately later. But at this moment, a car suddenly stopped on the opposite side of the road. Peter, the car window opened, and a beautiful dark-skinned woman half emerged from it and waved desperately. Liz, Peter was also surprised when he saw the girl. Gwen accidentally crushed the apple in her hand when she heard Peter's reply. This frightened MJ, who was standing next to her. It was the first time she knew Gwen was so strong. That was an apple. Raven was very curious. Who is that girl? After all, this was related to Peter. Thinking about a rebellious daughter, Raven became very sensitive. Bitch, no one expected that Gwen, who is always gentle and polite, would swear. Not only MJ was shocked, but also Raven. Huh? But Gwen didn't explain. She just stared at Peter and turned a deaf ear to the voices beside her. Harry sighed. Do you know what's going on, Harry? Mary Jane asked with curiosity. Ah, bad fate. Pepper also came over at this time. She laughed out loud when she heard Harry's words. Seeing a child pretending to be an adult there was very interesting. What's going on? Mary Jane was not very satisfied with her boyfriend's suspense. Harry had no choice but to tell the story. Didn't Harry say that Peter was not lucky with other girls? Actually, he concluded it too early. Today, Peter's bad luck with other girls has become more serious. The girls who were interested in Peter before were Teresa, that's what Harry thought, Gwen and Mary Jane. Harry got Mary Jane, but Peter got another girl. That girl is Liz Toombs, and she's the cheerleader of the school basketball team. Liz Toombs is a mixed-race girl. Her mother is black, but her father is white. She is also a popular figure in the school. In general high schools, the queen bee of the school is basically the cheerleader. The queen bee refers to the most popular girl in the school and also the social center. In the stereotype, they are basically blonde white people with empty heads and sexy hot. Liz was originally like this. She was a year older than Peter and Gwen, and she is now in the 11th grade. American high school is 4 years, grades 9 to 12. She became the cheerleader in the 10th grade, and at that time she was the absolute social center of the campus. Liz enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. Unfortunately, Gwen appeared. So Gwen and Liz became mortal enemies, and the two have always been at loggerheads. Oh, strictly speaking, it was Liz who targeted Gwen. Gwen was too lazy to pay attention to her. As mentioned earlier, Peter suffered a lot of grievances because of Gwen and Harry, including Liz. At first, Liz didn't like Peter very much. But this dislike mainly came from Gwen, and by the way, she was Flash Thompson's girlfriend at that time. After all, Thompson is really rich and knows how to make girls happy. Speaking of this, Harry sometimes doubts whether there is a problem with his character setting. Why does even Thompson, the Indian, have such a beautiful girlfriend, and Peter, the silly one, is liked by so many good girls? On the contrary, he, a young man who obviously has the template of a Prince Charming, has always been unknown, unscientific. She often takes the lead in mocking Peter Parker as a loser. But that's it, she didn't have any bad behavior, at most it was just a fight between little girls, which affected Peter. But things soon took a turn for the better. Harry didn't know what happened specifically, but it seemed that Peter helped her out once, which changed Liz's impression of Peter. Later, in the college knowledge competition, Liz and Peter were assigned to the same group. Since then, she began to appreciate Peter's wisdom and tried to get along with him in a friendly way. By the way, during this period, she broke up with Thompson. No wonder Thompson targeted Peter like that. What really made a breakthrough in their relationship was something that happened today. Thompson became very irritable because he was beaten up some time ago. I don't know why he saw Liz and Peter talking and laughing. Can he tolerate this? But for the time being, he didn't dare to continue to make trouble for Peter. Teresa just beat him up, and he didn't want to be beaten up. So after school, he found Liz on her way home. He asked Liz to stay away from Peter because it would make him feel more embarrassed. At this time, Asan's inherent bad nature was revealed. They never treated women as human beings, and thought that women were appendages of men. Although Liz broke up with him, he still felt that he possessed Liz emotionally. Liz, an American girl, naturally didn't buy Osan's tricks, and because Thompson's words were unpleasant, she naturally had to fight back. He said that Peter was 10,000 times better than him. Then Thompson was completely broken. In a fit of excitement, he pushed Liz. Just then, a truck drove over and Liz was about to be hit. It was Peter who flew to save Liz and threw her to the side of the road, preventing the tragedy from happening. Thompson was terrified. "This is what happened," Harry shrugged and said. "Peter was a hero who saved a beauty and won her heart. I saw it clearly from the side at the time." Liz was holding Peter tightly at that time and refused to let go. "Wow, so romantic." Mary Jane covered her chest with her eyes sparkling. Then she received Gwen's death glare. "This bitch did it on purpose," Gwen said mercilessly. Mary Jane immediately became timid and hid behind Harry. "Gwen is so scary," Harry curled his lips. "Why do you want to mess with her? If it was any other girl, Gwen would just keep it to herself. Even if she was dissatisfied, she would not show it. But Liz, they are real enemies. Liz has been targeting Gwen since she entered school. Although it was easily resolved by Gwen, it does not mean that Gwen has a good impression of Liz. Even now, the two of them are still cold and hostile when they meet. Whoever Peter has a scandal with cannot be related to Liz, the little bitch. It's like if Gwen suddenly got together with Thompson one day, Peter would go crazy." Here, seeing that it was really Peter, Liz jumped out of the car and ran across the road. "Peter, is this your house?" At this time, a man also hurriedly got out of the car and ran over. Along the way, he kept reminding Liz to look at the car. It should be her father. Apparently, he already knew about Liz's near-car accident. Peter scratched his head in embarrassment. "No, I'm visiting Teresa's house." Teresa also greeted Liz at this time. She was not Gwen's kind. She was more independent and didn't get involved in the intrigues between little girls, so there was no conflict between her and Liz. Since they were all classmates, it was impossible for her to see each other without even saying hello. Liz's smile became a little brighter, but a little fake. But it was enough to fool a child. As for fooling an adult, Kai and Tony looked at each other. Are children so smart nowadays? At this time, the man also rushed over. "Hello, you are Peter, right? I'm Liz's father. I also want to thank you for saving my daughter." The man greeted Peter first, and then he saw Kai. "Oh, my God. You are." "Hello." Kai stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. "Peter and my daughter are classmates. He came to visit me today." "Hello." "Hello." The other party was obviously a little flustered, but it was not like the excitement of fans seeing their idols. Instead, it seemed that he was hiding something. Kai did not think much about it, just thinking that the other party was not used to it. "My name is Adrian Toombs. I also grew up in Hell's Kitchen. I really appreciate your help to Hell's Kitchen." Kai smiled proudly and said, "This is what I should do." Of course Kai should be proud. What could be more proud than this? This is much more fulfilling than defeating one or two bad guys. He changed the fate of countless people and gave new vitality to this area that was originally discriminated against. Of course, Kai could not shamelessly take all the credit for himself. Tony was still standing by. "And that's not just my credit. This is Tony Stark. He has made a great contribution to the big changes in Hell's Kitchen." Tony didn't care about this kind of false reputation. After all, if he really wanted to do good things, he would have done too much. He personally donated at least 100 million yuan to charity every year. There was nothing to be proud of. But seeing Kai's smug look, he naturally didn't want to let Kai take the credit. He was ready to accept the praise. But who could have thought that something unexpected would happen? "Huh? Tony Stark. I know, of course I know." Unexpectedly, Adrian Toombs' face changed, and his undisguised disgust was revealed on his face. "But I know that he and his Stark group made more money because of this." Tony's face immediately drooped, and he opened his mouth to fight back. But Kai stepped on his foot and said, "Just kidding." With Tony's broken mouth, if he really wanted him to taunt with all his strength, they would have to fight. Adrian Toombs looks like a typical American Southerner. He is not tall, but well-dressed. With a short haircut and a red neck, it is obvious that he has been engaged in outdoor physical labor for a long time. He is very much like the rednecks in the South. Such people are generally not afraid of trouble. After being stopped by Kai, he looked around and saw that there were children everywhere. Tony endured it. Otherwise, he would give this guy a few words to let him know that Tony's father is not so easy to bully. Kai quickly told Tony to get out of here and not to really start a fight, otherwise it would be too ugly. Pepper also quickly pulled Tony away. At the same time, Liz also pulled her father. She knew very well how much her father hated Tony Stark. After pulling the two apart with great difficulty, Kai took the opportunity to chat with Adrian Toombs. He couldn't just chat a few words and send him away. Although Adrian Toombs was not very polite to Tony, but this was normal. There were as many people who liked Tony in this world as there were people who hated him. Did Kai look down on this guy before? During the chat, Kai finally understood why Adrian Toombs had such a big problem with Tony. This matter started from the Battle of New York. Adrian Toombs is also an inspirational role model. He was born in Hell's Kitchen and grew up in the most chaotic area of Hell's Kitchen. But he did not join a gang. He chose to join the army and then finished college with military benefits. Then he started his own business. He runs an item recycling company. He is not rich, but he has accumulated a good reputation. In the New York market, his company has a very good reputation. He also made money. He did not forget his roots after making money. He was willing to give a job to his former playmates in Hell's Kitchen who were willing to quit. And his comrades who were willing to help could also make a living with him. Then came the Battle of New York. Although it was a disaster for New York, it was a huge business opportunity for him. Item recycling companies, in simple terms, collect junk. At that time, New York was full of destroyed buildings, scattered weapons and equipment of the Chitauri, and various destroyed cars and other items. All these need to be cleaned up, sorted, and processed. These are all money. The destroyed buildings need to be demolished, and many things inside can be recycled and sold for money. The relics of the Chitauri can also be sold to the government. The same goes for other messy things. They are all wealth. Adrian rushed into the city government's bidding excitedly. Although the market is huge, Adrian can't eat it all by himself, but even a part of it can make his company bigger and stronger. He feels that his career is going to be taken to the next level. After getting the contract, he ran to the bank, mortgaged all his belongings, and borrowed a large sum of money. Then he started to buy equipment, recruit more employees, and design bids. But soon, his nightmare began. Stark Group entered the scene. Those alien weapons and equipment and alien corpses all need to be cleaned up by extremely professional means to prevent pollution to the environment. And there are many sensitive items that need to be supervised. The companies that the city government had previously bid for were obviously not qualified enough. So the city government directly terminated the contract with those bidding companies. The reasons for the termination are the above, and they don't even need to pay the penalty for breach of contract. This pitted Adrian. All his money was invested in workers and machinery. Now the city government has stopped the project and terminated the contract with them, and they didn't even pay the penalty. The bank is so cunning that when they saw this, they immediately asked Adrian to repay the loan. After all, he had a contract with the city government, so the bank would lend him money. But now that the contract is gone, the bank naturally has to cut its losses. This is forcing him to go bankrupt. Overnight, he will be left with nothing. Fortunately, his former comrades in arms funded him and helped him through the difficult times, so that his family would not be left with nothing. In this situation, it would be strange if he had a good impression of Tony. Chapter 1121 Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Kai originally planned to keep Toombs and his daughter to have a barbecue together. After all, Teresa should make more friends at school. But after learning about the grudge between Adrian and Tony, Kai couldn't speak up. With Tony's temper, he didn't bother to care about it. He would definitely get back at Tony, and the situation would be awkward. Can Kai still go and quarrel with Tony for Adrian? No, it's not that Kai thinks Adrian hates Tony for no reason. On the contrary, Kai thinks Adrian should hate Tony. Capital is a good thing, and no one can deny that capital has indeed played a role in human development, but capital is also not a good thing. Capital is profit-seeking and has no morality. Just like Tony, even if he knew that Adrian almost went bankrupt because of the actions of the Stark Group, he still didn't think there was anything wrong with it. No matter how much he is a superhero, it can't change his attribute of being a capitalist. In his opinion, he has done nothing wrong. Adrian's small company is indeed not qualified to carry out such professional work. The reason why Adrian fell to that point, to put it bluntly, is that he didn't know what to do. You are a rag collector, and you are going to receive the inheritance of aliens. Isn't this a big step? And you invested all your belongings in it. Is this Tony's fault? Did Tony let you take out a loan? In Tony's opinion, it was just a failed investment. There is no reason for the capital market to be responsible for the investment failure of an irrelevant person like you. If you really want to say that, all those stock market tycoons, listed company executives, and Wall Street elites should be sent to the shooting range. Capital is like this: the winner is the king, and the loser, who cares about the loser? This is the logic of capital. Adrian will have that end. Isn't it his own responsibility? Why blame him? People's joys and sorrows can never be connected. If Tony were in Adrian's position, perhaps he would have the same idea as Adrian. But the problem is that reality has no assumptions. As the successor of socialism, Kai may be able to accept this, but he will never agree with it. So he can understand Adrian. But this is not a reason for Kai to turn against Tony for him. After all, he just met Adrian, and Tony is his friend. So, Kai could only make another appointment with Adrian. Adrian didn't think much about it. He thought that others were very polite and it was a bit rude to ask for more. So Liz could only leave with her father with regret. It's not that Liz likes Peter very much, she just has a good impression of him. The key is that she feels very happy to see Gwen's expression that wants to strangle her. In school, Liz has always lost more than she wins against Gwen. Now she can finally see her embarrassed look. Of course she wants to feel more. But Liz is a sensible child after all. She knows that her father doesn't like Tony Stark, so she didn't act willfully. By the way, what's the name of the bastard you just mentioned? Adrian seemed to see his daughter's loss, so he wanted to divert his daughter's attention. He asked about Thompson. In fact, he always knew that his daughter had a boyfriend. Adrian is different from Kai. He is very open-minded. High school is about having a relationship. He and Liz's mother fell in love in high school. But out of protection for his daughter, Adrian has always been very concerned about her lover. However, as a man, it is sometimes difficult to talk to his daughter about these things, and this aspect has always been left to Liz's mother to communicate. Asshole Thompson, Liz is still upset when talking about this boyfriend. She herself doesn't know how she was blind to fall in love with such a bastard. Is that so? Don't worry, Dad has called the police. Adrian's eyes flickered, revealing a hideous smile. Adrian was not going to let this bastard who almost killed his daughter go so easily. When Peter went to school the next day, he found that the school had become very lively. As for the reason, it was simple. Thompson was in the hospital. And it seemed to be very serious. Peter. Do you know that Thompson, the bastard, is in the hospital? Peter had just arrived in front of his locker when Ned ran over and told him this important news. Ned and Peter are best friends, the kind who are more dead than Harry. The main reason is that Ned is more shameless than Harry. At the same time, Ned is also Peter's enlightenment of small movies. Their hobbies are very compatible, and they like science and otaku culture. In comparison, although Harry is also very good, he is a rich kid. How can he watch anime and play figurines every day like Peter? In order to cultivate Harry, Harry's good father has arranged his schedule very full. Where is the time? Really? That's great. Although Peter said so, he was actually quite worried about Thompson. This is also the reason why Kai admires Peter, but doesn't want him to be Teresa's boyfriend. He is a pure good person, the kind that is a little too good. This kind of person is fine as a friend, but as a lover, that's a problem. He will often ignore himself and even ignore the people around him because he cares about others. Even if it's just a lover, it won't be a good feeling. Just like now, Thompson has always been Peter's mortal enemy, but Peter has never really hated Thompson, just thinks he is troublesome. Now that Thompson is injured, he is not happy at the first time, but worried. This kind of person, Kai can't understand. Kai will do good things, but that doesn't mean he won't hate. On the contrary, Kai will kill people, and he has killed a lot of them. Enemies, go to hell. What happened? Peter asked curiously. It seems that he was attacked by a monster. Ned actually didn't know. He was so happy that he didn't get the news clearly. Peter, Harry also rushed over at this time. Have you heard? Thompson is in the hospital. Peter looked at Harry. If you mean this, I just heard about it. No. Big news. He was attacked by alien weapons, Harry said quickly. Huh? Peter has been tracing the source of those alien weapons recently, so he is very concerned about this kind of thing. Wow. It's really big news. Ned seemed very excited on the side. Why? Who knows? Harry shrugged. You know him, he always makes people hate him involuntarily. This is his superpower. Oh, no matter how kind Peter is, he has to admit this. Thompson is indeed annoying. Oh, there's one more thing you might be interested in. Because of his father, Harry can get a lot of information that ordinary people don't know. It seems that Thompson's father has put pressure on the New York police to let Mr. Wayne handle this case. I had a dinner party on Dragon Boat Festival, then karaoke, and came back late. I'll make up for it tomorrow. I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 1122 First Update. Thompson's father is not a big shot, at least not in New York. But the problem is that during this period of time, many crimes have occurred in New York due to alien weapons, causing a lot of casualties and property losses. And Thompson's father is an Indian, and in the United States, Indians are famous for their unity. There is a saying in the United States that when you find an Indian senior executive in a company, you will soon see a group of Indians entering the company. Thompson's father then found a relationship with his fellow countrymen and began to collectively put pressure on the police. In addition, public opinion on the side of the people is becoming more and more turbulent, so the police are determined to resolve this issue. So after asking Kai if there will be no other things in the short term, the police quickly announced that Kai will be responsible for such cases. For this action of the police, New York public opinion is still mainly positive. After all, Kai's record is there, and no one will doubt it. It's just that some people are not very happy. For example, Adrian. When he learned the news from the news, he immediately felt that things were a bit bad. That's right, those alien weapons in New York City were provided by Adrian. He's the largest supplier. At the beginning of the Battle of New York, at least tens of thousands of Chitauri died, and their bodies and equipment were scattered all over the city. The New York City government and the federal government reacted too slowly, so that a lot of equipment was lost. Some were secretly hidden by some visionary gangs. It was not until the Stark Group took over that the matter came to an end. But there are still a large number of alien weapons and equipment on the black market. At the beginning, Adrian's company went bankrupt and was forced to go nowhere. One of his childhood friends saw the scene and came up with an idea. He secretly took a gun used by aliens and found a black boss he knew before, and sold it directly for $30,000. When the childhood friend gave the money to Adrian, Adrian opened a door to a new world. Before Stark took over, he had already hoarded a lot of similar waste, many of which were usable. Originally, these things were to be handed over to the Stark Group. But will Adrian hand it over? Of course not. You bankrupted me, and I took the initiative to hand over the proceeds? Grandma. In order to prevent himself and his old brothers from being left with nothing, Adrian decided to resell the weapons and equipment. Then, oh my god, it smells so good. Since ancient times, selling arms has been one of the most profitable businesses. Those powerful alien weapons are powerful, and more importantly, they sell well. Who can refuse an alien big gun for those gangsters? Even if this thing is actually no different from a machine gun, it can kill people with one shot. For gang fights, there is not much essential difference between the two, but the actual price is 10 times or even dozens of times that of a machine gun. So in less than 2 months, Adrian paid off the loan and bought himself a big house. So Adrian couldn't stop. When the intact weapons in his hands were sold out, Adrian set his sights on those scraps. It must be said that Adrian has some crooked talents. It may be a bit difficult for him to design weapons, but he is very good at DIY. In addition, he had a younger brother who was a top student from MIT. So they started the DIY alien weapons journey again. Compared with intact weapons, there were more scraps. Especially after the Stark Group confirmed that the scraps had no practical use, they were treated as garbage. The Stark Group, which was a large company, would only do reverse engineering, and naturally did not care about the scraps that were proven to be harmless to the environment. These garbage turned into DIY materials in Adrian's hands. They even secretly restored a charger that was hit by the Leviathan. Those energy weapons are good, but they don't fire bullets, but energy batteries. When the energy battery is used up, it's really used up, and charging can't replenish the energy of the energy battery. Now it's good, with a charger, their business has become sustainable. Not only sell equipment, but also sell energy batteries. So he made a fortune. People, you can't do bad things. If you do bad things, it's easy to get deeper and deeper, and once you get deeply involved, you can't turn back. For example, Adrian, he once hesitated, Especially when he saw those bastards using the weapons he sold to commit those crimes. He did think about quitting. After all, he made enough money, and he could go back to run his own small company and live a good life. But his companions were not happy. You made enough money, but we didn't. So his childhood friends and comrades persuaded him. There was no way, he couldn't be so selfish. Just like they said, he did make enough money. But the problem was that the people below didn't make enough money. What's more, if they broke up now, what if they were not convinced and reported him? Then it would be all over. There was no choice but to continue. The more he continued, the more he couldn't give up. He made a lot of money. Later, someone else wanted to take advantage of this business, and 2 of his brothers lost their lives for it, although they got revenge in the end. It also strengthened his will, and he couldn't give up, otherwise his brothers would die in vain. They had grown from a simple small workshop to an underground arms trafficking organization, with a strong gangster nature. Now that Kai has stepped forward to investigate the case of the circulation of alien weapons, Adrian can't help but be careful. Fuck. Schultz. You bastard. Didn't I tell you not to sell the goods to locals? In their underground factory, Adrian behaved completely differently from outside. Adrian in front of outsiders was strong, brave, enthusiastic, and a good person. But now he looks so fierce. I've inquired, and those bastards are indeed from outside. But who knew they would cause trouble in New York? Schultz, who has yelled at, is Adrian's old friend and the first one he sold alien weapons for money. So he has been responsible for sales issues. He knows everyone. This matter is really not his fault. How could he know that these people originally planned to do business in New York? In fact, as the number of crimes related to alien weapons increases, Adrian and his group also feel that doing this will sooner or later overturn. This is fucking New York. If you are too arrogant, it will easily provoke those superheroes. So they unanimously decided to forget about doing business in New York. Anyway, this thing will have no problem selling, so let's sell it outside. But they forgot one thing. This is fucking New York. It's the best place to make a name for yourself with gold everywhere. This is where criminals love it the most. Chapter 1123 First Update. New York is a city of opportunity and a city of wealth. This is true for ordinary people, and even more so for criminals. Who said there is money here? Fuck. Are these guys crazy? Don't they know there are superheroes in New York? Adrian was so angry that he finally made up his mind to temporarily abandon the New York market, just to make himself inconspicuous and quietly make a fortune, but now the most difficult one has been attracted here. Boss, they are short-term traders. They will run away after making a profit. They don't care about superheroes, Schultz said with a sad face. Adrian was silent. He actually knew this. In fact, this kind of short-term behavior is not only uncontrollable, but even superheroes can't do much about it. There are many gangs that are not from New York at all. They just want to make a profit and leave. Some of them are even well planned. They make a profit within a day and leave directly. There is no place to catch them. If you want to say whether there were such gangs in the past, there were, but very few. Moreover, most of these people have connections with local gangs. For example, if a gang from outside the city comes to New York to cause trouble, they must first prepare their weapons, right? Who should they ask? The local gangs. Secondly, they need intelligence. If they investigate this kind of thing by themselves, it will take a lot of time and energy. Most of the gangs from outside the city take a short and quick approach. It is impossible for them to stay for a few months or even longer for a goal. Intelligence is not something that can be obtained by just asking 2 people. If the gang is not deeply rooted in the local area, there is no way to figure it out in a short time. Thirdly, there is the problem of aftermath. What are you going to do after you get the things? Even if you rob a bank, the money must be laundered. Otherwise, you can't spend it at all. And then you have to write off the stolen goods. If you want to take these things out of New York City, you won't have to worry about being found out by the police. If you don't let the local gangs have a share, be prepared to be robbed by the gangs at any time. In fact, the gangs like to rob the gangs the most because there is no trouble afterward. Just pack up the gangs from outside the city, fill them with cement, and throw them into the sea. No one will know that they did it. And what is the crime? Still, it was taken care of by that gang of bastards. They are not afraid of the police. It is so safe and the cost is extremely low. Don't underestimate the ability of the gangsters. They are in the local area, so they naturally dare not do those robberies. It is too easy to be found out. Once they are found out, they can't escape. Besides, the local gangs have their own sources of income. It is not worth losing their hometown for a sum of money. But if it is a gang robbing a gang, there are not so many scruples. They are well informed and familiar with people. As long as something happens in their territory, they can find clues quickly. This is better than the police. Because many people are afraid of retaliation, or simply don't trust the police and are unwilling to cooperate, but the local gangs, you try not to cooperate. In this way, those gangs from other places can only cooperate with local gangs. For example, I do the work and you settle the account, and everyone makes money. Of course. Those who run alone in professional gangs are counted separately. This also invisibly suppresses the behavior of gangs from other places to flee to New York. After all, if you have no way, you go to New York to make extra money for local gangs. But after Kai was transferred, things changed a little. King, the king of the underground in New York, was nowhere to be found. The major gangs in New York collapsed and weakened under his sweep. Then came the rise of superheroes, especially the Defenders. If Tony Stark and Kai were more concerned about major events, then the Defenders focused on gang cases. In this way, New York cannot be said to be free of thieves, but the strength of the gangs has been greatly reduced. After all, being too active will attract dimensionality reduction attacks. Moreover, with the advancement of the reconstruction of New York and Hell's Kitchen, a large number of labor forces have been absorbed, which has improved the income dilemma of the lower class people. With jobs and income, the gang's ability to recruit new members has naturally decreased. With the joint efforts of many parties, the local gangs have naturally ceased their activities and gradually declined. With the formation and weakening of local gangs, those gangs from other places have naturally increased. They don't need to consider that their industries will be hid in New York. They just make a buck and run away. It doesn't matter if they are caught. If they are not caught, they will make a fortune. As a result, going to New York to make a fortune has become a new way for many out-of-town gangs to make money. These people come from all kinds of sources and will not stay in New York. This naturally increases the difficulty of cracking down on them. As Adrian reduced the amount of shipments to local gangs, these out-of-town gangs became the main customers. So there is the current scene. What should we do now? Schultz asked. As for whether Kai can't find them, let alone him, even the younger brothers working below don't believe it. They are secretive, that is when the police follow the rules, many people are not willing to cooperate, especially those who are engaged in illegal business. But Kai, just look at his previous record and you will know, he doesn't follow any rules, but no one can say anything to him. This is a ruthless character who kills without blinking an eye. How many people dare to play tricks in front of him? This is another black man who said, or, let's say hello to him. Let him know how powerful we are. Then everyone in the office looked at him like a fool. Enough. Bryce, stop talking nonsense, okay? Adrian rubbed his temple with a headache. Jackson Bryce, Adrian's childhood friend, has always been a bit brainless. So what do you think we should do? We can't just wait to die, right? Why not kill him? What if we succeed? Jackson Bryce didn't think his method was really bad. Adrian didn't say anything, but Schultz said, brother, you know that the things we sell are actually other people's spoils, right? So what? The honest Jackson Bryce didn't understand what this mattered, and how it affected their killing. Other aliens have genuine weapons, and tens of thousands of people can't beat Kai. Do you think we, with a few pieces of material and a few DIY things, can deal with others? Schultz said with a smile. Jackson Bryce also understood at this time. Then he said with a sad face, what should we do? Adrian was silent for a while and said, stop shipping first, boss. Schultz was a little surprised. We have already received the deposit, then let them shut up. Adrian said coldly, now we have to take care of ourselves. We are doing illegal business. Are you going to abide by the contract? That's not what I mean. Schultz certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to be a bad guy and still obey the law. It's just that the most important thing in our business is reputation. If there is no reputation, who would dare to do business with us? In fact, in many cases, those who do black business care more about reputation than those who do white business. Because everyone in the underworld is a bad guy, no one is a good person. It's really common to pass off inferior goods as good ones, and black eating black. If you play short term, it doesn't matter. You can play as fast as you can. The premise is not to be killed by others. But if you want to play long term, you have to build your reputation. Who cares about you without reputation? It's magical, isn't it? A group of bad guys actually care more about business reputation. I can't care about so much. Let's talk about a future later. Now we are the only ones who can supply goods. They can buy or not. The supplier market is so awesome. During this period, you should keep a low profile. Be prepared. Once there is any disturbance, we will run away directly. Adrian said so. Although the others didn't say anything, most of them were not happy. This is a gold mine. Abandoning the gold mine and running away, it feels like a loss no matter how you think about it. But what Adrian said makes sense. Money is a good thing, and it is right to spend it when you have time. Of course, not everyone thinks so. Kai did start to do things. Since it was caused by that rich second-generation Indian, Kai naturally had to start investigating him. Unfortunately, he underestimated the Indians. I don't care what method you use. You must give me an answer within 24 hours. After Thompson's father saw Kai, he just started to ask questions, and this guy ran out to make himself feel important. Otherwise what? Kai didn't have any good feelings for this guy. I'm here to investigate the case. I'm not your subordinate. Who the hell are you with? Kai's calm questioning made Thompson's father feel helpless. In his impression, American police are the big hands of the rich, and he is a rich man, and Kai is a policeman, which is equivalent to Kai being his thug. So in order to urge the police, he decided to show his power, because he knew too well how those white policemen looked at them, the minorities. If these guys don't put some pressure on them, they'll really dare to fool you. In his opinion, he is the victim, even if he is a little excessive. What can the police do? Speak. What else will happen? Kai continued to ask. You, speak. Don't be so rude. What else will happen? When has Kai ever spoiled others? You are a fat, dark Indian. You are a low-caste bastard in India. Why are you pretending to be a superior person in America? At this time, the lawyer on the side hurried out and grabbed the Indian. I'm sorry, Chief Wayne. Mr. Thompson was just concerned about his son and lost control of his emotions. He had no ill intentions. Oh, lost control of his emotions? Then take care of his emotions. I thought he was going to threaten the police officers. I was going to sue him for obstruction of justice. Kai looked at the Indian San coldly, then shook his head disdainfully and pushed San aside and walked into the ward. The Indian San fell backwards in anger. He grabbed his lawyer and said, "Can I sue him?" "What do you think?" the lawyer asked helplessly. "Let's not talk about it first. What grounds do you have for suing? Even if there are grounds, why do you think you can sue him? How can you win the case?" "Just kidding. Kai is a bug in any group. In the police group, he is the idol of all police officers. It would be better for you to go against the entire New York police than to sue him. Putting aside the police, he is also a super rich man. You are just a small senior executive of a Wall Street investment bank, and even your boss needs to kowtow to him. Because he controls a lot of money. Investment banks like people with a lot of money, because no matter how they play with finance, they still need a lot of money. People like Kai can't be friends, and definitely can't be enemies. You know, if people who play with finance have a lot of money, they can do a lot of things. It's the same if their enemies get it. Then others are still superheroes. Although his popularity among superheroes is not as good as those who appear and disappear, it doesn't mean that others don't have public support. On the contrary, in New York, Kai's support rate is very high. It's just that most people don't want to confront superhero fans on the internet. We are all adults. Who would discuss with a group of Oedipus which of the three female heroes has a bigger breast, who is more handsome between Kai and Tony, and whether Captain America has the biggest breast? Not speaking out doesn't mean they don't exist. Just like those rednecks, they are too lazy to vote because they are desperate for politicians, so the Democratic Party has always treated them as non-existent. But when that man raised his arms and shouted, 70 million Maca was about to rush into Capitol Hill. In short, this truly smart person knows Kai's public support too well. And, Kai's connections in Washington are also very scary. It is said that he doesn't need to make an appointment to see the president, and he can see him at any time. Whether it is true or not, it is recognized that he has a good relationship with the president. In other words, the public opinion offensive against other superheroes is useless. Others have money, military force, political connections, and public opinion. Even if the judge is blind and deaf, he can't rule against him. On the contrary, you, an Indian, are a third-class citizen in the United States. Even if you have money, when it comes to the big deal, who the hell cares about you? Even if you drag your stinky fellow villagers into it, it's useless. So, Thompson's father felt numb. So, be honest. He helped your son investigate the case, which is already a great honor, the lawyer said honestly. He earned this money, so he naturally had to abide by professional ethics. Otherwise, he would not bother to get involved in such things. If he had known that this client was a fool, he would not have taken this order no matter what. Kai didn't care about Thompson's father because there was no need. He was asking about the attack on Thompson. You said, you were attacked by Garuda. Kai was completely confused. And this Garuda, Kai said it several times but couldn't say it correctly. After all, this word is a bit difficult to say in English, especially when Thompson said it in Hindi. What is that? The sacred bird in Indian mythology. So, you were attacked by a sacred bird? Yes, Thompson said firmly. Why? Kai was even more confused. Both Norse mythology and Athenian mythology appear, and Indian gods appear. What's the problem? Do you discriminate against India? Well, you are as annoying as your dad. Boy, tell me the truth. Chapter 1124 Second Update. This Thompson has been talking nonsense since Kai came in. It's not that he intends to deceive Kai, but he was so scared that he didn't see it clearly at the time, only saw an outline, but he didn't want to lose face, so he started to make up stories. It's a very strange idea. Kai was very angry about this. After all, this was a complete waste of his time. Thompson, on the other hand, enjoyed it. He even made up a story about himself fighting with the Indian sacred bird. Are you sure you want to keep making it up? Kai finally got impatient. Or do you think I care about the so-called mental health of the victim like other policemen? If you don't want to say it, then I will ask a psychiatrist to come and do an appraisal for you. If you are really mentally ill, that's great. We have closed the case with technology. No one will ask the police to invest public resources in a lunatic who is full of lies. If you are not sick, that's even better. I can sue you for obstruction of justice. Don't worry, you have just become an adult and you are qualified to go to jail. Thompson was scared. He thought that if he said this, he would be appreciated by the superhero in front of him, and then he could brag about it everywhere. He liked it this way, and he could even make the things he made up public. In this way, could he also be a superhero? Unexpectedly, Kai slapped his dream back. Boy, before I became a so-called superhero, I was a very good policeman, the kind who killed people without blinking an eye. So are you still going to lie to me? Thompson couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Kai's sense of oppression was too strong. In the end, Thompson chose to tell the truth. He didn't see anything. When the other party attacked him, he was not in his field of vision at all. He was blown away by a flash of light. Before he fainted, he vaguely saw a mechanical monster with wings and a bird's head looking at him in the air not far away. That's all he could provide. Kai was so angry that he almost threw the recorder in his hand. Fuck, this guy fooled him for nearly an hour with this little thing? Maybe Kai should really sue him. The law doesn't say that the victim can talk nonsense. Perjury will still be prosecuted. Okay, Kai put away the recorder, stood up and left. He brought the recorder purely out of habit in his previous life, because his handwriting was ugly, and with the popularization of computer office, he would forget how to write if you asked him to write. So he always used the recorder to handle cases, and then asked the clerk in the bureau to write it into paper documents or computer files. Thompson summoned up the courage to stop Kai. What? Any new clues? No. Can I take a photo with you, so he could go back and pretend? No one knew what Kai had said to him anyway. He would just say whatever Kai said. He had already thought about it. He would say Kai praised him for being brave and a good man. His future prospects must be limitless. He could even add this to his resume when he went to college. Damn it. No. I never take a photo with people who are habitual liars. The boy's eyes rolled around. Obviously he had nothing good to say. Originally, it was just a child. If it was normal, Kai really wouldn't care much. It's not that Kai couldn't satisfy the child's wish, but Kai wasted an hour on him, so naturally he didn't bother to accommodate him. Thompson opened his mouth. After all, he didn't dare to play rogue. Although Indians have always been good at this. By the way, Kai suddenly turned back. I forgot to ask, have you offended anyone recently? Who do you think is most likely to retaliate against you? Kai didn't think this guy was really so unlucky that he encountered an accidental incident. If that was the case, then he was too unlucky. According to the traces at the scene, the police have determined that it was caused by the weapons of the Chitauri. Who is so idle and bored that he would use such a weapon to attack a nasty high school student? I have never offended anyone. Thompson instinctively wanted to maintain his good student persona. Although he actually knew that he was quite annoying, he always thought it was jealousy. But soon Thompson thought of someone. If there is really someone who might retaliate against me, it must be Peter. He is just jealous of me. Jealous that I am more handsome than him, jealous that I have better academic performance than him, and jealous that I am richer than him. If Kai had not met Peter, he might really investigate. But the problem is that Kai and Peter are very familiar with each other. Also, where the hell do you get the confidence to think that you are more handsome than Peter? Although Peter is not a handsome guy, he is definitely better looking than an Indian with curry all over his body. By the way, there was once. Peter has always been a top student. Come on, he is full of lies again. Midtown High School. Thompson has become a hot topic now, which is only natural. After all, it is a school, so there is no big news. A broken leg can be discussed for a long time, not to mention that Thompson also combined it with current affairs, so it is natural that the discussion is high. But at noon, the discussion of this matter reached its peak. The police came to the school. In fact, generally speaking, the police will not take the initiative to go to a place like a school. After all, it has a bad influence. The school is not happy for the police to come, because it will give people a sense of insecurity and affect the reputation of the school. But it is Kai who came. That's another story. The school actually hopes that such big figures will come more often. It can even be promoted as a reason for the safety of the school. Look, superheroes like Kai Wayne come to us from time to time. How can criminals be so blind to run to us? What's more, Kai only knows Thompson's usual situation. If the students are called to the police station, it will have a bad influence on the students. After all, there are so many students. Why call you? Have you committed a crime? Students, when they discuss, will not hold back. Whatever is shocking and eye-catching, do it. So going to school is actually a good choice. Uncle Wayne. When Kai arrived at school, Gwen immediately came to greet him. Gwen, Kai greeted him and then looked around. What are you looking for? Gwen looked at Kai with a smile. To see Teresa, Kai said. Kai really wanted to see how his daughter was doing in school. Was she bullied or something like that? Soon, the students who had more exchanges with Thompson were called to the office by the teacher. Kai did not ask one by one, but asked in front of everyone to avoid those children who didn't know anything and guessed randomly. Who'll go first? A friend of Thompson raised his hand. You come. What's your name? Mark. Mark Tevens. Very good, classmate Mark. What do you want to tell me about Thompson? Kai asked patiently. Whether it was useful or not, he still had to ask. In order to ensure efficiency, Kai secretly gave these children a little hint of the spirit, asking them to say whatever they wanted to say, and it must be true. He didn't want to waste a few more hours, and then slowly need to distinguish the truth from the false. Of course, this had no effect on the children. But he was wrong. Not only did it have an effect, but it was also very big. How to say it? Kai didn't know that the circle of high school students was so complicated. Really? Kai was stunned. He was supposed to hear about the ordinary life of a high school student. But in fact, it was much more complicated than he imagined. How complicated was it? Kai knew that Thompson actually had 3 girlfriends at school at the same time. And there were 8 girls who had dated Thompson. Kai could not forget the principal's face that was close to collapse. They were an elite school. Would this make people think that their students were all in love? That was fine. Kai also knew that Thompson's so-called friends were hard to describe. For example, Thompson's friend A broke the news that he thought B was most likely to retaliate against Thompson. Before Kai asked why, the other party broke the news directly, saying that Thompson's girlfriend A was actually having an affair with friend B. Huh? Do you think that's enough? Friend B quickly fought back, thinking that A was lying because A was the one who hated Thompson the most. Because Thompson had said bad things about A in front of him, and even said that A was a nigger. The black vice principal standing on the side at the time almost couldn't keep his expression. What the hell? The other black students also exploded. So all kinds of black materials were exposed. It was even involved in drug use. Kai looked at the principal expressionlessly. I think I need to reconsider whether my daughter needs to continue studying here. What the hell is this? What kind of high school soap opera is he watching? What kind of shitty school is this? The principal's expression at the time was also extremely collapsed. Midtown High School has always been the best high school in New York City. But such a big scandal occurred during his tenure, and he has already seen the scene where the school board angrily expelled him. No, Mr. Wayne, listen to me. This is just an individual phenomenon, I can guarantee it. Our children are all good children. The problem is Eugene Thompson. The principal did not lie about this. Although high school students are more rebellious, in Midtown High School, the environment is like this, and the worst students are just playing pranks. It's really not that big. Everything changed after Thompson entered the school. Thompson is of Indian descent, and this identity is enough for him to be discriminated against in the United States. There is no way that India has never been popular in the international community. Even if the United States will win over India at the national level and even tout them as the world's largest democratic country, in fact, in the eyes of most Americans, Indians are still dirty, backward, and ignorant. No matter how many Indians become senior executives in multinational companies, it will not change the public's views. Thompson likes to be in the limelight. So he naturally wants to change this situation. So he chose to solve it with money. The education methods of Indians and Americans are completely different. For example, most Americans will not give their children too much cash, but Thompson has a lot of money. His father is very generous in this regard. So Thompson thinks that using money to attract more classmates around him. This method is very effective, and at the same time he has gathered a bunch of bad friends around him. But in this way, it is inevitable that some bad classmates will also join in. No, it should be said that Thompson thinks those classmates are cooler and can better integrate him into the American lifestyle. It's hard for bad people to become good, but it's easy for good people to become bad. What's more, Thompson himself is not a good guy. After coming to Midtown High School, Thompson naturally used the old method. Then some bad habits were not brought into Midtown High School. This can be seen from the revelations of those students. All bad things seem to be related to Thompson. This guy is a complete cancer. Kai looked at the emotional students speechlessly. His hints had ended long ago, but because these people had too many revelations, they caused internal strife. Damn. I shouldn't have been so nagging. I don't know whether it's good or bad to make it like this. Even elite colleges are like this. Will other schools be worse? I heard that Trinity High School is not bad, although it is an aristocratic school. Kai doesn't like this kind of thing, but Chinese people always care about their children's studies. They don't like it, but the most important thing is to educate them well. In addition to these students, there are several students trembling there. For example, Gwen, Peter, Harry, Ned and Liz. Liz didn't expect that her ex-boyfriend was so powerful. Harry whispered to Peter carefully, "That guy is finished, the school will never let him stay." "That's great." Ned also joined in. "This guy should have gone a long time ago." "But how did this guy have 3 girlfriends? Is this the time to talk about this?" Peter widened his eyes. "Then what should we say?" Ned looked confused. Harry also looked at Peter curiously. "Shouldn't we be more worried about the murderer?" Peter said seriously. "It would be bad if that guy hurts others again." Peter was really worried because he felt that there was no useful information here. "Huh?" Harry and Ned looked at each other. "Really, Peter? I like your kindness, but are you a little too kind?" Harry asked hesitantly. Ned nodded wildly. Peter was stunned. "Really?" Kai left Midtown High School with a look of disappointment on his face. It's not that he didn't gain anything this time. Because Thompson has a lot of enemies, his so-called buddies are actually fake. No one really likes him. Those who are nice to him are only nice to him because of his money. Those who are not nice to him just treat him like a fool and then take his money. From this point of view, his life is also quite sad. But if you say there is a gain, it's better not to have it. Where can a group of kids get alien weapons to deal with him? Fortunately, this guy's case was not an important matter. Kai's goal was to find the alien weapon seller. Since Thompson can't find any clues here, there are naturally other cases to investigate, and Kai doesn't need to worry about this. Yet, right. There is another gain. That is to find a new school as soon as possible. Chapter 1125. I overestimated myself. I finished coding at 3 o'clock. Please give me a monthly ticket. In the next few days, the school's major news naturally revolved around Thompson. There was no way, it was too explosive. In fact, Thompson's little secrets were not really secrets among students. The reason why the school didn't know was because teachers and students were always two classes. Students who told on teachers were considered traitors in the eyes of students, and any student who did so would be excluded. Of course, if you tell the police, that's another matter. But even though many students knew about the tricks that Thompson played with a bunch of bad students, they didn't expect it to be so tricky, even more exciting than a soap opera. I really didn't expect Thompson to be that kind of person, Liz complained to Peter with a sad face. As Thompson's bad reputation spread, many people began to cut ties with him involuntarily. But Liz didn't need to. Many people knew that Liz was almost in a car accident because of Thompson. In this case, public opinion still sympathized with Liz. But Peter didn't know why Liz had to emphasize this kind of thing in front of him. I didn't expect it either, Peter shrugged. He really didn't expect it either. Thompson, that bastard, actually has 3 girlfriends? I don't even have one. Peter, who doesn't know that he has so many romantic relationships, is now jealous of Thompson, that bastard. I used to think he was the kind of person who is very good at making friends, but I didn't expect his friends were all bought with money. Liz was still indignant. Liz really had a good impression of Peter. Although in general impression, in American high schools, the most popular boys are always social experts and sports experts. This is not wrong, because these people are generally easy to stand out, and children naturally like this. But at the same time, the kind of quiet, good-looking boys are actually quite popular. It has always been said that Peter was not very popular. That was before he was bitten by the spider. At that time, Peter was short, not good at socializing, and looked socially anxious all day long. Not everyone in their class knew him, so how could he be liked by girls? After the fateful spider bit him, everything has changed. He used to be skinny and short. Although he is still not tall, he is actually the typical person who looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed. Now if you take off his clothes, you will find that his muscle contours are quite conspicuous, which is not the level of a high school student at all. In addition, because he was a Audico and a top student, Peter had a slight hunchback. People who bow their heads at their desks for a long time will have this. Coupled with long-term social phobia, this will give people a sense of vulgarity. But after becoming Spider-Man, his body seemed to be reset. Some minor problems were naturally corrected. In this way, he is a completely different person. As I said before, people with confidence and those without confidence are different. Even his mental outlook is different. The so-called temperament is really mysterious. You can see it, but you can't touch it. There is no quantitative quantity, but as long as it exists, others can see it. After becoming Spider-Man, Peter's heart also changed. He was no longer the Luther who had no ability to resist. He became a guardian who protected others in secret. Even because he began to do good deeds, and began to come into contact with more things that he could not see normally, his mind matured quickly. Well, at least more mature than a high school student. These things cannot be changed overnight, nor can others feel them casually. For example, Gwen and the others did not notice it. It was not that they did not care about Peter, but they were too familiar with him, so they did not notice the little changes at all, just like you would not notice that your deskmate grew taller, because you see him every day, and the little changes are not conspicuous. Liz is different. She targeted Peter at first, but later she found it boring, and she did not pay attention to Peter for a long time. When she paid attention to him again, she found out. Is this really Peter? The coward Luther who is timid and would only shrink behind Harry and Gwen? Looking at Peter with light in his eyes, holding his head high and having a completely different temperament, Liz almost suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes. From then on, Liz felt more and more that Peter was different from those boys with hormones. Although he was still pranked, he never got angry. Even if he looked like he was yelling, Liz could feel that he was just cooperating with everyone in the performance. It was like an adult helplessly cooperating with children to play a warrior against a demon king. He was not angry, and even seemed to enjoy it. It was like adults watching children making trouble, and they probably wouldn't get angry. This made Liz feel excited. Of course, more importantly, she found that her old rival, Gwen, seemed to know nothing about it. Oh my God. It couldn't be better. Since Gwen, that bitch, can't appreciate you, then I won't be polite. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Peter, Gwen's annoying voice shattered Liz's plan to ask Peter out to watch a movie. It's too late. We promised Aunt May to help today. May is still doing her charity work, the homeless shelter. Gwen and Peter will go to help when they are free. Here I come. Peter gave Liz an apologetic smile, and then ran towards Gwen excitedly. Liz was so angry that her teeth itched. But it was hard to stop him. As if she understood Liz's expression, Gwen showed a smile of victory. This smile almost broke Liz's defense. This mood lasted until Adrian came to pick her up. What's wrong, my little baby? Who made you angry? Is it that Thompson again? Adrian asked casually. Oh. Don't call me little baby. This is school. It will be embarrassing if others hear it. Children are particularly concerned about these unimportant things. Adrian shrugged. This kind of conversation has been going on countless times. In his opinion, he can still call his daughter little baby, which shows that he loves her. She will hate it now, but when she grows up and has to face the society, she will naturally understand how rare it is to have a father who loves her. At least when he was a child, he wanted to hear such a name every day, instead of his father's drunken beating, so he still did his own thing. Liz actually didn't hate this name, she just felt embarrassed. It's not Thompson, that bastard. Adrian looked over sternly. Don't say bad words. Well, Thompson is still in the hospital. It's Gwen. Well, Adrian shrugged, there was nothing he could do about it. He could teach a bastard who bullied his daughter a lesson. But he couldn't beat a woman just for a little conflict between little girls, right? Adrian had seen Gwen before. She was a pretty good girl, but it was a pity that she had a backlash with his daughter. Well, how did she offend you? Adrian had heard a lot about the grudges between his daughter and Gwen, but most of them were trivial matters. She stared at Peter all day, like a control freak, and didn't allow Peter to contact other people at all. Adrian immediately noticed the element. Peter, is that the boy who saved you that day? Adrian asked, pretending to be indifferent. At the same time, he was secretly happy and secretly angry. He was happy because his daughter was willing to talk to him about boys, which meant that his precious daughter still loved her father and would not allow him to hide anything. He was angry because his cabbage was going to be taken away again. Yes, then Liz said a lot of good things about Peter. It's just, they didn't make much progress. As for the reason, it would naturally be attributed to one person. Gwen. Oh, I don't quite understand this. Adrian felt that he had fallen into a knowledge blind spot. He had never experienced this. He and his wife were childhood sweethearts, and it was natural for them to get married and have children without so many twists and turns. Why don't you ask your mother? There were many people chasing after your father back then. Peter went home alone at night. He had just sent Gwen home. As for why he didn't drive, it was because he had no money. Even though their family's financial situation had improved, they already had 2 cars, one for Uncle Ben and one for Aunt May in the past. Their family had only one car, which Uncle Ben drove. Later, when their financial situation improved, they bought Aunt May a second-hand car. Most of their family's money was invested in the homeless shelter. So Peter naturally had no car. Although he has a driver's license, in the United States, you can get a driver's license at the age of 16, although it is a learner's license. He took Gwen home and drove Gwen's car. Gwen's car was a second-hand BMW Mini. American children's first car is basically a second-hand car because it is cheap. Of course, it is a different story for rich people. Then he declined Gwen's suggestion that he drive back and pick her up tomorrow morning. First, George's eyes that were about to draw a gun made him feel a little scared. Second, he also had his own plans. For example, now, Peter found an alley, put his clothes into his backpack, and changed into tights with classic red and blue colors. Woohoo! A spider boy with a strange sound began to spin and jump between the buildings. Hey! Spider boy! Want a hot dog? The hot dog vendor in the Dumbo district at the intersection of Washington Avenue and Water Street saw the little spider and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Peter likes the hot dogs here very much. He didn't know that the hot dogs here were so delicious before. The Dumbo area at the intersection of Washington Avenue and Water Street is a popular street photography spot for many people to check in. The 2 famous landmarks of Manhattan Bridge and Empire State Building complement each other. Peter rarely came here before, even though he is a New Yorker. 1. Thank you. Spider-Man threw down a few coins, then went upside down along the street lamp to the stall to get the hot dog and returned to the street lamp again. Many people who came here to travel took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and many people shouted Spider-Man's name. Hi. Hello. I have to work. Goodbye. Peter used to eat hot dogs on the street lamp and throw the garbage into the trash can next to it. But since he came here more often, this place has become a check-in point, causing him to run to the roof of the Empire State Building to eat hot dogs. The scenery there is nice, but the wind is too strong. Just after eating a hot dog and putting the garbage in the backpack, the intercom in the backpack received a call for the police. Well, Spider-Man is so chivalrous. He didn't have any intelligence system. The intelligence of his chivalrous deeds came entirely from the police calls. That thing was made by Spider-Man after he hacked into the New York Police Center. It was a robbery. Someone was robbing an ATM. Spider-Man. Move, Peter screamed and jumped down from the Empire State Building. At the same time, he kept making strange noises similar to Tarzan's. The pedestrians below immediately noticed that a person fell from the Empire State Building. However, most people have gotten used to it. Spider-Man basically comes here every day. New Yorkers are no longer surprised by anything. Many New Yorkers swear that the best way to tell a New Yorker is to see if you will make a fuss when encountering strange things. After all, they have experienced gods, aliens and Atlanteans. Even if God comes out today, they will not find it strange. Soon Spider-Man came to an automatic bank. Several gangsters wearing superhero masks were robbing inside. Spider-Man's first reaction was to stop them. But when he was about to do it, a red short stick flew out from the dark. The short stick was connected with a rope, which trapped him. Several gangsters in the self-service bank seemed to hear the noise outside, turned their heads and found that there was no one on the street. The pedestrians on the road had already run away. New Yorkers are experienced in this kind of thing. As soon as they saw the other party take out the alien weapons, they immediately fled. Who knows if innocent people will be hurt? They shrugged and continued to operate the alien weapons. Although they are called weapons, they are actually engineering machinery of the Chitauri. They can use electromagnetic force to lift heavy objects and can also use lasers for cutting. As a result, they were used by this group of people to rob a bank. On the other side, Spider-Man was attacked by surprise. He was startled at first, and then he immediately started to fight back. As a result, before he could move, he was hugged tightly by a big black man. Don't move. It's us. A voice stopped Spider-Man's actions. Mr. Murdoch, Spider-Man asked. Don't call me by my name. Matt came out of the dark, looking helpless. Have you forgotten our principles? Sorry, Murdoch. Daredevil. Matt shook his head helplessly. He really didn't want to play with children, but who told him that he was unlucky? During an operation, he was besieged and rescued by Spider-Man. Then his true identity was discovered. After all, Matt and Peter often meet. Ben Parker and Matt Murdock are colleagues, and they are equally enthusiastic about public welfare. Boy, I heard that you are in trouble. I didn't expect it to be true. At this time, Spider-Man was also put down by the person behind him. Wonder Man. Spider-Man was very excited. Finally saw the real person. You can call me Luke. Don't call me Wonder Man. This nickname is too rustic. Luke Cage always couldn't help complaining about his nickname. It's so embarrassing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.